Well, good evening, everyone. We're live. It's going to be boring for the next few minutes, just while we find some guests and fiddle around and things like that. So hang in there, and I'll try and get it rolling in the next few minutes. God, that noise drives me nuts.
Yo.
Hi, mate. How you doing?
Doing well. Did you happen to
Good.
catch any of my live I had earlier? Basically by myself.
Oh no, I missed it, mate. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I don't really care. I just had a few things on my mind, and it's on. I obviously can't stream on this channel at the moment, so
Oh
it's
right.
on my Flat Earth Jihad Trojan horse, and it's just not even. It doesn't have any subs basically. So.
Oh well, I'll have a watch and hear
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
thoughts.
Yeah. I was. I wanted to talk a little bit about the logic. I think that vegan is suffering from basically. And
Yeah.
really it doesn't seem to be applied the same way throughout his investigative skills or subject but this subject. So there's a clear confirmation bias, there's a clear
Right.
kind of fighting for anything that will keep the dream alive, the pipe dream basically.
I think so. It seems to, but I think there's hope for him because at least
There
he's
is.
receptive.
Yeah,
You know,
and he's getting hounded with good information,
I
so.
mean, if you compare him with Dredd and crew,
Oh, no kidding,
and
dude.
you can see on their faces when you start telling them stuff. They've got their head in their
Dude, the
hand.
whole
They're
theory thing,
shaking their heads, and you
I
know,
tried to tell, yeah, it's just denial straight up. But I tried
yeah,
to tell, flat earthers about this. Just look up scientific theory and theory.
right.
I understand it's kind of weird that it kind of almost means something differently when it comes to science, but that's just our language.
Yeah, I mean, it almost means the opposite. Do you know what I mean? But that is, like, as you say, that's just our language, and it's just how it's applied. And I mean, a good example, a good modern example, is the word literally, which people use now to mean. They actually mean they use it when they should be saying metaphorically.
Ah,
They say I literally died last night. When they mean I didn't literally,
true. Yeah, it's not literal. You're not literally
yeah.
dying.
But that word has actually had its meaning changed in the Oxford English Dictionary, at least in the online version, the one they update more regularly. And they've included a meaning now, which means metaphorically, because it is used so much it, you know, there are no, you know, there aren't the rigid rules in the language that, you know,
Yeah, and things are
gay,
used colloquially all the
gay is
time. I
another
mean,
one, isn't it? That's changed.
yeah,
And
yep,
that's
happy.
actually changed twice because when I was growing up, it meant happy, then it meant homosexual, and now it just means kind of crap. You know what I mean? You just, you know, you say, "Oh, that's gay," that is, and it just, you know, my kids say it. They just mean it's rubbish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, and they'll
Well,
apply.
it has a lot to do with dialect too, because I mean, you can go even in the United States, go to a different area, and somebody will say something that means, I mean, obviously, even the Ebonics, like, you know, bad means good, or oh, that's
Right.
oh, that's badass kind of thing. I mean,
Yeah. And I thought it's very interesting the argument they had last night over this use of the N word. Um, well, I get we're going to have to say it actually to be able to have the discussion. But you know, the debate between nigger with an er and nigger with an a, and that they make this massive distinction in the meaning of the two words, and it just kind of,
yeah.
I think in the
That
UK,
means you're my friend. You my nigga. Like you my nigga.
yeah.
But if I was to say you're a nigger, then that means something. I mean, it's just come
I
on,
mean,
dude. It's so
here we
stupid.
kind of have that, but we kind of don't. You know, it's kind of it's sort of it's like, for instance, there was, you know, Big Brother, the show Big Brother, reality show.
Yeah.
Um, a few years ago, there's one of those, and there was a white girl in there, and she said to a black guy, "My nigger," like that. You know, she meant it in that way, and they threw her off the show for it. Because you
Nice.
cannot say that word on UK TV, even
Yeah,
with
everybody's like, is that okay? Is that politically correct? Is that all right? Black guy around? Does he care? I mean, it's like, come on,
yeah,
dude.
it was a very uncomfortable moment because
If
she
we
had,
went around and called each other wigga, you know, and had this thing where a black guy, if he called me a wigga, it'd be all. I just,
oh, you're breaking up a bit, man.
it's just a dumb word anyway.
Yeah, it's just funny the way. But I thought it seemed to me like Spurs was just leading them on there because he knew
Oh,
exactly
Spurs
what.
talking about it?
Yeah, because he knew exactly what was going on, and he was just egging them on to call him a racist. You know what I mean? He was just dying, I think, for them to do that. You know, because you know he's blacker than they are. So,
Yeah.
you know, and I think he was just dying for them to do that because he was just being really sort of not really answering them and just leading them on. I thought.
I didn't. I personally can't listen to him anymore because he's just one of those people that's just going to deny everything, and then this whole. I don't know where they got it from. I don't know if they like feed off each other or what, but this whole thing of like coming onto a panel and anybody that's a globehead or glober, they put all the onus on you
Yeah,
to know every single factoid about satellites, about geodesy,
yeah,
about missiles, about
yeah,
Coriolis, about the universe, about dark matter, every single fucking thing. And then if they even come close to thinking they stumped you, oh yeah, yeah, all right, case closed. I mean, it's just it's never, hey, come on and prove the flat earth to us, because obviously it's kind of like, I liken it almost to the electric universe theory, where it's like it's a different explanation for things, like, oh well, we observe gravity and we call it gravity in the English language. Well, they're going to just call it density and buoyancy. They're just going to go ahead and willy-nilly just change the definitions of shit. And then how do you demonstrate that? So is it negative 9.8 meters per second squared when things drop because of density and buoyancy? How do you justify that? I mean, it's just, and on these fucking Motown shows that we've been going on, man, it's like you can't even get a fucking word in, dude. Like, these black shows are just ridiculous, man.
yeah,
I mean, they're sitting there. Let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question. And then there's a whole fucking panel of people that didn't even know that the moon on You've Been Exposed. 300 people watching too. They didn't even know. Somebody brought it up. One of the flat earthers. Oh, I heard that the moon is flipped from hemisphere to hemisphere.
Right.
No, I don't think that's true. What about you guys know? No, no. No, I mean, this is a fucking simple observation, dude. This isn't anything to do with dark matter or looking into deep space. This is like just a simple observation.
This is it. I mean,
And
well, I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I had to go yesterday at this because they'd done this thing. They'd seen Flat Earth Assholes video on the, you know,
Yeah.
the blue marble 100% debunked. And, you know, so I showed them, I went on then and showed them a bit of my video that got that picture of the three globes, you know, whether it's the same globe, but taken from different distances. And it shows America looks a different size on it. And so because basically you're seeing more of the sides of the globe as you move further away. And they said, oh no, we've already seen this, we've already debunked this. And I said, well, I'd like to know in what way have you debunked it? And they said, well, it's three different globes, the coloring's different.
Oh God.
And I'm thinking, you know, for fuck's sake, you've actually sat there and looked for anomalies in a photo that was taken on Earth in the fucking sunshine. When you could, if you've got like a fucking, presumably a basketball in your house, you could just go and get the basketball and just look at it. You haven't even got to take a photo, you know what I mean? But you'll sit there and supposedly debunk a photo when you could just look at something round and say, is this how things round behave? But no, we'll look at a photo, and on the basis of slight color differences in that photo, we're going to say that this is debunked. I mean,
Yeah, when I was on there, they said he said that yeah, it is. He's like, I'm doing research here, and it seems like the scientists don't know what causes the shadows on the moon. I was like, okay, really? They don't they didn't figure that one out, huh?
I mean, it's
Oh,
like
man.
I just, you know what I mean. I was stunned. I was almost speechless. I just didn't know what to say because the last thing I expected to say, well, we've debunked that face. It's three different globes. I mean, are you fucking kidding? You know, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, it's obviously poor research and biased research, and
Right.
I mean, if you sit there and watch only if you create an own echo chamber for yourself and sit there and watch these people explain this stuff, then you're going to start to believe it. I mean, that's a natural effect of hearing things over and over and over and
Yeah.
over again. And when you hear people that seem more, you perceive them as more intellectual than you, and they seem very confident about what they're saying, and you have a conspiratorial mind. I mean, it's tough, dude. I mean, they got me for a little bit, basically.
Yeah.
And it's a big wake up call when you figure it out. That I can't imagine if I was in that community for like 2 or 4 years, just like blindly following, yeah, 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 and
Yeah.
then I figured it out. Like I would be even more pissed than I was when I was entertaining the idea for 2 weeks. So
I think the thing is for that Dread guy, though, I think this is very much like a career choice that he's doing here, isn't it? I mean, he's
yeah,
talked about he wants to be able to, you don't have to give him money, but he wants to be able to just do this. And yeah, you know, sure, we all want to fucking sit on the internet all day. And he's got his super chat running, hasn't he? And um, fuck it astounds me. I mean,
yeah,
a fucking truth movement, giving people
yep.
money. I mean, what the fuck?
Just like we're saying that like the words are sometimes backwards, and in our language, they start to mean basically the opposite. They labeled us, the powers that be labeled us as truthers, and that's pretty much doublespeak. I mean, you're saying, oh, so you're liars, so you're calling us truthers, so you're liars, right?
Yeah,
So they're using basically doublespeak, and then the actual truthers themselves call themselves, like people discovering the truth or whatever they want to call themselves. And it's funny because they just get stuck in biases and just believe things that are clearly objectively false. And it's I said earlier that, like I said, I had that live on Flat Earth Jihad Trojan Horse, and I said that this was great. Actually, I think now for the truth community, quote unquote, because it's almost like a separate the wheat from the chaff, where if somebody's going to go down this road for years and years and not do the proper research to understand why it is a sphere, then I don't really want them on my team in the first place. They
Right.
they don't, if you're going to have that kind of bias, like a Russian vids where he's got this religious bias and he has this conspiracy bias, like it's hard for me to even disseminate information from you. And that's kind of what I figured out
It,
is,
it does
we
seem a
have,
colossal shame, though, that you've got
yeah, it
these
does.
thousands of people that were, questioning what was going on. I mean, and I would say probably, more than is necessary, and at times when it's unnecessary.
Yep.
But nevertheless, the job, at least the job's being done by somebody, and that's cool, And it seems a shame because it has made a idiocy of, I think what were at least legitimate sort of questions,
Yeah,
because however
yeah.
you look at it, that going to war in Iraq was highly questionable, and to the point where we now know it was incorrect. So that's undeniable. You know what I mean? So people should be asking questions of
Yeah.
you know drastic and very questionable actions. And
Well, hey,
uh,
we have more recent stuff. Obviously, that's a very good example, but that's what I think part of this, what I would call a psyop, is to do is, I mean, we have questionable actions happening right now in Syria, and
mm,
and the media is painting it as if the president has the power just to say, "Oh, I'm emotional about kids on a video, so I'm going to send 50 missiles over or whatever." And that's what I think it is just a huge distraction from, because obviously some of these things to me are hoaxes, and
right.
there are people, even the Russian vids, that have called what I would say a hoax out as a hoax. Um, so that obviously, in my opinion, he's correct sometimes, but it's just all those other times that it muddies everything.
Yeah,
When people start talking about drinking piss, maybe that's cool in the flat Earth, but I've never heard them go into some research or anything. I've basically just heard them say it cures cancer and it's good for you. I mean,
yeah,
it's just like it's these assertions where now they're getting into the health side of things, where you can actually get into some trouble when you're giving this kind of advice out to drink bleach and to snort
yeah,
borax or whatever. And I think it's potentially dangerous to some people.
yeah. I agree. I think well, Five Red Pears summed it up actually this week, or was it end of last week? He said he gets quite worked up, does Five Red Pears, and he said flat Earth is a dangerous and toxic lie, which I've used as this title of this hangout. Because yeah, and I think that's true. Because you get all these things that are hung onto it, as you say now. Like, Antonio is constantly advocating this.
Cigarettes are good for you.
Well, he said that this MMS thing. He goes on and on about that, and
Yep.
his means of discerning who is a reliable vendor for this stuff is, what he says is that anyone who's selling it will know about it and they'll be a good person,
Oh yeah, like a
and
snake oil salesman. I'm sure
that's
he
why they're
I'm sure
selling
he knows a lot about his sugar water. You know, like really, he's
it.
just walking around with sugar water. Hey, would you like some? I mean,
Yeah,
these guys that roll around in these white trucks here in America that have these boxes that say $3,500 for speakers, and really they're just like knockoffs that they'll be like, oh, we got too many, we'll get rid of these for 300. Then you're like, oh, 150, 175, and there's idiots that buy that kind of stuff out of a truck, and they get a poor product, and that's basically what flat Earth is. It's an absolute poor product in that it has absolutely no predictive capability besides the presupposition that you think that everything's flat and water's flat, and that, I mean, that's what they've resorted to, is to hold on to what little they have left, in that, oh, gravity's fake and water's flat and there's no curvature. I mean, they still say no curvature, and then I go on and try to explain obstruction, and they're just not having it. They go with the cathexis stuff, and they swiped it right from him. Atmospheric conditions, and I've even heard someone say swells before.
Yeah.
So, it spreads like a virus. It's a dangerous idea because it spreads like a virus, and because it's objectively false. It's just not true in any way. And I would be the first to tell you, if I could be the flat Earth guy that figures
Yeah.
out the fucking Earth is flat, dude, because I would be the one on the pulpit, not selling shit, but I would be the one on the pulpit fucking getting this thing moving. I can guarantee you that. What's up, P Mars?
Cheers,
Hey,
bro.
Pimo. Would you mind adding a few people, Tim, or did you already? And could you add my Gem Panda account, if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah, I did that as well. Yep.
Oh, good. Thanks. That's all done then.
Yeah. What's up, P? Were you listening at all?
Yeah, I was listening. I saw you both. Oh, I wanted to go on Bro Sanchez's panel tonight. But fucking Dread has me blocked because he thinks I'm trying to steal their viewers or whatever the deal is with that. But so yeah, I fucking that part where he was saying that science debates what causes the moon phases. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know. I was really good.
I just wanted to change the subject because I'm just like, dude, I just want to get some information out to the 350 people that are listening. And that's what I usually do, is just inject a bunch of information so that, and really fucking that You've Been Exposed hates me, dude, because every time they ask me a fucking question, I use their logic against them and ask a similar question, but they just don't want it. They want all the answers right then to every single factoid. They heard on Mark Sargent that, missiles, laser missiles or whatever can be shot and they don't take in the curvature. So they're just going to use that. They're just going to fucking assert it and pretend like it's true. They have no information besides that. Besides, Mark Sargent's YouTube video. So really, I gotta be done with those type of people. I would love to talk to people that are serious about research and being objective and being a skeptic about the shape of the earth and not being a total dogmatist with delusions and presuppositions.
I was really itching to go on the panel because I hate when flat earthers will host these shows where they'll ask for globe people to come on, like fucking Poncho. Like, I've been sitting here on the couch for 2 months and no one's giving me any proof. Well, no shit. You fucking ban everyone and you don't let people on your panels. So it's like, no wonder you're in that situation. There's like epistemology went on. He provided really good information about real science, not this fucking backyard flat earth science shit. Fucking Gem made the guy look stupid. Buckwheat looked like he was about to cry. He got publicly shown that he doesn't know what fucking words.
No. Didn't you see that they were trying? Didn't you see that they were trying to say that Jem was wrong about the definition for that still, though?
Yeah,
even when they pulled it up.
Mention that. Yeah, I was gonna mention that. So like, then like, well, I didn't. Then I like missed out on a large part. I got like the end of that conversation where it was Dread was saying, "Hold on now, yeah, oh." If a theory can be modified or changed because of new information, how is that a fact? Like, he's got some, like, it's like some fucking gotcha. But that's just because science is open-minded. Like, it's a good thing that if they
Yeah.
presented with new information and they modify their theories. Flat earthers maybe should adopt that into their methodology for discovering
That's what I like.
information.
Is he's like, oh, you got to do the scientific method. You got to do the scientific method, and then when you read it, they're talking about experimentation, which of course they're using the scientific method. So there needs to be a distinction between the words theory, scientific theory, as well as fact and scientific fact. There is a word called scientific fact. It's basically objective and verifiable observation in contrast with a hypothesis or theory, which is intended to explain or interpret facts. So that's where you've been exposed, tried to trip you up, and oh, so you could prove a fact wrong. Well, to them, I mean, there's subjective facts and objective facts as well. And subjectively factual to them is that the earth is flat. They believe that is the fact that they believe, and it is objectively wrong. So there's examples right there.
I'm glad you did that though, Jim, because fucking every flat earth show I watch, they get that.
I know that's why I
definition of
kind of
theory.
harped on with it when he still got the whole butterfly question hanging in the air.
Dude, why are they so stupid? Like, oh man, we're thinking of like tons of water being stuck to a ball and a butterfly can't fly. It's like, okay, well, we're thinking of mass, right? And we're thinking of a flapping wings on a little butterfly, and then we're comparing it to water, and there could be a water droplet that sticks to the bottom of the ground, and then there could be a puddle that sticks to the bottom of the. I mean, that's when I came on and just did what I did, because when people are using the stupidest Eric Dubé elementary flat earth shit, when they're saying things about butterflies flying and oceans being stuck to a ball, it's just over, dude. Like, I might have saved your time and I might have saved epistemology's time, because that guy goes on, tries to be decent, just like you, Jem, but they push your buttons and then they're the victims.
Yeah. And I do lose it. I know I do, because I do get a bit shouty, but when they're all hammering away at you, they won't let you get a sentence out. You know what I mean? And then when you do give way and you let them talk, they talk for like 10 minutes.
It's complete gish gallop too. It's gish gallop to where quite literally you're sitting there almost having to take notes on how much gish gallop nonsense word salad that they've injected.
I do sit here taking notes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to with them, dude.
I mean, I got that. That was my, because I'd got the butterfly and I'd got scientific theory. They were the two notes that I made. So, they were the two major points that he raised. But I did want to keep going on about it. But even at the end, he just equivocated. He started saying, "Oh, it's from Theo and some other shit that he came out."
Oh God, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, just
like flat Earth etymology.
Yeah,
it's ad hoc city. It's like Rahu or K2 or these things where it's like, oh, I can see a star through the moon. It's like, oh, okay, what happens when a solar eclipse happens? Can you see the sun shining bright through it? I mean, there's just, and who has a video of a star being seen through the moon? I still haven't seen one.
Right. I think there is some video somewhere where somebody's managed to catch something. I don't know what it is. I guess
it's not like through the middle though. Like there's refraction or something that's happening where it's very outer edge and it makes it look like it's kind of
or maybe it's some camera anomaly. I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, my 1969 maybe first edition Scientific Britannica has them supposedly shooting lasers onto the moon, and it's literally on the dark side of the moon, and they have a black and white picture of it, and it looks like almost like a laser pointer that has been pointed at the moon and hasn't diverged that much. I guess it would, but yeah, I mean, it literally has a depiction. I think I have it on one of my videos that says, basically shooting lasers on it. Or something. Have you heard of that, Jem?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll have to look that video up. It's funny, that book too, dude. Real quick, that book has 2 astronauts on the moon, right? And it's just a little. I don't know if it was in a newspaper or it was just a little joke kind of thing that they had. but the two astronauts on the moon looking back at a coin-shaped Earth, and they're like, Ness, I don't know what to tell, or I don't know how to tell you this, or something like that. So it's been, I've seen depictions, dude, of flat Earth and that kind of stuff, like all around, man. And it's not some kind of conspiracy per se, but I guess it's kind of just a running joke almost that people thought that the Earth is flat and it's actually a sphere. I don't know.
You did a good job, Jim, with defeating that stupid submarine argument and the gyroscope.
With those guys, I didn't really get the feeling that they were hearing anything. It kind of, I don't know. It's like they just don't want to hear it, do they? They don't. It's just,
they want to live in their fantasy.
It's like they're listening to some music that they don't really like. It's kind of there in the background. They've got to put up with it, but
I mean, they're so bad that they will deny something like what you said. Oh, well, let's just look up the definition then, guys. Right? And then they'll basically continue and deny that. And it's like Antonio Subaretz, where he said, oh, look, Polaris. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Oh, Polaris. So then we have him on 3chan. Me and Negator are fucking hounding him to just say, I was incorrect about saying that. And I don't even know. I mean, I think he was just like basically saying he didn't even say it. And then he brought up the video. Negator brought up the video because they saved it, the Atheist Trolls, and played it to him. And literally, it was an hour of us trying to say, "Hey, dude, you were wrong about that. Can you admit that?" And he just couldn't do it. So, I mean, I mean, he's obviously a narcissist. Definitely ego issues and shit. But some of these people do have that, like the ego issue. And I would love to be corrected about anything that I say, because then I can say it next time correctly. So I would say thank you if you corrected me about anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of essential, isn't it? I mean, yeah, you have to swallow your pride at the time a bit, maybe, but you know what I mean? You're better off not being ignorant, And they seem absolutely determined to be ignorant, don't they? In every way.
Yeah, it's fun to be a flat earther, and really, I think a lot of it hinges on a bunch of somewhat lonely conspiracy theorists that have found a community. And the whole community aspect is different. Like if me or you we were researching and I was like, hey dude, I think the earth is flat, and we're talking about it and stuff. Like there wouldn't be such a community aspect to it, to where when, somebody gets trolled in your community and your cult, you then have to act, worse than them, or troll, or be a hypocrite, or do these things to kind of protect the whole community. And it's never really that objective when you get into that cult mind state, where it's about the community and it's about upholding and spreading it to more people. And that's what we're seeing.
So when I got into flat Earth, Antonio and Nathan were harping on like gyroscopes as their best proof for a flat Earth, which never made sense to me. And Jem, you showed how stupid of a proof that is on the Bro Sanchez show tonight. And I remember even going, like, I kept asking people in Free Chan, like Rob Dizzle, I guess I got drunk 2 nights in a row and asked him why gyroscopes prove the flat Earth. Because I could never fucking, like, it never clicked. It didn't make any sense why it did. But I think I noticed that, like, Nathan won't use that anymore. Like, he used to harp on that end of every show. He'd be like, this proves the flat Earth. And it's like that he's changed his argument, but there's all these old videos where he's harping on this. So that you got people like on Bro Sanchez that think gyroscopes prove the flat Earth, when it's like an argument that Nathan doesn't even.
That's the problem, is that's my point, is that this is mis and disinfo. So when people go and look at the 200 proofs that have, going to stay there for years and years, they're going to get that information and they're going to come back and say it, just like the butterfly thing. I mean, it's a stupid fucking argument to begin with. and helium and density and buoyancy. That's Dubé as well. So these people are like new prodigy. This new wave is like new prodigies of fucking Eric Dubé and Mark Sargent and all of their garbage.
Right.
And it just, and they haven't done the research, and they haven't been around the community and seen some of my videos and Jem's videos and other, looked at Sly Sparkane's and they're just not a part of it. I mean, when you're a flat earther, you're a professional at, electronics and magnetism, astronomy. I mean, you basically are the jack of all trades overnight once you figure out that the earth is flat.
Yeah, that's true. I was wondering though, I mean, one of the things I've heard flat earthers say, and I think this is true, this is something I think I've seen, is that they often talk about this reaction that they get from, when they tell people about the flat earth, that, people get, really quite angry with them and exasperated. And I think I've seen a bit of that. And I wonder if that doesn't sort of contribute to this, it makes it more sort of us and them sort of thing.
Not only that, it makes it a burden. It makes it a burden on their lives. I mean, you can have positive interactions like we have together, and you get something positive out of it. But if you're going to continue to go out and lose family or friends or loved ones, and you then go out on the streets and get bad reactions, like, you're not really getting positive stimulus. So I think that it's kind of almost like a depressive state that they get in, where Jed called it out. He's like, I kind of didn't notice it, but most flat earthers have like absolutely no humor. They don't understand satire. And
Right.
I don't know if it's because they've been just completely desensitized, from flat earth or what, but it seems to be the case.
Yeah, that is so true. You very rarely hear them telling jokes. Sometimes I have, but very rarely. But yeah, I just wonder if we aren't, when they get this reaction from people, it feeds into this idea that they're special, that they're part of this special group. And one thing I noticed this week, this flat out elected guy that's cropped up, who is
religious guy.
Yeah, Rand Campbell, his name is. He's well known actually in the atheist Christian debate. He was in that for a while. He was kind of disappeared for a little while when leading up to September the 23rd, 2015, because he was all into that blood moon, the world's going to end, the rapture's happening, all that sort of shit. He was totally bought into the world was.
Wait, that was September 23rd?
Yeah, on 2015, yeah.
2015, interesting. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, that was when the whole blood moon, that whole thing was going on. So yeah, he's well known. But the thing he used to do in the atheist Christian debate, and he's doing exactly the same with this, is he's sort of trying to create this idea of these two communities of people, one who are all good and one who are all evil. And he was exactly the same in the atheist Christian thing. He was he was one of the good guys, and we were this evil bunch of baby eaters. And if you hear him talk, you hear this sort of rhetoric a lot, this sort of us and them sort of thing that he seems to be trying to promote. And
yeah, it's the same with if you go to the simulation theory monkeys, the porridge monkeys, they literally
who?
They literally fucking Event Skeptic and Awake Souls.
Oh right, yeah.
They are so like fundamentalist Christians that quite literally, if you don't believe in their brand of Christianity, you're like devils. They say it.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean that, dude, that's scary, man. When I mean, that's what really turns me off to Bible. And I understand like there's extremists of anything, but that right there, where everybody else is at fault because they weren't born into a culture that believed in this kind of doctrine.
Right.
Dude, that's so divisive to me.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, flat out elected, his favorite word used to go, reprobate. You're a reprobate. He'd call everyone a reprobate. You know, that was his thing. He was, if you weren't a Christian, you are a reprobate.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it really puts that us versus them mentality into people's heads. No matter, like I've said before, like football teams or your religion or whatever, everything is made, or I guess we perceive it to be made as division, like to divide us. But
Mhm.
It's
I
2 Minutes of Hate from 1984. It reminds me of like people have this need to hate on a figure like it was Emmanuel Goldstein in the book, I believe. And I think it was a fictional character.
Right.
And it's like Tim, in a way, has provided this faux fictional enemy to Flat Earth on these YouTube, and he's kind of in a weird way helped unite them.
Yes.
And almost
that's what I mean. I think all this stuff that we do against them sort of help, it sort of feeds into this idea that they're this special and separate group,
It's not only that; it just makes them better at ad hocing too, because they've heard our quote unquote excuses before, so they've
Right.
come up with an opaque moisture deck or an invisible wall that the sun
Yeah.
sets behind, or just anything.
Yeah.
But I really like to harp on the star trails because
Yeah.
I've never ever heard anybody have anything close to a representation that we have with the prescribed model. And I think that if they were just to be able to spend 5 minutes to conceptualize the sphere model as opposed to, or with in conjunction with the stars, geocentric or heliocentric, with the sphere model, they might, and they did observations as well. I mean, it's such an open and closed case at that point, dude. It truly is. And
Yeah.
I can't believe that we cracked almost vegan with the whole different set of sky and stars basically in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, he seemed
So
to, he seemed to really take that. When I was
yeah,
talking to him about that, he really seemed to be getting to grips with that idea. And I mean, I can understand why, most people don't have an idea of that. You know what I mean? If you're not into astronomy, you aren't going to know it. But I think once you do, like as you say, it's pretty much game over, because there just isn't. I mean, I guess your only route. Well, the things I've heard were, Dread and Crew, and I've heard this a few times, where it's just denial. Antonio's route as well, I guess. It's just say, oh, well, they don't, the stars don't do that. They sweep across the southern sky in a great arc, or
yep.
that's what Dubay says.
Or is it Morgau says it's a fucking conga line, dude?
Right, yeah, or the conga line, yeah. So
He also says the whole thing. It's so funny. That's what I said earlier. You can open up a fundamental astronomy book like I have, the 2017 edition,
right,
and nothing in there at all says that the celestial pole has to be attached to a star, a bright star. Nobody says that. They have it mapped out, the axial precession, or the precession of the equinox.
right.
So they have it mapped out. That's what science is actually saying. But they not only misrepresent it, they just make something up and say that it's supposed to be attached to a bright star like Polaris is. That why? We're in a star field. There's fucking billions of stars that we can observe, mostly out of the city. And it's clear cut. I mean, this should have been we could circumnavigate, the fucking north hemisphere way long ago, dude, and said, "Oh wow, north is always towards Polaris, and we're getting to different countries." I mean, it just doesn't work.
I mean, the only other thing I've heard is, like Mark Sargent's, oh, it's a big projector. It's like a planetarium sort of thing,
Yeah, that's the simple-minded excuse that
Yeah.
an idiot will accept, because
But
that
it's
doesn't describe anything. That has no predictive capability. It doesn't
right.
describe two celestial poles. It doesn't describe arc star trails at the equator. These are things that you can go out and look at.
You know, I
and
get
it's
pissed.
of course it's not represented by by any evidence whatsoever. It's a totally ad hoc reasoning, isn't
Yeah,
it? It's
dude.
like,
Dude, like, oh my god, everything in the sky to a flat earther is an ad hoc hypothesis, right? Like,
yeah,
and I'm trying to fucking explain this to Hillbilly how you need fucking 2 suns, a holographic moon, and this fucking invisible disc called Rahu to make the sky work, and we're not even talking about the stars. Like, so for us to be surrounded by a fucking sphere in the sky, like the ancients knew this. They mapped up fucking pyramids on the planet to match the sphere on the planet to match the sphere in the sky. They navigated the oceans because they were matching the sphere in the sky to the sphere on the lake. So the ancients knew this shit. This is ridiculous. And like
Yeah.
people like Bro Sanchez, they act like the ancients were flat earthers and shit. And like,
Yep.
it's
They
not
still
true.
have that belief because it was injected into the flat Earth somehow. I've heard it before too. And I almost hear it from cathexis still. It's like, no, there's tons of history of people looking at the sky because they weren't sitting here on computers. They weren't doing all the bullshit that we do today. They were out fucking figuring out reality, man. And they did a pretty goddamn good job, truthfully, for what they had. If flat earthers have the internet and they can't even figure out the Earth is a sphere, think if they did, think if they were back 2,000 years ago, dude. I mean, they would be fucking in Stone Age, man.
This is what pisses me off. I forgot to mention that, like, when I was talking to Hillbilly, since you have to create all these ad hoc hypotheses to explain the sky on a flat Earth, but then when you talk to a flat earther, they're like, "Oh, I don't believe that." They like never claim to believe any of this shit, but then they say the Earth is flat. So it's like, what the fuck are they even saying? Anytime you confront them, then all of a sudden they don't believe in their bullshit. But then when you're not there, you hear all this fucking bullshit coming out of their mouth. What the fuck? Now things change when you confront them. I fucking really irritates the shit out of me.
Let me
What's up, Mark Taylor?
Yeah. Oh, hi, Mark. Just while we've got a slight break, let me just say, Mr. B, our good friend Mr. B, posted a video called Heliocentric Equilibrium, which is just fucking fantastic. I absolutely recommend everyone subscribe to his channel and go and see this video. I'll put the link to it in the description. But it's just some beautiful astronomy set to music. It is fucking awesome. So kudos to Mr. B, and please everyone subscribe to that channel and go and check out that awesome work that he's done there.
Yeah, it's real. It's real. It's a guy that literally has equipment that costs a lot of money that we could get, but it costs a lot of money, and he's providing that for us for free. And I had misconceptions about the being able to look at it through a telescope and see all these colors that NASA shows us and stuff like that before, and
Right.
and you get to see some really amazing stuff because for the most part when you use your eyes or Nikon P900 or whatever, you're not seeing the complexity of the nebula and all these different things.
Right.
And it's just, dude, I mean, it's wondrous, man. It's our universe. It's so fucking beautiful, and it's a shame these people want to shit on it with an alien ant farm.
This is it, because when you see things like this, that he's got some really great equipment, but he was telling me the other day about how many images that because you're stacking images, and it was hundreds of thousands of images he was talking about. I can't remember how much it was, but it's hundreds of gigs of data. And he must have spent absolutely hours shooting and producing this video, and it's just it's a sight to see, I tell you. So yeah, definitely beautiful to see. Sorry, I'm going on a bit now. Welcome,
yeah, thanks,
Mark.
P. What's up, Mark?
Yeah, hi guys, hi Tim, hi P. Yeah, he's in the fucking southern hemisphere. He's warm, man. I just spent 4 hours in the field trying to take pictures and I didn't get none. Fucking freezing, 3 degrees, man. There's got to be more to life than this.
It is gone really fucking cold, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
I
guess
just
Jed was talking about a CME, coronal mass ejection, and actually here in Denver, it's fucking cold and raining, and it's been 60, 70 lately, so kind of weird.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be weird weather at the moment. That's for sure.
I wanted to mention some shit about.
It's April, isn't it? It's supposed to do this in England in April.
Yeah, but
The
usually
next-
pitches down in April in England, doesn't it?
Well, one week we're having a barbecue, the next we're out fucking skiing. You know, that's April in the UK.
So what's been
What
happening in the flat Earth then? Apart from fucking...
It's gotten really ghetto.
Well, you're the king of the gossip, Mark. I was hoping,
Motown
I've been
meets-
trying to wean myself off it, Jim. I've been trying to wean myself off it.
Dude, yeah, I really need to, man. We all need to on this panel,
Yeah.
seriously. Because there's something up with this. I'm gonna tell this story real quick. We all know a guy named Adam Dwyer, A4.
yeah.
And when he was in the Truth Root community like 4 or 5 years ago, he was the first to be a flat earther, okay? Everybody was making fun of him. It's the first person I've ever seen talking about flat earth. And then he had some issues or something, and he was homeless for 6 months or whatever. And I heard from one of his friends that he said that YouTube was like talking to him, or like basically like making him be on it all the time. And he seems crazy, and sometimes he seems like bipolar to where he's like normal. But maybe there's something to that, because there's no reason for me to be here after 2 years saying the same things over and over again. There's absolutely no reason, but I still do it.
I love the
Right.
conversations. I mean, like Tim, I've seen you a couple of times in that Dreads room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like apart from when the pricks come in and hassle you, but when you're having a conversation with him, that's what draws me. The conversations. I like listening to people, exchange ideas, talk about their beliefs.
So that is one thing that kind of caveats into one thing I was thinking, is that without the flat Earth, I wouldn't know P. Mars, I wouldn't know Jim Panda, I wouldn't know Mark Taylor, I wouldn't know so many people that I do sharpen my tools with. I do get a lot from. So there is benefits to it, but it seems like such a freak show that you almost have to keep watching. Like, oh god, let's look who's live now. What's going on. Then you go and look, and every time I click on something, they're saying something so stupid, so just false.
Yeah.
That it just, and then I'm like, oh, I'm going to get on this panel.
Aren't you? Well, I am. I hear this stuff and I think, no, that's wrong. Why? I could tell you what's right. You know what I mean? And
Oh my god!
I just felt compelled.
When I first got into this shit, I watched a panel with like Nathan Oakley, Antonio, and Hank Hill talk about 9/11. And I was just fucking like screaming at my monitor. I made like 20 comments, and then like Nathan was like, "I get your keen, mate, but you're making too many comments." And he was calling me an asshole and a troll and all this shit. I don't know, man. But yeah, it's like when you hear people say shit and you can correct them, it's like this like feeling inside. You just want to get on that panel.
Yeah. It's
What annoys me more than anything is when someone's blatantly lying. That's what I don't like.
Yeah, deceptive. Yeah.
No, I mean anyone can be stupid. We've all been stupid in our lives in one way or another. You know what I mean? We're not all born Einsteins, are we? You know what I mean? I've made some terrible mistakes in my life. But like when you hear people say these things when it's quite obviously not true, that just fucking really annoys me. That does.
It does me, and I think that the point that Five Red Pears was making about it being a dangerous and toxic lie, I think that's true. I mean, they are.
Well, it is. I mean, what happened
guys,
to Poncho? We can laugh as much as we like at his stupid antics and the things he says, but at the end of the day, he's a human being, and
he's mentally ill.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's not well.
But
actually, hey, look, I had a private conversation with Dell, and I told him, you know, I wouldn't share it, and I didn't. And it's like, at least on my channel, you know, after that conversation, you know, by the end, I was like, he was calling me like an agent and stuff or something. And at that time, I was like, okay, you know, at this point, I'm almost making fun of like a mentally ill person that is really ignorant about this subject and just really dogmatic. And you know, it's like, why would I make fun of them? You know, they're obviously, there's something mentally wrong there.
Do you really think these people believe though that the government are putting people in these chat rooms to like curb
Yeah,
their
they do believe
fucking?
that.
I think they
They do.
really do believe that. Yeah.
They do.
So their self-importance bug, the thing they've got in their head that they think they're
Yep.
self-important. That's fucking. It's like wildfire. Then it must be. Because like how anyone could think the government has got time to put fucking agents in a room.
Dude, I did a video. One of my first videos on my P Mars channel was about self-importance in the flat Earth.
Yeah.
And apart from that, if they wanted to stop this, I don't know what to call it, a movement or a truth movement or whatever you want to call it. If they wanted to do that, they could easily stop it without putting fucking agents in a room. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they actually encourage this kind of behavior, and you know, would love to throw rabbit holes at people that are doing something that could endanger what they're doing. So they love to throw these little rabbit holes out there. That's why I think it's a psyop. I think that
So
they do inject some fake truthers in there to say a
So,
bunch of bullshit too.
What do you mean? What do you mean by a psyop, Tim? Do you mean the government have put people out that have put this information, like this flat Earth information, out onto the net, and just
There's no telling if it's
watch people run with it?
if it's government associated or not, because really there's many things that it could be. There's obviously a lot of things that are happening right now that are obviously more important than the shape of the Earth, and it obviously has kind of shifted a lot of focus from the skeptics over to it. So right there, it seems to be successful intrinsically, really without being a psyop necessarily. You know, so
But like what you said when I first come in about the people in 2017 with the internet and they still think the Earth's flat. I mean, what the fuck's going on with that? I mean,
It's just, I mean, I don't.
that's such a true statement. There's so much information out there that contradicts what they believe, but they just seem to ignore everything.
But there are aspects of it that I think, you know, it does make me wonder. Just the nature of the way the meme has grown, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but this, you know, the thought that goes through my head is this is my sort of ad hoc reasoning, if you like, but there is some reasoning to it. The World Economic Forum had some sort of big meeting a few years back, and within this, they drew up a list of things that they thought were the biggest threats to the world economy. So they had things like terrorism, they had things like pandemics, and one of the things that they had was internet misinformation. And so they obviously consider that some, you know, it's possible that there could be some sort of, you know, something go out on the internet that everyone picks up on that makes, you know, that makes us all do something stupid, you know.
Didn't you say something about an Italian group or some kind of PR company that were putting out lies on Twitter?
Right. And there was an Italian university group that were deliberately putting out fake conspiracies, one of them being that chemtrails contained Viagra, just to see how they moved around the internet, how they were picked up, and you know, how they were moved around. So it struck me, you know, my idea is that, you know, and this is totally ad hoc, I admit, but what about if that World Economic Forum, recognizing that this danger faced them of internet misinformation, they wanted to you know, test this in some way, and they introduced a meme like Flat Earth onto the internet to see how it spread, who got involved, who got up and talked against it, how people reacted to that, those people talking against it. You know, all of that would be useful information for them to know. And you would expect, given that they've, you know, that was a conclusion that was reached at that meeting, you would expect them to be engaged in some, maybe not as I've described it, but some investigation into, you know, into how they could control, you know, information for the masses.
Control the narrative. Yeah, and that's what it would be to do, really, because
Right.
if there's gonna be misinformation, you want to be at the lead of it,
Right.
and you want to put out the best misinformation. So there's also things like just really odd, kind of mischievous kind of behavior that we've all, who have been around, has seen. Kind of like, you know, Mark Sargent, some of these characters that came on at the beginning, Dubay, Powerland. Some of them don't seem very organic. They don't seem like they believe in it, and you know, they don't seem to have jobs either. And they kind of spend, you know, a lot of Mark Sargent used to spend a lot more time, but and so did Patricia Steer, but spent a lot of time on Flat Earth. And we now know that a PR company is basically heading off a Flat Earth International Charlatan Convention in November. And so, you know, literally, Robbie Davidson's wife is a PR monkey, public relations. So, you know, there's advertisement, there's all this kind of stuff that just doesn't
Maybe
seem
you should
very
say
organic.
that's propaganda. Maybe some people don't know what that word means.
What's that?
What do you think that
Public
conference
relations.
is?
Public relations is a fancy way of saying propaganda.
What do you
Well,
think that
it's also
conference
what
is
we call it
about?
nowadays.
Do you
public
think it's
relations.
just a scam for money, that conference in November?
Well, I would assume so, because I did the math. If they were to fill that place up with 1,000 people, you know, within 7 months or whatever, which you know, Jaren has 80,000 subs. You know, I mean, why can't you get 1,000 of them to come? But anyway, I did the math, and you know, there's a lot of excess, um, that we're talking here, like a lot. So because those are expensive tickets, and you know, on average 175 ish, maybe 200 ish times 1,000. You know, we're talking like 200 grand. So, uh, you know, it might be 10 grand to rent that place out or something. So this is in my opinion, a payoff. Um, and we'll see if they exit the meme afterwards. I don't know.
So do you think then they've got no? I mean, obviously we know they haven't got no information, but I mean, obviously the flat earthers think they've got some kind of, I don't know, outstanding information that they're going to be releasing in November.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
is that
Well,
is that?
it's kind of funny too, because I mean, you'd almost have to say, you know, all of the top flat earthers are going to be there to speak, and you know, they're objective truthers looking for the truth, and you know, trying to prove the flat Earth and stuff. And they've booked themselves 7 or 8 months in advance. And really, you know, who knows if you're really an objective truther or whatever, to where a month later you actually do some research for once, and you find out it is a sphere. Like, what, you still going to go to your conference and stuff? So there's a vested interest for them to keep this meme going, mostly until then.
So like Jem was saying that the chances are that they've got the conference hall for nothing or very very little money because of the people booking hotel rooms. Well, the hope that the people are going to book hotel rooms. I mean, is that the way you see it, or?
Well, I think it's probably booked already.
Yeah, I know, but what do you think they've had to pay for the conference room, or do you think they've
Yeah,
done some kind of
you got to
deal?
pay that. Yeah, they definitely, mostly from a PR group. Hey, we're gonna bring in a bunch of people and fill up your fucking hotel. Yeah, dude, they got, because when I called and got quoted, I think it was like 13 grand, or I forget. I have a video on it. But oh yeah, dude, you could totally haggle them. Say, you know, 10 grand. Mostly if you do it in 8 months advance and say, hey, on these two
Yeah.
dates. So we're talking like 10 grand a night, probably. So 20 grand with 180 left over, possibly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck it. The Earth's flat, man. I've got a conference going, man.
Yeah, dude. Fuck,
Come
man.
to the UK. I'll show you London.
I wouldn't even do it for money, dude. I wouldn't even do it for money.
No,
It's
I'll
just,
do it for
it's just
shits and
lies.
giggles.
Yeah. Just absolute lies.
Get them all to the conference, then declare that the Earth's a globe.
That would be great. Well, I plan to be
I'll
there.
fucking
Actually,
pay to see that.
I'll be there, so I'm sure I'll have a video on my channel. I'm
You're
planning.
gonna go to it, are you?
Yeah, I have a plan.
Yeah, I'd take bodyguards if I was you two.
Oh, dude, they need the bodyguards, dude. Fuck them, man.
Nah,
Hey,
you
if
know what I
anybody
mean. No,
attacks me,
there's some vitriolic
Yeah.
people involved in this.
no, I would love
movement.
it. I would love it. I would love to get some damages because I'll sue them. If somebody wants to attack me, I'm not going to attack them back. So I'll just sue them. Fuck it.
Did you watch Big Lebowski yet, Tim?
Yeah, I did. That was good, dude. I
Yeah,
did.
that's a brilliant film. That is. That's
When
fucking brilliant.
Walter's like, no, Donnie, don't be afraid of these men. They're nihilists. I thought of like
Yeah.
flat earthers. Like,
Who's that one that fucking?
they believe in nothing, dude.
What's that guy's name in there? The one,
Everything's
the
out.
fat one. That's the fucking lunatic. I can't remember his name now.
Walter.
Yeah,
Big
what's his name in real life? I mean,
Oh,
John Goodman.
yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's fucking brilliant in there, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good. I love.
I
that
like
that Jesus guy with a fucking bowling ball.
Yeah.
It's subtle humor. I fucking love it, man. Because I can see.
Hey,
like,
let's not Mark Sargent this show, though.
Oh shit. Well, I wanted to say something about Bro Sanchez. I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you and Jim were on that show, and I noticed they do this to other people, they act like you're fucking interrupting them when it's just a normal flow of conversation. It's totally like any little thing you say is an interruption. And I think they do that to paint you guys as like interrupting, so we have to like get you off the show.
Well, look, me personally, I'm way too assertive to be on a show with 8 of those people. Like, there's no way that I'm gonna sit there and wait my turn to talk. Like, I'm gonna be assertive about it. So that's that exposed guy is like, man, every time you come on, and they're like, stop interrupting, and they're interrupting while they're saying that. It's just
Apart from that, it's not the format to be like that, is it? You know what I mean? You've got delaying people's conversations getting through to the other end of the people in the room.
Truthfully, it's almost innocent, really. Unless
dude, it's like there's been several times tonight where Jim has been talking, and I'll say, "Yeah, that's right," in the flow of conversation. Like he doesn't stop talking.
Everyone.
You interrupted me. Yeah, I am. I talk.
I interrupt all the fucking time. So,
boy, P Mars, what have you been doing to fucking Hillbilly, man?
Dude, I don't know. I guess like basically
Hillbilly on your ass.
Everything Tim and DQ did is and Shroomy is my fault because I'm friends with him. But he can sit on a panel with Antonio doxing me, and that's not his guilt by association. I asked him
he's incredibly funny, man. He says he don't do things. What he's doing,
hilarious.
he says I don't ban people for nothing. I ban people for being rude. And why he's banning someone for nothing?
The biggest crime he could come up with in that conversation that I did to him was one time I went into his channel and he was like talking shit about Jim Panda, like, Jim Panda, you coward. His title of this hangout was like, Jim Panda, come on my hangout or you're a coward or something like that.
Right.
And I got mad because Jim Panda is my buddy. So I was like, yo, Hillbilly, I'll fucking come on your panel. And he's like, no, PMAR, you can't. You're known to be rude or some shit. Like, when am I fucking rude on panels and shit, you know? Like, maybe when I talk to Pure Anarchy, but you got to excuse that, right?
It sounds like you've got the energy to be rude, P-Mars.
Yeah, no shit. I'm fucking high and drunk half the time. Fucking, and
what would you call that, though?
So
what would you call that?
I got the link, right? I go on his show, even though he's like, you can't come on my show. That's my biggest crime. But when I was on his show, he made me look stupid and then kicked me off his panel. So it's like, I could have sniped him. I don't know, man. Like, he's just making me like a bad guy out of, like, I don't know why the Flat Earth thinks I'm so bad. It's fucking hilarious. I restream other people's streams, but look, you guys are streaming fucking lies, okay? So if you're gonna stream lies, I'm gonna fucking stream it and go, these people are lying, and I'm view that as doing a service to the public. So fuck off, all of you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that. What would you call that when someone? I mean, I don't know if there's a fucking word for it or anything, but I just don't understand how they can say they don't do things when they're even doing it when they're saying they're not doing it. I don't understand that.
They're hypocrites. They're projecting.
Yeah.
They're walking hypocrisies.
Yeah, I mean that goes standard, that isn't it? But I was thinking of something
It's
more
hard
like
not to be,
more
dude.
mentally,
Yeah.
more mental illness than fucking anything else. I mean, he says like he was saying to Jem, come on the panel, you won't get banned. And then when Jem said that in the chat, he banned him.
Yes, right. He banned like 4 accounts, and I was.
I mean, I was thinking to
And he had
myself, you
Antonio
fucking
in
idiot.
there, and they were saying, "Well, just email us." I emailed Antonio, and he fucking ignored it.
Oh, that Antonio, man.
Yeah, I was actually about to say, dude, I think Antonio is the worst. Like, there's he's kind of like the old goofy dude that likes incest porn or whatever. But, dude, you know, like, Antonio is a clear, like, piece of shit slime ball narcissist. Like, quite literally. The guy is an absolute slime ball.
Yeah, he makes my skin creep, man. He does when he goes.
Dude.
Some of the things he says.
Go ahead.
Like fucking pregnant women to drink that MSS or whatever it is. MMS, is it?
MMS, yeah. I mean,
the children and that. And it's fucking sick, fuck, man.
It's called Miracle Mineral Supplement. I mean, the name, fuck it. I mean, it might as well be called.
Is that what MMS? Is that what it stands
beautiful
for?
snake oil.
Yeah, isn't it? You know, I mean, the name. You know, if it's got fucking miracle in the name, you know that fucking says everything.
But that's just the diluted bleach, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it pretty much is. Although if you say that to them, they go mental and say it's not bleach. So I don't know, but
what makes me laugh though, they go on camera and they look like they're fucking just being dug up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They claim they don't get paid and they look well, and they look like they've just been dug the fuck up out of the grave.
Well, that's what we were saying before. I don't know if you were here, dude, but like we kind of noticed that they don't really have any humor. Like they're just kind of like monotone, like serene, just clowns, dude.
Yeah,
they have no humor.
Yeah, I told Jed he should animate Antonio as a skeleton talking about MMS or whatever that shit. You know, like that'd be funny.
I so wanted to do that, and someone did it.
Smoking a cigarette.
you know,
in the atheist Christian debate, you know, they got this whole load of characters that were based on Christians in the debate, and it was fucking hilarious. These things that they produce, but they take forever to, you know, to do that, to do all that animation would just take so long. So I've avoided it.
Jed said that he had a lot of work to do on more animations, but he said, man, I can't wait, or I wanted to talk to Jeremy and Tim Osmond, but I just don't have the time. I'm just like,
right.
That's funny, dude. Well, work on your Martin animations, bro. Like,
I mean, I've never spoke to Jed, right, in one of these hangouts, but I mean, he's not the full ticket. He's fucking a bit weird himself.
Well, he's funny. He's got some satire. He's on about a lot of stuff, but he's very dogmatic about some things as well. Like he's in philosophy. He just throws it all out.
I thought you and him were friends and that, but when the other
we're
day,
still friends.
He was
I
like,
just speak my mind.
Stabbing you in the back.
Well, I like Jed. I do. I think, you know, he vocalizes a lot of what I'm thinking. You know,
me too. Yep.
Yeah, but I don't like the way he puts himself as some kind of moral warrior when he clearly ain't. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like.
What's up, Isa? I wanted to make one point about Antonio real quick. I did a little video on him. He would do all these hangouts with this fucking aura in the back of his head. And if you look at like paintings of saints, they're drawn with these halos behind their head. And there's some like subconscious element shit going on there. It also represents the seventh crown chakra. And it represents like intellectual guru wisdom type shit. So when he's sitting for him. Exactly. When he's sitting up there, like spouting his BS with that little halo behind his head. I don't know if he's doing this intentionally or he's not, but I think it's got this like subconscious archetype resonance with people where it sort of makes them believe him a little. It's like a little, I don't know, propaganda gimmick thing, I think.
Interesting. I've never noticed that.
Yeah.
You never know, man. There's a lot of
I did a video
subconscious
on
shit.
it, but it got copyright strike.
It's kind of like how Jed
so-
brings up, people sitting in the fucking dark, and you can only see their face half lit. They're not
Mm.
giving me good Photoshop images. I have to fucking boost up the contrast. I mean, this is bullshit.
Yeah,
What's up,
that
Isaac?
Del Crow does that, doesn't he? That Del Crow, whatever his name
they
is, the
all do.
Irish
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, it's just dingy, man.
He
It's
sits
just
there
fucking
with
dingy.
fucking no light on or nothing. You can just see him.
Oh,
fucking...
dude, I sorry, but I got on Dell's, man. Did you guys see the guy that was in his bed? This fat fucker was in his bed. Dude,
Yeah, I
fucking to
saw
death.
that. Yeah.
I wanted to make a video about that, just like sexy music. Wow, 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 wow. This dude just in his bed, sitting up talking about flat Earth, man.
It amazes me how many fucking Scottish people he manages. It's like almost exclusively Scots in that hangout. I don't know where he gets them all from.
I think Jed did like a disservice for the Ball Earth
Possibly.
excuse, and everyone was like, "Well, fuck that guy. We're just going the other way." No, I'm only
We're
kidding.
going with this alpha man.
Shout out
He
to
makes me
Jed.
feel comfortable.
I like
He's a big
Dell.
bear.
Yeah, you know what though? Dell is a sweetheart, dude. I like that, brother.
I like him
man.
too. Like I said,
man.
I had a private conversation with him not too long, just a few
Oh,
days
cool.
ago. And I said, man, I'm not gonna come on your show. I'm not gonna mess with anything. You can do what you want. I tried to explain some things to him, and he just wasn't having it. So I'm done with the people that don't want to look at the information and think they already know it.
Well, the thing is, I gotta say, this is the biggest revelation for me in this whole thing is recognizing that you have so much evidence and all this, and all these different versions. Each side of this equation has evidence, and we're stuck with this. I think governmental program. That's kind of that's where this is kind of drawing the lines for people. It's like, do I trust the government or don't I trust the government?
I don't agree with that, because it's not the government that comes out with astronomy and all these different aspects of our world.
Well,
you can literally look at astronomy books, dude, and there's two celestial points, and there's,
oh no, I'm not trying to belittle.
I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, no. This is what I'm saying.
It's not governmental. You can go out and check it yourself.
I'm talking. There's empirical evidence for both to make both
There's
cases.
none for flat.
Well,
there's none for flat Earth ice.
There's none for
Second,
flat.
hold on,
Not
hold
flat,
on one,
Isa.
hold on 1 second, dude. I'm saying like this. It's that if you go into this trying to prove a particular thing, you're going to prove it. It's been proven that that's the case in regards to how many people say that they confirm flat Earth versus how many people say that they confirm the ball Earth. That's the most interesting dynamic. And I'm just saying that something that we're all kind of that we're really in, like is a real big part of the conversation is we have this space program is that, and that's really the
but Isa, the way you talk as if there's one thing that ballers that just think there's one thing that makes the ball work. It's not.
Yep.
It's like a million different things that all go together to make the only plausible scenario is we live on a globe, and that doesn't work with flat Earth.
I feel like
The way the sun works. The way the sun
5,000
works.
is pretty safe.
It goes below the horizon. The flat earthers have got to make up loads of fucking rubbish and shit to just try and explain what
just
happens.
for a sunset, Isa, or a moonset.
Well, hold on.
Come up with
Have you guys seen so what's your opinion about like atmospheric lensing, for instance?
No,
rubbish.
Dude, it's just
You
garbage.
think it's
rubbish?
You think hold on.
It bends light, but it doesn't magnify light.
Hold on. You don't think there's any magnification happening?
No, it bends light. Bends light, doesn't magnify.
We would see that.
What about
if you looked in the sky at an aircraft a long way away? Why aren't you seeing that?
Well, what about this, Jem? Check it like this. I have footage of a boat or boats in roughly the same area, 9 miles away from me when I'm filming the Verrazano. One in summertime, one in wintertime. The summertime footage closer to you than the wintertime footage. And
how did you determine I was 9 miles away?
Right there.
Google.
Is the mistake.
I mean,
Hold on. You've already made a mistake right now. Is that you did one in each time, in each different time. So why didn't you do it 5 or 10 times throughout 5 or 10 different days in each time?
I may do.
If you do it one time during the summer, and there's huge atmospheric conditions happening when it's really hot and there's water around, then you have a null result.
Well, no, my point is that that's what I'm saying is we have a discrepancy, which leads me to believe that there you're right. There is need for more testing. But my point is that the evidence that I have is that two shots. Granted, maybe it's not enough for definitive whatever, but at the same time, I feel as though I do have evidence of this atmospheric cleansing. I have evidence of the way that these like the way that boats appear to go over like a curve, which could be an element of the water appearing to raise. I mean, I've got footage of that. Of this.
So
And
Isa,
now,
how
now
about
my
if
point
hold
is this:
on,
I'm
the
not trying to
longest
turn you into a
no,
flat
you
earther.
just said water, dude. You just said water. So look,
Yeah, I have
there's
footage. Can we pull
hold
it
on.
up? I've shown it here before.
No. I understand. I've seen all this crap
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
I'm just saying, look, if we're gonna say over water, then why don't you go do tests where you can look up on Google, put in longest lines of sight with photography, since you have a nice camera. You can go to a place where you're high up on a mountain and you can see another mountain from very, very far away, 100 miles plus sometimes, and you can take a picture of it being obstructed. And then you can do the Earth curve calculation where your observer height is matching where you are, and how much is obstructed of that mountain. You don't have to fuck with
Well,
the
hold on though.
bullshit with the
There may be the
with
way that thing is magnified, and we're losing half of the picture because of the magnification.
see now we're not going with Occam's. We're just
Well,
making
no.
stuff up.
That's already a test. That's. I mean, what's it? I know you don't like the source, but I know Skiba has done a new test in the last week or so with a different form of trying to make this demonstration. Now, this is the issue: is that we've got this. We've got a bunch of facts and science that's being done outside of the confines of the academic agencies, done by regular people, if you will, and then you've got this institution which proposes this other idea. And what I think this issue is that NASA needs, or the economy needs this space program because they need to collateralize asteroids.
So hold
and I
on,
think we're stuck in this pattern. I'm not denying there's evidence for either way of this though. Like that's the thing is I think there's enough evidence both sides. But go on,
so
brother.
you're saying that flat earthers do science. So you're saying that science is to take a camera out and take two pictures at different times.
My point is that there's no recognition of what these studies are proposing.
But it's fundamentally it's not science, because science is where you have a hypothesis and then you try and disprove it, not
right. But science should also be free of political
not when you
agenda.
try and prove it.
So why is it right?
You're
Why
trying
is it
to
the flat
falsify
earthers
your
do these
hypothesis.
stupid fucking experiments? Why don't you, if you wanted to do something, why don't a lot of you get together and work out a way to falsify gravity? If you falsify gravity, then maybe you'd have a point.
Well,
but
I
the minute you accept gravity is a reality, then the Earth cannot be flat. And it wipes every other bit of evidence out the window.
I don't accept that gravity is what you propose it to be.
Well, you can call it a fucking chicken with no head. If
Well,
you like.
no. The reason I don't propose it is that you're asking me to. No. Look, the theory of general relativity requires dark matter. We've gone over this, and dark energy.
No, that has nothing to do with mass and mass attraction and gravity.
No,
I'm talking about you falsifying gravity as we know it, the way that gravity works, the way that the science
you're talking
tells us
about
gravity
theoretical
works.
gravity. We're talking about the law of gravity.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, what's the like? That's you mean buoyancy? Really, it's
theoretical gravity. There's law of gravity.
All we're talking about is how gravity behaves on Earth, and we don't need to go any further than that. You know,
well, some of us feel like we might want to actually explore the idea a little bit further.
Yeah, but if something's not true, if something's not true,
dude, it's a force. It's a force we experience. It's just the name we attach to the force we experience. Like
right.
Yeah, and mass attraction has been proven, and I don't see any kind of flat earther doing the Cavendish. They just say it's impossible.
Yeah,
right. So
how can never ever been repeated is what they say a lot.
They say
there's about there's hundreds of videos of it being repeated on YouTube.
Well, if gravity's not true, if gravity's false, then it'd be easy to falsify it. But
it's easy for me to
been falsified.
Dude,
so
hold on. Can you show me a piece of paper?
Hold up, right?
I want to know how dark matter doesn't affect
Another thing
gravity.
as well, gravity makes predictions, Isa.
I want to see it.
And most of these predictions that have been made by people like Einstein are coming true.
So
Like,
gravity.
let's
So
go-
hold on.
let's
So
go
dark
with-
matter.
like it
Dark
affects
matter-
time.
Look, we're not going to do dark matter.
Oh, we
Let's
have
go.
to,
Let's
though,
go.
because we're
Let's
talking
let's put it to
gravity.
bed real
No, dude.
quick.
It's an
Let's put it to bed real quick.
equivocation.
Hold on.
It's an
Hold on.
equivocation. You're
Look,
trying to
look,
make
my-
it into something else. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, my point is that science is literally saying that we don't know what it is. They're literally admitting
Right.
it, and I think it would be more mischievous if they said, "Oh, we absolutely know what it is." Not only that, what they're doing is trying to apply the physics that we know.
And
of
you
our
don't.
solar
And you don't think
system.
it's
Listen, they're
That's
trying
something
to
they don't know
apply the
about.
No,
physics.
no,
They're trying to apply the
they've no-
physics in our solar system to places very,
Look,
very far away,
they've
and it's
no-
not working.
They've
Okay, guys,
noticed
and it's
something.
not-
They've noticed something, ISO, right, about light. When they look out into the universe, they can see light being bent, and they know that gravity bends light.
So does magnetics.
Magnet.
No.
What you on
It's
about?
just all ad
magnetics?
hocs, man. Hey, look.
Magnetics
can
doesn't
we
affect
actually?
light.
Does anybody want to talk about anything besides flat Earth? Because it's all ad hocs on the flat Earth side. We've all heard it before. We've all had these conversations before.
Well,
Well, I mean,
listen,
And
Hold
there's
on. Let me take a
ISO,
point.
you're
real quick.
doing yourself a
Hold on,
disservice.
can I make a point real
You're
quick?
doing yourself a disservice,
All right, yeah,
ISO,
I know. It's what my mom been telling me my whole life.
by
Good.
being so ignorant. It's ridiculous,
I
ISO. I
got
can't
you, bud.
believe a man
That's
of
all
your
right,
age,
But
a man
it's
of
okay.
your age that's articulate like you are, is believing this
Look,
absolute
okay, how about
rubbish,
this?
ISO.
Well, okay, good. But the thing is this, that if you're going to equate what we're going to say that, and please let me finish, is that if gravity is what dictates the shape of the Earth, okay, but then we can admit that, wait a minute, they don't know what gravity is. Do you see how it's kind of disingenuous
They
to say
do
we
know
live on a
what
ball?
gravity is. What are you on about? They don't
Hold
know
on,
what
so
it is.
Tim, would you explain to him that they don't understand what gravity is, please?
no, we don't know what dark matter is. That
No, we say
don't-
gravity. We say gravity. Did we not,
don't
Tim?
talk rubbish,
No,
Tim.
ISO.
not.
Don't
We
talk
said
rubbish,
dark matter.
ISO.
Tim,
There's
did you say
experiments
gravity
going
or
all-
dark
There's
matter?
experiments going all over all over England, all over the world, right?
I don't care.
By simple machines.
we know the force. We don't know the cause
Hey, man,
of the
no.
force.
I just want to clarify
We
right
know
now
it's
and
a
just make a
force.
point. Tim, were you talking about gravity?
Tim's
We
dropped.
don't know.
He'll be back.
Okay. All right. Well, let's point it out. Let's just say that he was talking,
But-
referring to gravity and the idea that we don't know what it is, and they admit that.
He
So
was
it's
not.
you're-
No,
That's
you know what I mean,
you're
ISO.
being-
You
disingenuous.
mischaracterization.
No,
just
It's
fucking,
disingenuous
it's just silly.
to
It's just
say-
silliness, ISO.
No,
It's
here's
Have you
the thing,
noticed?
though.
Have you noticed that in flat Earth, no scientist or no one from NASA, they never state anything. They always admit everything. Everything is admitted according to you guys. Now
Well,
it just isn't the case.
Isa's right in some ways though, because we don't know like the cause of gravity, but
Right.
we do know the force, and we can measure it and do repeatable experiments and say that like this force is going to always do this. So that's why
and that's why they've extrapolated.
That's why there's Newtonian gravity and there's Einsteinian gravity. Like there's two
Right.
different.
Okay. So which one
theories.
dictates the shape of the
There's a
Earth?
theory and a law.
Which one dictates the shape of the Earth, P. Mars?
Well, see, when you're talking Einstein, when you're talking like dark matter, you're talking like fucking
general
how
relativity.
gravity. Because they tried to apply gravity to how the galaxy
Why you
works,
think you don't spin?
and it doesn't work. They
No,
can't
the reason
figure
you,
it
no,
out.
no. Are you trying
They
to separate
admit,
general
but science
relativity
admits
from how
they
you
don't
experience
know.
the
That's
Earth?
what dark matter and dark energy.
Hold on, dude.
Don't
Hold
know.
on. No,
you're not letting me
General
finish,
relativity-
dude.
Look, man. General relativity is to explain why you don't think you're fucking spinning through space, right?
No, wrong.
It's not why you think you're motionless when in your mathematics you actually are, dude. If you don't understand that, you need to leave the
I
conversation.
do understand that, but what I'm sort of drawing attention to is your mischaracterization of it.
Well, I'm trying to break through the
Because what you've done is you've said this is you're
mischaracterization. You're
you're
adorable, Jeff.
Let me finish. What you're essentially saying is this is something they came up with to explain away this flat Earth anomaly. Is the
I'm
what's
not saying that.
between
I'm
the
saying
lines
they
of
were
what you say,
scientifically. No, I'm saying
and
they
that
were
is not the case.
Hey,
you know?
look, dude.
It wasn't invented to explain away your perceived
Dude,
anomaly.
when we use gravity to model the solar system, they don't have to fucking factor in dark matter and dark energy. Like that shit
but
works.
their theory is that if we didn't have dark matter, dark energy, everything would collapse. We would all be shot out into space.
in the galaxy.
Okay.
We're talking galaxy.
And
We have
Come on,
our
doesn't-
solar system.
Isn't that
why
what?
are you
Hold
so
on, isn't that the
concerned about
pressure
dark
that makes the
matter?
shape of the
Why
Earth?
I know.
do you keep bringing dark matter into it?
Because it's a big chink in your armor, dude.
No, it's
It
not a
isn't.
big fucking
It isn't.
chink in
It's
the
something
armor.
which is unexplained by science.
Ah,
There are many
well, you know
things that are unexplained by science. The fact that there are things which are unexplained by science in one field of science does not negate everything previous in that field. It just doesn't. I know you'd
So
love
how
to.
come I don't think I'm spinning,
We
Jeff?
recognize
How-
this tactic very well from the creationist debates.
How do
They
I not
tried
feel I'm
exactly the
spinning?
same thing, but it just doesn't logically follow.
Why don't
that if
I think
there's
I'm
one
spinning?
thing that we don't
Why should you?
understand, we don't understand anything. That is not a logical conclusion that you can draw. So
Why should you?
you
Why
can
should
go on
you
about
think
dark
you're spinning?
matter all night, but what we were talking about was gravity here on Earth as we experience it.
Gravity
I-
manifests as
you have to-
acceleration. That's
You
the
guys
thing.
sound silly, though, man. You guys you're not even supporting your own theoretical physics.
All right. Well, first, Isa, you have to stop sliding across
What
the
the
field
fuck are you
and ripping off
talking
your
about,
shirt
Isa?
every
It's
time
called
you
truth,
kick
bro.
the ball into the stands.
It's just an attempt to drag us into a dark, a fucking black hole, literally.
It's well outside the discussion
Isa,
of the shape
if
of the
gravity's
Earth.
rubbish, why can't anyone falsify it then?
Well, I think this is why I was saying initially when I came on is that there's enough evidence for both cases, man.
No, there's
no-
fucking not. Don't
Dude,
talk
not for
rubbish.
you, obviously, because you're stuck in one
So
slice
how
of
come
the coin. man.
how come our model can make predictions and your model can't do fuck all?
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Our prediction.
But Ptolemy was doing it like
our
however
prediction
long
states
before.
that gravity affects time.
Pronunciation
And that
of
was a
Ptolemy.
stationary
That's been shown
system.
many times.
Because I think for you to have evidence of a flat Earth, it has to be something which cannot be explained on a globe Earth.
Well, how
And I
about
don't-
600 miles nautical? Freaking treated as flat. But then I could see the curve.
Right, but
at
there
the
is an
beach.
explanation for that.
No.
If I could see the curve at the beach, okay, then there should be no fucking explanation why they're doing 600 miles trigonometry for the.
There's no reason
Oh,
to
shut
see
up
the
with
curve.
that shit for fuck's
No, I know
sake,
it takes
Isa.
a little bit of thinking, Mark. I know.
There is
brother.
because
No,
the
it's got
reason
nothing to do with
it's a
thinking. It's
simple
just a fucking-
calculation to make. It's a simple
It's
triangulation.
ridiculous. It's like your fucking plain trigonometry rubbish. You've
But
dropped that
It's
now. Now
600.
you've
That's
gone
not.
with your
That's a
600
fact,
miles.
dude. That's a fact, bro. If I was
What?
at
And
the
you seem
beach,
to think
If I
that
was
they've
at the
named it
beach-
plain trigonometry
hold on.
because we
If
live
I
on
was
a
at the
plane.
beach, if I was
I've
at the
never
beach,
heard fucking nothing that's so stupid in
Okay,
all
good.
my
I
fucking
know,
life.
because
I
of
know.
course it doesn't account for journeys that are longer than 600 miles. That's why
I know. But how come I could see the curve of the ocean at the beach, dog?
how do they
You don't.
navigate?
Hold on. You don't see the
How do you get
contradiction.
to Hawaii? From California.
You can see the
not my
effects of the
problem.
curve.
Not
You
my
can see the
problem.
effects of the curve,
Not my
Isa.
problem. Your globe at your measurements is utterly destroyed.
Well, what I'm
Yeah, of
saying
course it is,
that,
Isa. Of
you know,
course it
the
is.
thing about 600 miles suggests that there is a means of navigating beyond 600 miles, which isn't planar trigonometry. And the reason they use it is just because it's just a very much simpler calculation, and there's no need to be, curve accurate.
so can we
when you're
agree-
out in the ocean.
Well, can we agree at least that there is some discrepancy between the idea that I could see the curve at the? You can see why maybe I'd be a little flustered by the idea that someone's telling me that I could see the curve of the Earth at 3 miles away at the beach, but I can't. It's treated as 600 miles as flat, and when I videotape
No, you
past
can't.
6 miles, hold on.
Isa,
When I videotape
Isa.
past 6 miles, I'm still seeing boats, man.
We're
Like,
not
I'm
saying you
not
can
talking
see
about
the
the bottom, I'm
curve.
seeing
You
the
can
whole
see
boat.
the. We don't say you can see a curve. We say you can see obstruction, and the obstruction is because of curve.
Okay,
Right.
good for
The
you.
evidence
Doesn't
of it.
explain
And on
much,
your
though.
lines, Isa, your 600
Doesn't
miles.
explain much, man.
Do
Yeah.
you have any clue the difference between the Great Circle and the Rum Line at 600 miles?
Explain.
If you're going to make a big deal of it, why don't you tell me what the difference is?
Oh, well, please inform me. Tell me.
There's very little difference, Isa.
Okay, so why can I see the beach? Why? Do you see how it doesn't make sense for me,
we're
though?
done with the 600-mile thing then?
Not really, no. Because
Okay,
we're
then don't move on, please.
well, hold on. My thing is this: is that
Don't gallop, please.
I'll look on your.
We're
I'll
not
look into the
done.
rum line and stuff. I hear you, brother. But I'm saying that if I can't see, if I'm supposed to see the curve of the Earth at the beach at 3 miles out, then the 600 miles thing is just tripping
No,
me out.
no one said that. So
you
once
don't
again,
understand
you're
what's
misstating
next.
facts that you've just.
What are
been
you
told.
talking about, Mark? That's a fact with
No
plain
one says
sailing
that. No one says
navigation.
that. You see the effects of the curve, Isa. You don't see the curve. You see the effects of it. Can't you understand that? Anyone
Do you
who's
know
seen
the
a boat
difference?
or boats go over the horizon, you clearly see the bottom go down first, and as it goes further over the horizon, it goes down, down, down until you can't see nothing left, and it's gone.
Just like the bottom of the sun in my avatar.
Yes, exactly. And like the bottom of the
Yeah,
moon, when the moon goes away, or when it rises, if you watch the moon rise, it comes from the top up. You know what I mean? It's quite clearly below the horizon. And I mean, are you saying atmospheric refraction or fucking lensing or whatever you want to fucking
yeah, I
call
know
it?
it's.
I mean, it's
beyond
like
your
talking to an
imagination.
11-year-old.
Well, that's what you
I-
think, dude. I feel the same way talking to you, bro. It's like
Well,
I can't.
maybe
fucking,
you do,
It's
Isa,
perception.
but I've got
No,
evidence on my side, haven't I?
Isa?
What have you got? You've got internet chat rooms. That's all
Yeah,
you've
yo,
got,
and check
Isa.
it like this though. Remember all the great people in history. Remember your hero Galileo? He was almost crucified for his alternative idea. Copernicus didn't even graduate fucking college.
People,
So
Here we
some
go.
people
knew that we lived on a globe
on
thousands of years
Galileo.
ago.
What
Right,
Galileo was
How
was
come
almost
they could
crucified,
work
right?
out and you
He's one of your
can't?
heroes. Nobody believed him, right? So why do you so
Well,
hypocritical
who's your
to
hero
new
then?
science?
Who's your hero then, Isa? Antonio Subirats.
Al-Hazan, who said to be an enemy of the scholars, to learn science.
Right. Well, and he
the
believed
guy
it
Why
who-
don't you
he believed
slack
it was
off
a flat Earth, did
Charlemagne
he?
or something?
What's up?
He was probably talking about
Well-
religious scholars, was he?
No, Al-Hazan is just he's a gentleman who created, he's got the famous thing about the scientific method. He's the one who, we should read it even.
What country is he from,
Go
Isa?
ahead.
I don't know, but I tell you,
We should-
it's worth it because this is
But he's your hero, isn't he? You don't know what country
yeah.
he's
He's
from.
actually, dude. He's actually the he's the creator of the scientific method.
Yeah,
man.
the Islamic world was more
Yeah.
educated than the Western world.
Yeah, they
back then.
preserved all the holy books for
Right.
all the.
And,
Yeah,
and I'm
and-
pretty sure they believed it was a globe.
Yeah, exactly. That's what my point was asking, because he sounded like he come from a Muslim country, and that's
Yeah,
what made me.
Al-Hazan.
That's what made me question what country he's from.
Oh my
Because
God.
all them thousands or hundreds of years ago,
Didn't he measure the globe
They were
from a
leading
mountain?
in astronomy.
Is he the one that measured the globe from a mountain? Taking
No, I
some
mean, this
kind
is
of
what I
weed?
don't understand, Dicey. All your
It's like
heroes.
somebody-
Hold on. I
Yeah.
want to find this quote. and
You
now I
cherry
fucking
pick. You
can't
cherry
find this
pick what
sucker.
you want from them.
Hold
You know
on,
what I
bro.
mean? And then
Hold on,
when
dude.
they say something else that you don't like or doesn't agree
All right,
with
so
your
here,
model,
check it out. Check it
you
out.
don't
Mark.
mention it.
Okay, bro. Look, Mark, this is Al-Hazan, okay? This is the seeker. So he says like this. The seeker after truth is not one who studies the writings of the ancients and following his natural disposition puts his trust in them, but rather the one who suspects his faith in them and questions that he gathers from them. The one who submits to argument and demonstration and not to the sayings of a human being whose nature is fraught with all kinds of imperfection and deficiency. Thus, the duty of the man who would investigate the writings of scientists, if learning the truth is his goal, is to make himself an enemy of all that he reads and, applying his mind to the core and margins of its content, attack it from every side. He should also suspect himself as he performs his critical examination of it, so that he may avoid falling into either prejudice or leniency. This is what I espouse, man. And I'm just saying that, look, I'm looking into this shit. I'm just looking into it.
And what do you take from that statement then?
Yeah.
What I take from that is that
What do you
I
take
do-
from that answer?
I do my own studies, and being in other subjects that I've learned that it's considered.
Right. So what
I figure,
experiments have you done then, Isa, to prove that it's a flat Earth? You took a picture in the summer and a picture in the winter, and that's it, yeah?
yeah, that was good enough for me, man.
Well,
Yeah,
Wow,
that's good
that's
enough for
pretty
you, is it?
in-depth.
I'm joking, bro. Look, the thing is this: is that there
It's
that
like you just
along
took a
with
shit in your fucking
understanding,
your hero's
look,
mouth.
dude, there are a whole bunch of reasons to be a flat earther. There are also a whole bunch of
Yeah,
reasons
because
to
it
be a
makes you
globe
feel
earther.
cuddly and warm inside.
Look,
Isa.
dude,
There's no fucking
dude,
evidence.
Does it
know
make
what
you
I mean?
cuddly and warm to talk down to people without actually accepting the
How am I
idea
talking down
proposed?
to people?
Dude, well, I think there's a couple of cases been made for it, dude. The point is this: is
Well,
that
hold on.
I'm just
hold
saying
on.
that
Let's
either
clarify
side of
this.
this.
Clarify. It's okay for you to talk down to people, but if someone does it to you, you don't like it.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Yo, the point of this is that I think
Oh, okay.
that
Wow.
is freaking if
So
we
you've
What a
got double
hypocrite.
standards as well as a hypocrite. Then.
oh, relax, boys.
Oh, I don't even feel bad for talking over him now. I'm just going to keep
Man,
running
not
my
at all.
yap as long
Oh,
as he's
God.
talking. If he's going to be like that,
It's called a
That's
sense
silly,
of humor,
Isa.
boys. It's called a sense of
That's
humor,
silly.
boys. I know it's hard to understand if you don't have it.
well, you have to have one to be a flat earther. I get
I
that.
get you, Isa.
you know, I like look, I'm just saying that there is evidence on both sides of it. I think
No, there's
There's
not
no reason to
evidence
fight.
on
No,
both
there's
sides.
not.
Stop
No,
Not
fucking
for
lying,
you.
Isa.
no,
hey,
no,
not for you. That's cool, man. You're sold in your ways. That's fine.
no, it's not evidence.
No, you've accepted.
Oh, I
you've
just don't
accepted.
believe in fairy tales, Isa.
You've
That's it,
accepted
you know what I mean?
you've accepted the storyline that you've been sold, which is cool. It's regular. Everyone does that.
What do you mean the storyline I've been told? What you think that I believed it was a globe just because I was told it?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like that part. Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's pretty rude of you, Isa.
Okay, so
Yeah.
which map do you
project that on
espouse?
everyone.
That's pretty.
Hold on,
That's
Can
pretty
you guys
talking
just-
down to
hold on,
someone,
can
that
you
isn't
guys
it?
send
Telling
me-
how I
send
come
me an
by my
accurate
beliefs.
globe map. Send me an accurate globe map.
It's called a globe.
Okay, can I get it? Can you give me the accurate one that you guys got?
The globe.
Okay, yo, send me a picture. Put it in chat, please.
The
Well, you
globe.
don't know what a globe looks like.
No, I want the correct one with all the correct proportions and everything.
The globe.
Right.
Is that
A
all you have
map
to say?
is going to have distortions, Isa. It's what happens when you
So you don't have a
unpeel an
model, then,
orange.
do you? So you don't have a model. Well, I guess
Yes.
you guys, since you don't
We
have a
have-
model, everything.
How
you
did you
said
make
is
that
complete
leap?
bullshit.
That is the most
All right,
illogical
can you-
leap
can you
I've heard
put- can you-
today.
A
Can you
link.
pass
Give
us
me a
your
link
map
in the
then, Isa,
chat,
please?
dude. Hey, give me a
Isa,
link
can
in
you
the
pass us
chat
your
for
map?
the globe Earth map that has everything correct.
Isa,
It's
can you link
called-
me your map then, please, for them flat
Just
earthers?
put a link in the chat, dude. It's all you got to do.
The fact that
Well, so
Just
you've got
put a
no,
link
so
in the
you've got
chat.
no,
Otherwise,
you've got
it's
no
agreed
map
you
then,
don't have
Isa.
one.
You've got
Otherwise,
no
it's
map
agreed
then,
you don't
no?
have one.
This is a pathetic trolling
Well,
attempt.
we
Where's
have
my
got
link
one,
in the
Isa,
chat?
because
I want
Yeah,
my
it
link
is.
in the chat, man.
we have got one, Isa, because pilots
Where is
and
it?
pilots and people that sail boats.
Let me
they
get
use
it. Put it
these
in the
maps
chat,
and-
bro. I just want the accurate map so I can know. Just
It's
put it in
called a
the chat.
globe, Isa.
Okay,
Well,
put the link in the
you've
chat,
never even,
dude.
so you've
Google
never
it.
even looked into it
That's
then,
Oh,
Isa.
God,
Google it.
guys. Put the link in the chat. I want the accurate dimensions, accurate
So
map.
you've
Not a,
never even looked into it, Isa.
look, well, you're the one. I'm here to learn, right,
Well,
bro?
you-
So just show
So
me the
you
map.
don't even know. So you don't even know if there's a map or not.
Put it in the chat, or else it's agreed you don't have one and you're full of crap.
Agreed is by both parties, so no, there's no agreement there.
Not in Isa's world. If he agrees,
So
then
you don't
it's
have a
law.
map, right? You don't have a map, so this conversation's over.
A map? You want a
Okay.
flat map?
I want an accurate map, dude. I want an accurate ball Earth map, man.
Are you saying that the map has to be flat and accurate, Isa? Is
Give me
that
the
what you're
yo,
expecting?
just give me
Yeah,
that. Just give me the
pilots are
link.
getting lost all the time,
Just
Isa,
give me the link, man.
are you expecting flat and accurate?
I'm expecting
that what you're requesting?
your best at your best. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I want
Okay.
the globe map that you guys have that has all the accurate
Like I said, it's called a
measurements.
globe. Go to Google Earth then. Go to Google Earth. Okay. You
Well,
have
how
this-
long have you guys had that?
Fucking know you want to link to something. I
Well,
can't.
no, I thought you guys had this all figured out 500 years ago. Why?
you
I
can
want
go
a
to
map
fucking Toys R Us and buy a goddamn globe.
Right. I mean,
Jesus.
we
with the
can't,
correct
we can't-
dimensions.
we can't link you to an actual globe, can we? From 1492. You know, we
You're
can.
being ridiculous.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. You guys seem like a little shady.
Isa, Isa, can we
I don't
talk
know,
about
man.
your
I
boat?
don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm looking at Termin put something in here.
I've
popular
seen you on
mechanics.
camera, Isa, man. You're the one that looks fucking shady,
He
bro.
thinks that's funny.
What? That you don't have a map?
No, that little impersonation thing you just tried.
What?
Nah, whatever.
Photographers for
Okay,
centuries.
Can we
How
finish up with your stupid boat idea?
Oh, now it's stupid?
It always was.
Don't talk down to him, Curve, to get the
It always was.
What? You don't you have what are you a sail? Are you a sail? Or do you sail? Do you go on the ocean?
Out of that cesspool.
Are you a sailor?
man,
Are you a
I'm not
sailor?
Talk down to him.
Are you a sailor, sir? Are you a sailor?
Don't need to be. Don't need to
Okay.
be for this.
Oh,
Are
you
you
don't
a
need to. Be.
sailor? Are you a sailor, Isa?
I'm studying, yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
Good
You're
for you.
studying. Fuck off.
Good for you. Isa, how,
Are you?
how
Are
did-
you, Mark? Are you a sailor?
How did you determine the distance to the boats at each time?
I was using actually the calculations from Google Earth.
How do you know where the boat was specifically?
Hey, good point. It
How do
was
you
right
know
around the edge of. I'll tell you what. It was coming in, passing through and under the Verrazano.
Yeah, but hold up, hold up,
Each
Icy.
boat.
You just said that we haven't got any up-to-date model or map, but you've just used a globe model to make your predictions and calculations.
Yep.
So,
And that's my
so
point.
the
Is
boat
that
wasn't 9 miles.
and
then,
all
was
I'm
it?
seeing is discrepancy in your
Yeah, but so
entire
the boat
model.
wasn't 9 miles then, was it?
I know
Icy?
you
Because
can't
you've
see
just
that
said that
point.
we
The
haven't
point
got
is
an
that-
accurate map, so it
Right.
can't
What
be
we've
9
done is
miles.
we've shot. Tell you what. We've shot holes.
So your experiment
through
was just
your.
a waste of time then, wasn't it, Icy?
Well, haven't we just shot through holes of everything that you guys propose
No.
about the shape and
No.
circumference of the Earth?
All right.
No,
You don't
Isa,
think so, huh?
no.
Well, then that means maybe you're not looking hard enough, right?
Isa,
Because there's a whole bunch of people who did.
Icy, you make me laugh. You just fucking admitted that you're using a globe to make calculations on
And I've
shit you
and I've
said that's
proven
not
your globe
accurate.
is wrong. Your globe is wrong.
So is that
okay,
your
then your
science
test
then?
is wrong.
You're
And your
using the
test is
Google Earth
Right,
to make
hey,
your
I agree.
calculations. That's
what we're
fucking
trying to
hilarious.
figure. Hey, dude, we're
Icy.
trying to figure it out because obviously, like you guys are sold on a myth, and that's
Hey,
apparent
I
to so many people.
You want a
I
myth?
thought we went
Isa,
through the 600-mile thing before, man. I thought we
Well, you
figured
already
out.
did this with bad math, if I remember correctly, Vicious.
Isa.
Well, no, we finally got to the point
Yeah.
where we got it within,
Like, dude,
where it
but-
ended up accurate. It ended up with like one boat.
So
All
my
right,
point is
then.
at this though, that we've blown apart the idea of that you guys have the accuracy of the shape down.
No,
in
you
my
haven't.
mind.
Isa,
Not for you, but for me, I have.
You are claiming that one time of the year the boat looked closer than at the other due to
That's to do with
atmospheric
atmospheric
lensing.
lensing. Yes, yes.
Okay. And the camera was identical, zoom was identical, everything else was identical, correct? And you're going to
Pretty much.
chalk it up.
I'll tell you what, and I'll be honest. Pretty much because of, like you said, there is that discrepancy of I'm thinking I'm getting boats as they're coming right underneath the Verrazano Bridge.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm seeing from my position.
And you're not quite sure where it is.
I can't. No, I can't.
Right, but either way,
you know what I mean? I
regardless,
wouldn't want to lie and say no.
Let's just talk about the atmospheric lensing part of it. Okay. Now we're going to switch over to the moon for a second because, as far as I know, when I ask you why does the moon not change angular diameter throughout the course of its journey across the sky, you're going to say due to atmospheric lensing. Is that correct?
Why does it change its angular diameter? Yeah, I would imagine.
No, why does it not? Why does it not change in its apparent size, its angular diameter?
The moon? Well, it does. It does when it's like. I mean, it's the moon clearly looks bigger when it's rising and setting.
No, not if you measure
rising
it. It is an illusion. It's a well-known illusion, and if you measure it, you'll find that it does not.
Right, but are you
It is
measuring
an
the illusion? What are you measuring if you got an illusion?
Measure the angular
It's actually
size of the
smaller on the
moon.
horizon because of the distance away by like.
You can't really measure an
1.5%.
illusion. That's why it's an illusion, Isa.
It's an optical illusion.
It appears to you think that it looks bigger, but if you measure it, you'll find that it does not. The moon does not change size throughout, its course across the sky. Now, not over any given day or night. Okay, now there are different times of the year when it is a little closer to Earth, a little farther. It will change slightly, but not over the course of one rotation of the Earth. Now, the important thing here is if you're gonna say atmospheric lensing with the moon, then we have to talk about something else. But I need to make sure that that's the answer you're going to give for why the moon doesn't change size.
Well, brother, I wouldn't propose to say that I know why all this shit. I'm just saying that, and gentlemen, maybe hold on. I just want to clarify. Maybe I'm being misunderstood in a sense. I'm not trying to say I know exactly what this shit is, right? I'm proposing that, hey guys, we're looking at this stuff and it doesn't seem to add up with what we've been given. That's the only reason you guys are dealing with a whole swath of people that call themselves flat earthers, is because they've found some chink in the idea of the ball. And
no, you haven't. You just think you have.
Hey, brother, I'm not
because
trying to
you're
argue
wrong
with
about
you.
this.
Dude, I'm not trying to argue. But let's say you're trying to get all humanity back on the ball because it's just so stupid that flat earth took over. But my point is that the reason that flat earth has taken over is because there are these a bunch of what appear. How about this? For lack of better terms, with you in this crowd,
you just say flat earth took over.
If there appears to be these chinks in the armor of what the globe model and everything we've been sold mathematically
that's
about.
Racist.
But
that's racist.
So why can't you prove none of it then, Isa?
That's only true if you really want to believe it, because anyone who comes across one of these supposed chinks will if they're genuinely asking questions and not doing what you guys do, which is pretending you have questions to which there are no answers. But if you genuinely have a question, you will seek the answer to it. And whatever it is that you're experiencing, the chances are there will be an answer to it. I haven't heard a flat earther come up with anything that we really, really can't explain.
You don't give it much
I can give you one right now.
What could affect time on a flat Earth?
The moon.
Well, I mean, that's too much of a fucking in-depth. What kind of question is that, bro?
Well,
Like,
I'm asking you, what do you think on a flat Earth could affect the
Ireland
passage of
said
time?
let Ireland. He said he had a question. He just joined the panel.
I'll come back to that, though, Mark.
Yeah, I'll ask you some questions that I know don't have answers. They got theories, but no answer.
Go ahead.
Well, you take a bar magnet, you heat it up with a torch. Guess what happens?
Here we go.
It stops being magnetic. But yet, our Earth is supposed to be full of lava.
Yes, but they don't say.
It's caused by the movement of the core, not the.
Yeah, I've heard the theory.
No, it's not a theory. It's been reproduced.
But
where's the proof?
But I don't need to provide proof in this case because what?
Oh, no proof needed. Perfect.
Hold on a minute. What we're talking about is what you were going to come up with was something which can't be explained, and already. Hang on a minute. Already, here I am, a layman sitting in a hangout who
said it can't be proven.
Who already knows an explanation for.
I already know an explanation, but there's no proof of that explanation.
Right. Well, you don't know.
Well, I've seen the experiment.
We can go and look into how this proof, but that's just your. Your assertion. Hold on. That's just your assertion based
that we have to be on the globe for it to work.
That's just your assertion based on the standard, anti-globe rhetoric. I mean, but that's all it is. You're saying it can't be proven. How do you do that? Hold on. Until I just mentioned it, you didn't know anything about it. Now, apparently, you know that there are no scientific papers on it. You know that there's no evidence to say that
there is no evidence.
No reason to believe it whatsoever. It's total conjecture, and you know that even though you 90 seconds ago you didn't even know about it at all. So
there is evidence. Now
you're just making more stuff up like you do about that theory that tries to explain it. But
no, John, there is evidence because I've seen an experiment where they've done it with a great big cylinder and they filled it up with a liquid metal.
Right.
That was heated, and then spun.
You could do it with a dynamo and all that stuff. I understand that.
No, John.
Right.
I'm on about.
So there's no proof that the Earth is doing it. You could make something do it.
That's just a baseless assertion. You do
perhaps
not know
John is confused.
You cannot know that to be true, John, because you didn't know the explanation.
They put it in science films that you can watch.
You cannot have researched it enough to know if there are. If it is just some idea from someone's head, or if it's well supported by evidence, you cannot know that. So why be dishonest about it?
Or it's not about being a permanent magnet, John. The Curie point does not come into play here.
But there's no proof that it's not a permanent magnet. None.
What a dick!
It's a theory. It's just a theory, and it has nothing to do with the stars or the universe or anything else.
What are you about? It's just a theory.
He's a talking asshole.
I know. It's just coming to say everything that we know is just a theory.
Well, the funny thing is when it's about
he's like the one who thinks.
No, your theory has holes in it. You guys can't
no, that isn't a theory. It's a hypothesis. But yours is just a hypothesis too.
And it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, John.
It's always circular logic.
Well, even the hypothesis is valuable though if it's supported by evidence and it's logical.
It sounds as ridiculous as when people make fun of the Bible, going, "This I know the book is true because the book says it's true."
But that just isn't what I said, is it?
I'm just saying, the only thing that supports it.
John, I mean, how the fuck did you get in here, John?
I know.
How did you even get in here?
I know. Let's waste 3 hours.
We know that magnets do not work.
That's a valuable way to spend that time.
Get a cabbage out and have an argument with a cabbage.
Absolutely irrelevant.
I'll get more from a fucking frozen cabbage than I'll do from you, John.
Let's put it this way. let's say the theory that you're talking, the dynamo, all that stuff is right. What is the mechanism inside the Earth that is allowing the core to spin faster than the crust? What is the mechanism?
Right. Well, I don't know that.
They don't know. It's unknown.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I'm not even
Again,
sure it does
yet
spin
again,
faster, does it?
John, I'm not going to put up with this. I'm really not, because that's just another baseless assertion. How do you
tell me
know?
what it is?
Wait. Let me ask the question. How do you know that, and I quote, they don't know? What research have you done to determine that?
I actually like to watch normal scientific videos about why we think what we think.
And which video was it?
Here,
told
let me
you
see
that
if
there
I,
was...
you want me to, no, you know what? Fuck, I ain't jumping through your hoops. Fuck that shit. Prove to me that you can make some
Have a good night, John.
mechanism
No,
that allows
making
the ball
You
to be
are,
magnetic while there's lava in it.
No, you're making the claim.
No,
you support the
I'm
claim that
making
you've
the
just
claim
made.
that there is
Your
no
claim is that there is
mechanism
no
that
explanation.
any human that is in our Earth that allows for it. Show me otherwise.
So who says that the core spins faster than the crust, John?
It has to be due to movement different
What
than
do you
the
mean it
crust.
has to be? I didn't ask that, did I? I said, who says that?
Yeah, that's a good
I
point.
didn't ask you why. I'm asking you, who says that? Can you link me to where someone says that the Earth's core spins faster than the crust?
And he's gone.
I'll take it the silence is you getting a link for me, yeah?
No, was he sniped?
Find
Uh-huh.
out.
Well,
I'll take a look.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just in the store. Hold on one sec. I hear you.
Yeah, well, you're not robbing it, are you? You're not fucking robbing it, are you?
I tell you what, though, to be honest with you, I didn't want him really in the hangout. I mean, he's a nice enough guy, and I've had
my bad. I just added him
Yeah,
because
he
he's a
did,
flat
but-
earther.
He
But
got
he's just-
sniped by someone I've never seen before. And I
I
don't
just
know
don't-
his name.
He's not a flat earther.
I know, and that's the
He's
that's
not a
the
flat-
thing. He's got his own version of a sort of a concave Earth.
Yeah, but it's not
I
talking
thought he
to
was a
someone.
flat earther.
It's
He's
essentially his daydreams. It's
Yeah,
something
it's what
he's
I mean,
dreamed
he's-
up, and he
I
just
mean-
uses it to go in a hangout and just sort of hijack it, and everyone just ends up arguing about whether his daydreams are reality. Well,
He says stupid
his
things
daydreams
like
aren't reality. There's really no point. That's the end
He
of
says
it.
stupid things like a sphere that's got infinite space inside. If it's a sphere, it can't have infinite space, can it?
Yeah, and
Because the fucking sides of the sphere.
And
Oh,
it's
what
just
the
this
fuck?
whole, anti-science rhetoric that he had no basis for. They admit this and they don't know this. He doesn't know any of that. It's just, just words, isn't it?
Fucking science,
Hey,
bro.
what's up, guys?
He's a fucking
Yeah,
LSC
come back,
protege, isn't he?
Get stuck in.
How much did you get, Isa?
I love
Hey,
you
Isa,
both.
when you get a chance, can we finish with the moon?
Yeah,
Yes,
let's
let's do that now. Yeah. We're talking about the idea of the atmospheric lensing. Now, granted, I don't know that that's what this is, guys. I'm not trying to say I know anything.
All
I'm
right.
just saying I try to fucking look at this set of information, and we've got two sides that have a whole bunch of information. Granted, you guys are particularly sold on information, which is fine. There may also be, like, well, I mentioned, is that we have a dual system of understanding. It works whether you see it this way or whether you see it that way. I think pushes.
It doesn't work
pushes
at
to
all,
me-
Isa. I can list you all. I can go
Hold
down
on.
the list of all the predictions
Okay,
that you
yeah.
can't explain with the flat model,
No,
though.
no,
Isa.
didn't you just hear what I said? Saying I know that you can. I am quite certain that there are web pages, books, and all kinds of stuff that will try to make the claim that something I might propose would be fully explained. What I'm saying is that there are also possible alternative explanations, and with that, I just think that we need to give credibility to those or anyone who's even looking into this. That's why I love you guys.
Atmospheric lensing is not one.
Okay, let's talk about the moon then. Okay, so talk to me.
Yeah,
All
but
right, well-
Isa, why should you give credibility to stuff that is just fucking nonsensical?
Well, hold
why
on, brother.
would you do that?
It like this. For me, I'll tell you why. Is because and we'll get back to the moon. I'll try this as briefly as I can. Is that it's when I studied the subject of law, there was two versions of it. One of them is a very kind of a regular approach we're all in this system, and Keynesian economics and all this stuff like Keynesian economics and all this kind of branch of law and regularity, like what we're accustomed to. And then there is this alternative branch. And what I found out is that the highest paid attorneys get paid for knowing this alternative form of information. And they're the ones that are the best lawyers. Because they understand these little secrets and these little in law. Now, same way in regards to science, you have this mainstream. The only reason that I have for so long come out and proclaimed a flat Earth is that because of all these logical chinks in the armor. Now we can discuss refraction of the moon, but I would just like
Being a bit free and easy with the word logical there, also.
Well, hold on now. I know you might think so because you're stuck in a paradigm. This is what the
Well, we're not even
Reality.
started on phase 2 yet.
I'm trying to say that
I'm on phase 2. I haven't started moving phase 2 back in.
Yeah.
Hey, up your mic's open.
I'm getting ready to move into phase 2. Oh, sorry.
I wonder what phase 2 is. Okay, so but the thing is that I'm saying that the people that are talking about this information, I think there are some of us out here that are really and truly critical thinkers. And the respect could be given a little bit more for that kind of thought. But I understand if it's not to be given by you.
What do you mean by critical thinkers?
Let's do it. Let's do it now.
Okay,
let's be critical thinkers right now, Isa.
Cool.
Okay, so why doesn't the moon change size, apparent size?
Again, we said it's an illusion. How are you measuring the illusion?
No. The illusion
It gets smaller.
It does change size, that it does look larger nearer the horizon.
Then what are you measuring?
The illusion. The angular size of the moon. Do you know what that means?
Explain.
Do you know? All right. My God, do you know how to measure anything?
So, like, if you're filming,
the easiest way to describe this is hold out a dime at arm's length, and it's going to be about the size of the moon. And whether it's near the horizon or up in the high in the sky, it's not going to be any bigger or smaller than that dime.
Then where does the illusion come from?
It's debated. It's not like
the illusion is that when it's close to the ground and you can see objects on the ground within the periphery of the moon looks bigger because you have something to compare it to.
Let's admit now. Then P. Mars is saying that it is debated, right?
Don't listen to P. Mars.
It's not debated that it's magnified. It's debated what is the cause of the optical illusion.
Okay then.
Magnified.
And hence, and all I'm
and we can prove it's not magnified. So you could take your P900 and watch it like across.
How can I measure an illusion, dude?
Because take your P900 and film it, and you won't have to change focus because it's not getting fucking magnified.
Stay at the same zoom and measure it up high in the sky and down near the horizon.
You can prove it to your fucking self. God,
it's not the illusion.
Bigger?
It's not the illusion you're measuring, Isa.
I told you.
Isa.
What are you measuring at the height when the moon rises?
Critical thinker, Isa.
Dude, when the moon rises, okay, and all you see, your only possibility of what you could think is the moon is what you see. So the thing is that what the fuck are you measuring?
So when you say rises, that implicates that it's below something, doesn't it? What's it below, Isa?
Spinning. So why do you use those terms?
No, but what is it below? If you're saying it's rising, that means it's below something. What is it below rise?
Yeah, well, look, I'm not trying to answer the questions. How would I know, Mark? I'm trying to find out what's going on. Why do you keep using words that?
Why do you keep using words that have got implications to them, Isa?
Well, because for many years, we've always said the sun rises and sets, the moon rises and sets.
Why
because everyone knows. Everyone feels that the idea that the Earth is spinning is stupid.
Why do you think that they
it
say
makes
that,
no fucking sense to your senses.
Isa, why do you think they say that?
What's up?
Why do you think they say that?
Because everyone's known that the sun and the moon appear to be moving overhead.
Isa, will you measure the moon with your camera?
Answer my question. Do they or do they not? Do they or do they not appear as though they're moving over your head?
We was talking about rising ISO. What's
Okay,
it got to
good. Well,
do?
does it not appear to your eyes that it's rising and setting?
Well, no, we're talking about it near the horizon.
Oh, no, it doesn't
I'm not talking
now.
about
Now
it
we're
over
talking
the
about
head.
something
So,
else.
so
I
you're
thought we
just
were
going to
talking about
ignore
measuring
my
the moon.
question. So you're just going to ignore my question and ask me.
Well, it's
a question
irrelevant.
then?
They
What's
appear to move in
irrelevant?
an arc due to the rotation of the Earth, Isa.
That's what you say.
There, you satisfied?
Right, but the language that we use does not propose that anyone has thought like that any
It
time as
rises
of
and
late.
sets with respect to the horizon.
All right, so what am I measuring? When the moon is rising and it looks big, okay? And I'm going to
Take a
zoom into
picture.
it. Okay,
Take a
take a picture of it. Okay.
Uh-huh. Zoom
Okay,
in
now
on
what?
it all the way. Just go ahead and zoom in on it all the way. Zoom in on it none. Whatever you do with that picture,
Take a measurement.
Don't touch your settings.
Okay.
Okay. Take that picture. Take another one when it's way up high in the sky and you think it looks so small.
Hello.
Now compare the two pictures.
But you're saying that doesn't
Count
work when the moon is rising. You're saying I'm going to get the same measurement as when the moon's rising, as when
Yeah, when you think it looks bigger, it's actually going to take up the same space on your camera sensor as it does when it's high
I will
up in
do
the
that
sky.
test. I will try to do that test this summer.
Fantastic. There,
For
we got
sure.
a step. We got somewhere.
Hey, what's up, man?
Mr. Telescope.
Can people hear me?
Yeah, welcome, Willis. You're a little bit quiet. Hang on, I'll try and turn you up.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better, man. Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah, hello. I'm just coming in here. I'm just going to tell y'all first, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a ball earther. I'm right in the fucking middle. Like I tried to tell you guys yesterday on Earth Discussions 2.0 when you blocked me. So I'm here right now to ask you the same questions I tried to ask you yesterday when you tried to throw under the fucking covers and try to come at me in a different fucking type of way. So I'm here now.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. No one's going to block you here. No one boot, kick, block, mute, or do anything to Willis. Ask away, man. And we'll do
Yeah, Willis, can I just ask you a question quickly? Do you go
Nah,
on
I don't even.
channel?
First, I don't even want to talk to you because you were the rudest person on the fucking panel.
Well, he's the host.
First
so
of
you
all,
have to talk to him. It's the
Who
rules
was
of the.
not. I'm not talking about Curved. I'm talking about the British, the old man that's on here.
Who, me?
Oh,
We're old, man. We're all old.
When was it? I wasn't even on the. I wasn't even on.
I'm not talking. Not
Jem
you.
just sounds old. That's all.
So me. So
He's
you
talking about Mark
me.
Taylor.
It's Mark.
Yeah.
That's his name. Mark.
What?
Mark.
Well,
that's
Mark's my mate, so you got to put up with
Well,
Mark.
hold on a minute. I've never even talked to you, Willis. So why don't you want to talk to me exactly?
I was in the comments yesterday when you was trying to get on Nathan, and I was asking you questions. You was like, "Oh, we're tap dancing." You remember that? We're tap dancing.
No, that wasn't me.
Let's not get into the drama, guys. Let's have a conversation. What are your
Willis.
questions? What are your questions, Willis?
Yeah,
Don't come in with presuppositions that people are against you. This is a different panel of people. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify. I've never talked to you before, Willis.
Try and answer them.
I've never talked to you before, Willis, in text chat or in the live chat. So whoever was using my name to talk to you wasn't me.
Yeah, there's actually Mark Taylor accounts, but go ahead.
Just to clarify that.
Yeah, people
First question.
People. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
First question. I just want to know, really, how do rockets work in space? Because I'm thinking right now, in my common sense, you need oxygen for fire. So like a combustion, you would need like oxygen to start a fire. I'm thinking in space, it's like a vacuum with no oxygen. So I'm saying, like, how could a rocket like start its fire in space when there's no oxygen to even start a fire? I'm trying to figure out how does a rocket even work in space? Like, it couldn't be possible.
I can answer that because what they do with a rocket is they take their oxidizer with them. So usually they have a liquid propellant like kerosene and then liquid oxygen, and they mix the two together, and that's basically where the oxygen comes from. It's they have liquid oxygen as a fuel, and they mix the two things together, and that's the oxygen. But also in solid rockets as well, the oxygen is contained within the chemicals. So as it burns, the oxygen is there. Epistemology might know a better answer.
It's the same as gunpowder. It's the same reason why you can fire a gun underwater or in a vacuum chamber. It doesn't matter because the oxidizer is in the propellant.
Right.
But what's it pushing off of?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. What is it pushing? That's what I want to know too.
Okay, so this is the easier side of the argument: is what is it pushing off of, right? So
Yeah, because you.
in Newton's third law, it states that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. So if you've ever you know, pushed a shopping cart that's full versus a shopping cart that's empty, even though the rolling resistance is almost identical, you notice that it takes a lot more force to push off the shopping cart than it does to push the full shopping cart versus the empty shopping cart, right? And that's because the full shopping cart has more mass and therefore it has more inertia, which is
Well,
either the resistance to acceleration. And
well, because
so let me just finish. So another way that you could imagine it is if you have a basketball, right? And you have a basketball full of air and a basketball full of water. And if you're on roller skates or something, right? And you throw that basketball that's empty as hard as you can in front of you, you're gonna go back the opposite direction a certain amount. But if the basketball was full of like concrete, right? Let's say it was a ball of concrete, right? That weighs 80 pounds, and you push it as hard as you can, because of the inertia of that basketball, that extra mass, which inertia is resistance to acceleration, right? You're gonna go much further on the roller skates, pushing off the basketball full of concrete than the basketball full of air, even though they're the same shape and so they have the same air resistance. So it's not pushing off the air. And in fact, if you did this in a vacuum, you would actually push off even harder because you have no air resistance.
Rockets
seen
do
somebody
fly
doing-
faster with lower air resistance.
I seen somebody do an experiment. Like they did an experiment with like multiple stuff, and like he had a fan and he sucked. Like he made a vacuum, and took all the air out, and he put a feather in front of the fan and turned the fan on, and it wasn't pushing the feather at all. The fan wheels were just spinning, and there was nothing happening. But when he put the air in, the air went through the fan and started making the feather
Yeah.
usually go how it does. So I was just asking that. Like it was confusing to me.
Why would a fan affect a feather in a vacuum?
Yes,
That's
let me
what I'm
explain
saying.
that for him, Kurt. Let me explain that for him. So in the case of the container, the vacuum container with the feather and the fan, so what the fan has to do is it has to get air around it and use that air to push it into the feather to push the feather, right? So that's actually a big problem with rockets is you're limited to the only way that we know of as human beings to create propulsion in space. Right here, honey. Sorry, I have a kitten here in my lap. The only way that we know as human beings how to create propulsion in space is we have to use what's called a reaction mass, which is we have to be shooting mass out of that rocket. So in the case of, like, for example, the vacuum chamber, in order to move that feather in the vacuum chamber, we have to shoot mass at it, right? And because there's no air for the fan to grab to shoot the mass of the air at the feather, we would have to like basically shoot the blades of the fan at the feather to move the feather. Because at that point you have a reaction mass to react with the feather. You know what I mean?
So how do the rockets work then? There's nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Isn't the
you
rockets
don't understand the question.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
That's what
the
I was just about
mass.
to ask.
So you have to understand that the rocket is like 90% by mass propellant, right? Which is the mixture of the liquid oxygen and whatever your fuel is, hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, or kerosene, or whatever it is. Like, for example, the main engines on the space shuttle, they're expelling 1,000 pounds of propellant per second, each engine, at over 6,000 miles per hour. It's taking that much mass and shooting it out the back. It's the inertia of that propellant that the rocket is pushing off of. It's pushing off the tendency of the mass of that propellant to want to resist acceleration, which is what is propelling it. It's the same thing in a vacuum chamber. You could make a little car with a spring and a weight, and when it launches the weight, the car will go in the opposite direction of the weight because the weight is resistant to acceleration, the same way that a shopping cart.
But the car is on Earth in that vacuum, in that study.
No, but we're talking about in a vacuum, so it's the same thing. It's not pushing off of it. Just the fact of launching the little weight, it has a mass that it's pushing off of, and that mass has inertia. Just like a shopping cart full of stuff, it resists you pushing on it more than an empty shopping cart. It's not air resistance that's causing that. It's the mass that's creating the inertia.
Right, but
Like,
no, but
when-
that's to do with the shape of the Earth that's underneath, or the density underneath
No,
it.
it has
No,
nothing
it
to do with
doesn't,
the
dude.
To force its.
It has
Oh
nothing
yeah,
to
then how do
do
you
with the
control?
shape of
Okay,
the
how
Earth.
do you control it? How do you steer in space?
Gimbals.
By they vectored which direction the thrust is coming out of.
This isn't that hard.
I
Ison.
think it sounds.
Like,
To me, it's.
The
To me,
rocket-
it
the
How do you
sounds.
slow it down?
the
Then?
rocket-
How does
the
it slow
rocket-
down?
That's another huge problem, Willis. So the only way to slow down in space, there's only two ways to do it. One way, you turn the rocket around and you propel the rocket at the rocket thrust in the opposite direction that you want to slow down, or you have to go into the atmosphere of a planet and use the atmosphere of that planet to slow down. The friction created by the air of the atmosphere and the planet. But yeah, in space, if you run out of propellant in space, you have no way to slow down. There's nothing to push against.
I'm in the middle and I'm trying not to laugh.
Yeah. Because
There's no
think about
reason
it this
to.
way. There's no reaction mass. When you run out of propellant in the rocket, you have no more reaction mass to push against. That means you have no more inertia to push against. You can't. That means you can't do anything about your present velocity.
Isa, would you
Understand.
agree that there's nowhere in science that says the rockets can't work in space?
Oh, there is, because it's the idea that it's called common sense.
And I was
Because
just adding,
because
and
the
the
thing
only
is
reason-
that
Here's another way. Here's another way.
time-tested practice.
So,
here's
common sense.
the hell,
Hold on a
dude?
second.
Mythbusters did it.
Here's another way to think of it, ISO. Here's another way that maybe will make more sense to you, right? So think about like a balloon that you inflate, right? You inflated a balloon, right? And you haven't let go of the little nozzle where you inflated it from, right? You just have it pinched, right? So the balloon is just staying inflated, right? There's pressure in that. There's pressure on the walls of that balloon, correct? Like if you were to drill a little hole and tap a gauge there, you would be reading a pressure there. There would be a pressure on all the walls of that balloon, correct?
Okay.
And that pressure on the opposite side of that balloon, on every side, there's an equal amount of pressure in all directions, right?
Right, and you're
because the
proposing that
pressure-
hold on. Let's just clarify. You're proposing that that's dark matter out in outer space, for the record.
Dude, you're just changing the subject now.
Dark
I'm not talking about dark
Again,
matter.
dark matter.
I'm saying
Well,
pushing
this
on
has
the
nothing to do with the
outside of the balloon,
conversation.
right? The rocket. Go on.
No. Forget about a balloon. Think about like a scuba tank that's under pressure, right? A pressure tank or a CO2 tank for a soda machine, right? You have a tank and it's under pressure, right? And as long as the valve is closed, the direction of pressure on the tank is equal in all directions of the tank, which is why the tank doesn't move anywhere. But when you open up the valve, suddenly you have lower pressure where the valve is releasing the pressurized air, and you still have high pressure on the opposite side of the tank. So now you have an unbalance in the forces that are being applied to the tank.
Right.
Okay, I have one more question. I'm
But there's
about to
hold
post
on,
the
real
photo
quick
in the
though,
link.
Willis.
Okay.
Well,
just the idea.
Willis, does that make any sense to you? Basically, what we're saying is
It sounds it could make sense, but it sounds like too much explanation for something that should be like more simple. But I'm in the middle, so I'm listening out.
Let me
maybe
try.
Jeremy has a better way to.
Can I
maybe
push
Jeremy
off?
has a more effective way to talk about it.
If you were standing on a skateboard and you had some form of heavy weight, and you were to throw that heavy weight out in front of you, the skateboard would move in the other direction with you on it. Okay, does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Right, and
it would move it.
That's exactly the same thing. You would propel that mass in one direction, and that moves you and the skateboard in the other direction, and that's exactly what's happening in a rocket engine. Is that right? Epistemology? Does that sound right?
Yeah, it's right. I understand it.
Yeah, that's
It's
perfectly. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Just with that, I just can't understand. Like you said, how they stop, but you practically already explained that.
You can't stop. So what they do when they come out of orbit here, like when they're coming into Earth's orbit, is they do a very heavy duty heat shield, and they use the drag, the air resistance of the air to slow down the vehicle as it goes through the air. As it hits the atmosphere, it starts slowing down, and then that transfers a lot of heat. Yeah, go ahead, Willis.
Then how would they land on something like the space station or the moon? There's no air resistance there.
So there's a couple of tricks that they did well, the space station is always moving, right? So all they have to do is get up to the speed of the space station, and then they can rendezvous with it. Because the space station's going like 17,000 miles per hour, right?
I understand the space station one.
So on the moon, some really smart people in the freaking 19th century who understood orbital mechanics, they calculated exactly how much speed you would need to exit the Earth's gravitational pull, to break away from the Earth's gravitational pull, and head towards the moon. And actually what's happening, to slow it down, is when they do what they call translunar injection, which is when they fire the engine and they go fast enough to break away from the Earth's orbit and actually go towards a direct trajectory towards the moon.
So they just coast. They coast.
No. But listen. But because the Earth's gravity goes on for huge distances, right? Because gravity essentially it reduces with the square of distance, but gravity emanates for forever, basically, right? So what they do is they go up a hill. Essentially, when they start moving away from the Earth and going towards the moon, they hit it at just the right speed so that the Earth's pull is slowing the vehicle down as it gets to the moon, as if it was going up a hill. Like when you go on a bicycle down the hill really fast. I
understand perfectly. I understand that perfectly now. I understand that perfectly. You explained it. I gotta remember the question. I'm about to post a photo in the link. If you guys can explain this photo, I might be a ball lurker. If not, I don't know. I'm just this photo is kind of like I'm about to post it right now.
Sure, man.
Chat. Right now.
It's interesting. If they got a spaceship and we were flying to like another star, right? Like hypothetically, halfway through the trip, they would have to turn the engines around and go the same speed in reverse. You would just keep accelerating without nothing stopping you down. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Willis, what's the picture of?
Where did you post it, Willis?
Yeah,
in the
not
chat.
seeing it.
In the YouTube chat, was it?
YouTube.
No, it's not in the YouTube chat.
They said basically the one on the right is the photo they said they got from the Mars rover. You can see the rover in the bottom left corner. So I'm just confused on that. Like I thought it was on Mars, but
where's the link?
Looks like it's not a link. I posted the photo in the chat.
Yeah, what chat?
Yeah, I can't see it.
In our chat.
Yeah, I think he means the Google Hangout chat, but I can't access
that.
that.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Yeah, me too. I can't afford a computer.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, I see it.
I've got it now. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll show it, guys. Don't worry.
That's a poor picture though to make for your decision on the ball Earth, the globe Earth, brother. This is about Mars.
Why would a picture of Mars make you a baller or a flat Earth? I don't understand that. Just don't understand that at all.
Because that would mean they never really went to Mars then.
Here's the thing.
What difference would that make?
And no, that's just a photo, brother.
And that would make me think like it's been 50 years since they went to the moon. Why can't they go back now and there's better technology now?
So you're saying if they're lying they went to Mars, then you think they're lying about the shape of the Earth?
No, if they lying about they went to Mars and they're lying about they went to the moon. I don't like. I'm in the middle. I'm trying to find out.
What the fuck has that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
See, you coming at me now. I told you I'm in the middle, and now you coming at me. Talking about
let me explain. Hey, Mark, let me handle this, please.
Mark. Try and be gentle.
What he's proposing, brother, is that and I'm making that case too. Even
that means they're lying.
Hold on, brother, you're looking at it like this. If you're coming from let's say the flat Earth perspective for a second, right, and you're saying that okay, they're photoshopping shit, then you'd also have to think to yourself that someone could manipulate a photo like that in order to get you to think a certain way, and this is where the skepticism comes in.
But they
and
can't,
this is what.
Yeah, but they can't manufacture the way the sun goes down below the horizon.
Let me
hold on, guys. Let me finish.
They can't manufacture things that you can go out and test yourself, can they?
I got it.
This is the same photo they said they got from Mars.
Max is actually on our side on this one. He's saying you can't trust it.
Look, man, is that this is what I'm fighting against. I'm fighting against anyone who would pick a fucking team in this because of any one particular thing. Like, this is so complicated. So, I mean, I'm at the point where this is like, it's tripping me out every day because there are observable measurements to measure that the Earth is a globe. There are observable measurements to measure that it's flat as fuck.
Can you name one, please?
Look, man, I'm just saying that there's documents that support both sides.
I'd like to make
skeptical.
I want to make
Can
one
you
point
give me a
about these
measurement then, please, that proves
pictures.
Next
the Earth's
Tuesday.
flat?
Next Tuesday, Mark. Yep.
Next
Why haven't
Tuesday.
they been back in 50 years plus?
Look, when Willis, when like Tim Osman, for instance, when he argues with flat earthers, he completely throws out NASA. Like, we can completely throw out NASA and all the pictures and all the space missions, and we can still know that it's a globe because we've known it's a globe for 2,000 years before NASA.
Why wouldn't they prove it then? Like, I'm confused. Like, the photos they give are basically CGI. I know that. You can't trick me with a CGI photo.
No.
Willis, what experience have you got with pictures?
We don't look. We can give him, like, even if all the photos are CGI, there's still like things like there's a profession called geodetic surveyors where there's like people, like anyone, if we wanted to, we could get a job and use this equipment. And we can actually measure the curve on the horizon, the curve of the Earth, and all this stuff. Like, for this, all these people to be lying and hiding stuff, like it would go beyond NASA and include.
Well, look,
like,
here's the problem.
It includes the private sector of people, the proletariat slaves lying to themselves.
Right,
so
you're
that's
for the
why
people,
it
dude.
can't be like this appeal to authority in NASA.
We are enslaved in the system.
Yo, hey,
I'm
look,
just
and
saying
I totally agree with you, and I believe in a scientific dictatorship. But at the same time, there's 100% we live on a globe. It's not even a debate.
Obviously, it's a debate, P. Mars. We're here right now. The point is that
you can discover the shape yourself.
Look, gentlemen, I mean, I know you guys think you have all the answers, and that's probably the problem for mankind.
No one's ever claimed that.
But I'm going to step out
right now. Why you say that? I don't understand.
Because the idea that
you seem to be spoiling for a fight.
Look, dude, I'm saying that nobody really fucking knows, and we need to accept that fact.
Yes, we do really.
Yes,
okay, but I know, guys. That's why people are fighting and killing each other every day, because each side knows that their fucking God is right. So
I could go through 100 reasons why
Good for you.
we live on a
Just
globe
like they
without even fucking.
Just like they will do with religious wars. You could do the same thing and pick a team.
What the fuck has religious wars got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Oh, it just isn't. It's a
no. The fact that you say it just isn't proves you're part of the war, dude.
Fuck off!
I'm fucking off. I'm gonna take off, gentlemen.
Hold on, not to derail Willis's question though. He was asking about this picture, and I'm actually trying to find the original sourcing of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it as well.
Well, we have found a lot of times.
It's off of NASA. I promise you it is.
We have found a lot of stuff. We have seen a lot of fakery, Willis. One thing that I noticed under this photo, it says NASA training course.
Right.
So I don't know what that means. I doubt that they would go to Ireland to do a training course for the robots. These robots, before they spend all the time and money to put them on Mars, they do some rigorous testing with them here on Earth, obviously.
But what is the claim about the picture then?
That could be on Earth. That could be from that. Yeah, the claim is that the Mars photos are taken on Earth, and that they found matching landscapes on Earth.
I mean,
the
hill looks kind of different.
Matching landscapes though. Exactly, because there's more than one.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is sometimes you do find situations where they find a coincidental part where one section might match, but in this particular case, I don't know
multiple,
what
there's multiple
I don't know what the deal
I'm
is going on
about.
here.
Yeah, Willis, you have to be really
You think they're lying about going to Mars? They could just be lying about going to Mars. You believe that?
Willis, you have to be really careful because they admit that they do things on Earth. Like epistemology said, they do things on Earth, and it might be someone misrepresenting what they're claiming, like using a picture that NASA have quite clearly said that was on Earth, and they're trying to say that NASA are claiming it's Mars. So you have to be really careful, and the best thing to do was to go to the source of the material.
Yeah,
someone could have photoshopped a NASA picture and put the label Ireland on it. We have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't go to Ireland to fucking do tests. I mean, no one goes to fucking Ireland. They're all fucking leaving.
Pete Shea lives there.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Willis, just so you know, I live in Southern California, and when I was in college, I was taking astronomy. My professor was a PhD astrophysicist. She was a consultant for JPL at the time, and actually, I was one of her top students. And so she put me on the list, and I got to take a tour of JPL during the time where they had Spirit and Opportunity going on Mars. and I got to see many aspects of their operation. In fact, at JPL, they had they basically have like a little mock-up area where they have an exact replica of the rover along with the landscape that's all around them. And the purpose of that is so that before they send a message to the rover to do some kind of a movement, they will simulate it in their lab and make sure that there's nothing wrong with the commands so that they don't accidentally cripple the rover on Mars when they send that same command. And you meet all sorts of really brilliant people. The idea that these people are all intellectual. I mean, I met many
It could
people
just be
that
a
were
person
directly,
photoshopping that photo, like a regular photo, and just trying to Photoshop just to trick somebody's mind. But I'm wondering, why haven't they been back like in 50 years plus? It's like they should
what do
have
you mean? What do
already
you mean?
been back.
What do you mean by back?
Epistemology. Did you get to
Back
see the
to the moon.
room where they worship
Why-
the goat god Pan?
Never saw such a thing.
They worship Pan like that. I'm like
Yeah,
that
Willis,
convincing me to a certain side now.
I met a bunch of atheists. I don't think anyone was worshiping anything.
Yeah, Willis, can I ask you a question? Yeah, I can understand like that people think the government lies. I mean, that comes, natural. But I don't understand why you think they'd lie about something so fundamental about the shape of the Earth. What would they gain from that?
Because if I explained to you, you wouldn't comprehend it because you guys are atheists. If you weren't an atheist, you would understand.
How do you know I'm an
what I
atheist?
would say?
But
How do you know
Willis,
I'm an atheist?
Because you just said you guys were atheists. I'm pretty sure.
no,
I
you
didn't
I
guys
say
said
that.
I
are.
I've
met a
never
bunch
even
of
mentioned
atheists
my
at
fucking.
JPL. I didn't say.
I've never even mentioned my beliefs.
I'm with, I think JPL is doing a cult. I wasn't even joking about the goat god Pan shit.
But I don't understand why.
There's some real shit out here.
Why,
You guys
why
know
any
about the
government
Freemasons
lie
and
about
about
the
their
fundamental
agenda and stuff
basic
like
shape
that?
of the Earth? Doesn't make
You
any
wouldn't.
sense.
What do you know, Willis?
You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't believe it if you're
But
not.
Willis,
Because
the vast majority of the people on Earth think that they live on a sphere, and they all believe in God and are religious, right? The vast majority. I mean, the amount
if
of
you're a
people that are
Christian and you
atheists or
believe in a
agnostic.
ball, if you're a Christian and you believe in a ball, then you obviously don't read your own Bible then, because you will see in the Bible it says the Earth is flat.
How many different denominations of Christianity are there, and none of them agree on the interpretation of the Bible?
So you're saying that God's given a book to the world that's so confusing that most of the people that read it believe something completely different to what God intended?
No, because people don't really know how to read it and comprehend it. If you actually read it, I read a lot of books.
It was within God's capability to make that book.
So what makes you think that you've got the right way to interpret it then?
He knows.
I'm not even trying to interpret the book or anything like that. But
you
I'm just saying it's some crazy stuff out here though.
That we live on a globe are interpreting it wrong. So I'm asking you, what makes you think that the people that are saying that the Earth's flat because the Bible says they're interpreting it right?
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that somebody's interpreting it. When it says it's stationed, I could say, yeah, you could say that. I'm not about to bag on somebody's religion because they believe the Earth is flat or not. It's just there's some stuff is confusing about it.
Doesn't that sound more plausible though, Willis? I mean, if God was giving a book to the world, surely he'd make it understandable, wouldn't he? He wouldn't want like the vast majority of the people that are reading the book to believe a story that wasn't true, surely.
Because I don't think anybody can understand if there is a God or is a God that wouldn't understand his true intentions. Like you wouldn't understand like what his intentions were. So,
but surely that's what the Bible's about, though, isn't it? To know God's intentions. So I thought that was the whole point of the Bible.
Not really. It's just to follow God, not really to know his true intentions.
Well, somebody's got to ask.
Let me ask you something, Willis.
What you talk about, Willis?
Don't you find
there's some crazy stuff in this world, though?
Don't you find
there's actually a story in the Bible that talks about how we don't know God's true intentions. Like Satan challenged this guy.
So you guys don't believe in? Do you guys believe in God? No. On the panel? No?
I do. I do. I believe in demons.
I don't.
I believe in the Bible to a certain point. I think some of the things are true and some of the things are not.
Cell phone glitch.
Yeah, Mark and Willis bumped out at the same time.
I'm currently a Peter Pantheist myself.
I'm back in. I got kicked out. I'm back in. Like
I'm with you, Willis, on this occult. Your camera's on, just to let you know. I'm with you. I believe in the Bible to a certain extent. I believe there's spirit. I believe in demons and spirituality. But
I
think
know
it's some
for a fact there's
historical
spirits.
facts to
I
it.
know-
Yeah,
I know for a
I do
fact.
too. But I don't try to like push,
I can tell
push
you
that on
that
people because I can understand why they
Willis,
don't.
if there is a God, and I don't know if there is or not, but if there is a God, he sure as hell wouldn't be so limited as to make us on a 2-dimensional flat disc within a dome, basically a human version of a reptile terrarium tank.
But a
I think
everything-
God would have a little bit more creativity in his design than that.
And
But
designing
of all
everything to fool us into thinking it's a globe. Because all the visible observations say it's a globe.
if you read the Bible, you will understand like the deception of Satan. You will understand what his agenda is on this earth. You would understand.
Yeah, but
it at all.
why would Satan deceive humans into believing that God's creation is more grand than it actually is?
Because a ball earth gives the idea that we're just made of an accident. It makes more people want to.
I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't say that at all.
Because a Big Bang.
That's not how I would interpret it.
A Big Bang would just make us think that we're just made out of nothing.
Even if God used the Big Bang as a mechanism to create human beings, that is a hell of a lot more of an ingenious method of creating human beings than it would be to just wish them into existence.
Let me ask you this then: which one would make people come to God more? A flat disc with a dome over it, or a solar system that's shooting through space when there's 100 million billion different solar systems and galaxies throughout the space? Which one would make people come to God more?
Well, you can't know because
we're the center
you
of the
can't know
universe?
God's intentions.
I'm just saying, which one?
Both of them are pretty amazing. I mean,
which one though?
Well, we can't know, can we?
But I actually think
know
that the best flat Earth argument is the Bible says it's flat. I mean, I think if we're talking like scientifically, flat Earth loses super hard. But if you want to talk
the problem though, Willis, is there's a bunch of observations I can tell you how to do that you can comport for yourself that don't work on a.
I don't want to hear about the beach in the horizon one because
no,
that's
I'm not even
totally
talking
false.
about. I'm not. Well, that's one way, but I'm not just talking about
That's
that.
false.
Just the way,
I
just the way that
debunked that one.
just the way that the stars move as you travel across the Earth,
You did not, Willis.
or the way that the sun moves.
So the boat goes over the horizon. That's what you're saying right now. Right now, I want to get your answer right now.
The boat does go over the horizon.
No, it
I just want to clarify something, Willis. Yeah, you said about.
No, it doesn't.
You said about God. You said what would make you come to God? The belief that we're traveling through the universe and there's millions of other galaxies and stuff out there. So if that's true, then that would make us more special, wouldn't it? Because if God's made us and He's made this planet and He's made
a flat
millions,
Earth,
so you're not going to let me finish then.
Oh, I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry, my headphones fell out.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, what I'm trying to say is, if God's made us and we're the only people, like the people that believe in God's claiming, then that'd be more special, wouldn't it? That He's made all them millions of other galaxies and all them stars that are out there that we can see, but we're the only people that are there. That'd make me feel more special than it would just being on a flat Earth.
Being some smart people, you would know using statistics that in a universe full of galaxies, there's a possible, a very good possible chance there's another life form out there if it's that many galaxies out there.
Yeah, but that's not the religious view, though, is it? We're talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're talking about
the philosophical thing is a waste of time.
We're talking about God, though, Willis, and you were saying
because
that
you're
what
an
would make you
atheist.
feel more special, and I'm saying that if I
Willis,
believed in God and God
it's
was
a waste
true,
of time if you're an atheist. It wouldn't make
Willis,
sense if you're
if God
atheist
is
because it's a waste of time.
If God is infinitely powerful and infinitely creative, why wouldn't He create universes that are teeming with life? Why would He limit His creation to one particular type of, being?
Because that makes us significant. That makes us more significant than what do people think right now.
Yeah, but that's only from within your philosophy.
Right. Anyway, I found
the
origin of the Mars photo. If we want to see that.
Oh, great!
Why is there demons on Earth then?
Okay, so
there's not. Next,
there is. I promise you. I'll put my life on it. There are demons on Earth. Factual fact. It's a fact. I promise you.
I've seen them.
Post some pictures of Chicago from Grandmere before you go.
Can you see this, Willis? I'm presenting at the moment. Are you able to see it?
I'd like to see your telescope too, Willis.
Yeah, I can see it. So I imagine everyone else can.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay.
I see it, Jeremy.
So yeah, this is basically a website from someone who spent a year in isolation pretending to live on Mars as part of a NASA training course. And this was done on Devon Island in Canada. Here she is in her spacesuit. So they used the terrain there for testing. They've got like a habitat thing here. And here's the picture. This is where it actually came from. So they're sort of having a bit of a joke. You know, this is Mars, amazing odds, but true. They're sort of they're sort of having a joke about it, I guess. So
Okay.
that's basically
How
what
dishonest are those people that are pushing that meme around, dude?
right. I think that's what you should really think about. That's the important point, Tim. Is you should think about the people that the sources that came from, and the other memes that they have, and how reliable are they when they've obviously taken something that's someone's having a bit of a giggle, and they've turned it into a supposed example of NASA fakery.
See, this is what annoys me. Yeah, like all these. I'm not digging it. I'm not having a go at you, Willis, or anyone pinning anyone else.
So,
all I'm saying is this is what's annoying. That the flat earthers, they say that NASA and the government and everyone lies to us. Then when one of their side is pointed out to, putting forward a lie, then they don't get judged or held against the same principles that you're holding everyone else at.
Right, and what pisses me off as well is they call themselves researchers and they talk about the work that they do. And
isn't it kind of
it
convenient
isn't
to
that
find
hard,
this
is it?
information, Jim? Like, how do we know your friends at NASA and just whip up this website while you were
Well,
in this
that's what I'm
conversation?
saying.
I was able to do it. I mean, okay, we could discuss how credible that website is. I mean, it's possible it's faked. Do you know what I mean? But I think, the point is, in a few minutes, I was able to provide an explanation for what's being presented as something that has no explanation, or the only explanation is skullduggery.
I wish they would just send regular people up in space, like just send regular people instead of sending these Freemasons up in space.
It's not all Freemasons, Willis.
Well, everybody that went on Apollo 11 were Freemasons.
No, that's not true either.
No, that isn't.
Show me the documentation on that. That's a total lie. And they've sent women to space, and women can't be Freemasons. So
it keeps telling me I've been
think
removed from the
answer
cult.
this question. Answer this
Women
question.
can be the Eastern Star.
Answer this question.
Yeah.
Don't you remember the rocket that blew up, like in that was going up, that launched and with the teachers in it?
Please don't say they're all still alive.
Yeah, you're
why are
talking
they
about
still
the
alive?
Challenger.
They
Yeah,
are.
go visit the twin brothers.
People
brothers
prove
that
that.
look alike, and
No one's proved
That's total
anything.
nonsense.
Oh, Willis,
changed
come
their
on,
identities
Willis,
and
does that sound
everything.
credible to you?
They kept the same names, if you notice.
It really does. If you're trying to deceive people, it kind of does.
So they've told the whole world all these people have died, and then these people have been shopping at Walmart and fucking
and they have the
King,
same name.
and they've been photographed.
And the same hairstyles.
Yeah,
that's what gets me.
One of them was a teacher too. Like
they're living in the,
All of
living
them were
in the
teachers,
same
I
fucking, they're living in the same areas. Everything, nothing's changed in their life. Are you telling me that's more credible?
They haven't had a hairdo in 30 years.
I'm pretty sure they're not living in the same areas now. If you
They
just
have
look
the
at the
same
information
first
that's
name.
out there, if you look at the information that's out there, how are you guys not even skeptical at all? Not even saying if the world is flat at all.
Well,
Why you can't just sit here and just say you're not skeptical and just believe everything. You think your government, NASA, and everybody just telling the truth?
I don't need NASA. I don't need NASA.
What state are you in, Willis? By the way, what state
North
are you in?
Carolina, and every morning at
North
7 o'clock, I
Carolina?
can see the moon and sun at the same time.
You should
every
morning. Well, I highly doubt that.
Every single morning I can see the sun.
Every
and
single
the moon
morning you can see the sun and the moon at the same time.
If it's not cloudy, I can see every single morning the sun and the moon
That's
every
actually
morning.
not true,
Every
Willis.
morning.
You've never
And I
actually made
said-
that observation. I've been in
I
astronomy
get-
my
you
whole
telling
life.
me-
I can tell you that that's not actually
I'm
accurate.
sorry. I can't even talk anymore because you guys are denying my eyes. Then you're just saying that I'm just lying to
Well, we're
myself.
denying things.
You understand
Right.
that there's a lot of expensive equipment that requires that to not be true, and the
These are
idea
my
is that
own eyes, though. I see it almost every morning. If it's not cloudy
Willis,
outside,
I believe you that you believe what you are saying is true. I'm not saying that you're lying. What I'm saying is you have not made that observation every day carefully enough to really look at the movement of the sun and the moon.
well, I know when I
out.
go outside to smoke my cig, I go outside and look at the sky. Every morning I see the sun and the moon out.
If you just tell me what city you're in, I can tell you right now exactly where the moon and the sun is at any given time, and where it's going to be tomorrow and the day after that. And the
Willis,
day after that,
how many hours of sunshine does you have in summer in your state?
How many what?
Hours of sunshine do you have in the summer?
In the summer, I really don't know. I don't really mark that. I just know when I go outside almost every morning, I see the sun and the moon at the same time, and you're not supposed to see that on the globe Earth.
So you're saying the winter? You're saying
not
the winter?
Even one time.
So hold up, Willis. You're saying the winter and the summer, it's exactly the same time.
No, it's not the same time. It's not the same time, but you can say that I can.
Well,
I can
so that proves your argument wrong,
he's
then,
saying
doesn't
the
it?
sun and the moon at the same time.
Yes. Epistemology. Can you explain that? How the sun and the moon are in the same sky at the same time?
Well, they can be
That's
in the
something
sky.
now.
They can be in the sky at the same time. Why wouldn't they be able to be?
Because if you think about it, if you think of the,
but they're not going to be they're not going to be in the same sky every day through the whole.
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because the moon takes 27 days to orbit around the Earth. So for half of the month, it's going to be appearing in your evening sky, and in the other half of the month, it's going to be appearing in your, either late morning or early evening, in the daytime, because it's on the side of the Earth that is.
That's in daylight.
Yeah, that's in daylight.
In my sky in the house, I can see
because it takes a whole month to go around the Earth, but the Earth.
If you came to ED, I'll send you a Hangout link to ED, and Kara is in there. She's got the software that will model all this for you, and she can show you exactly where the sun and the Earth and the moon are positioned to each other for all these different observations that you can make.
Well, I'm just using my own.
It's all been modeled.
I just know when I can see at 8, like when I go outside at nighttime, I can see the moon is one place, and I can see that it moved the other place in the morning. I can just see that because I'm a person that goes outside a lot, and
sometimes.
Come on, man.
I think you're talking about the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere moves at the sidereal rate. Yeah, it moves with the Earth's rotation, of course. But you'll notice that every single day the moon will be in a slightly different position than the day it was before.
One more question. Just one more question for you guys. You say that is the solar system like shooting through?
So why are the moon and the sun the same angular size in the sky? Like that makes no sense.
Because of Mason.
Your
I don't know what's going on with Google tonight.
Ridiculous.
Numerology, PMARS, something to do with that.
Keeps telling me I've been removed from the call, man.
Everyone.
It's a mobile glitch. It's the mobile glitch.
I know.
Yeah, I know. It just says that you've been removed. That's all. It's just never said that.
Did you hear my question?
You were no, we didn't hear your question, Willis. Something about the solar system.
I said, does our solar system basically shoots through space with the planets going around it?
Basically, every object in space is moving through space. The only way that you know something is moving is by comparing it. It's all relative to something else that you're comparing it to, but all the objects are moving in different directions.
I just want to know, how do we come to see the same stars and same constellations almost every night?
Because they're so incredibly far away. They do shift, but within the aspect of a human life, they move very little. The stars are moving and we are shifting, but everything is so far away, and on the scales that we're talking about, it takes thousands of years to see these changes in any significant way. You can measure it with precise equipment. With precise equipment, you can measure it, but if you're talking about naked eye observations, it's longer than your lifespan to see these changes.
But if we're shooting through space so fast, you can't tell me we're not moving fast.
Yeah, but we're not shooting through space that fast relative to the distances that we're talking about.
So the stars are just right there with us, just going to stay with us.
No, the stars are incredibly far away. And some of the stars are moving in our own relative direction. Yes, that's also true. But for example, there's a galaxy that you can see with the naked eye in a dark sky called Andromeda. And that galaxy is on a collision course with our galaxy. And the stars in that galaxy are going to mesh with our galaxy. But that's not going to be for, I got to look it up again. I think it's several billion years, though.
That's what my icon picture is, Andromeda.
I just want to ask, like,
I took that myself.
If the moon gets hit with like so many comets, rockets, and all this stuff, how come we haven't been hit with any? Like, that's kind of confusing. Like, if we're so bigger than the moon, we should have been at least hit with something.
So what was that thing? Start praying, because that could happen at any time.
So what was that thing in Russia that was all over the news a couple of years ago, Willis?
We do get hit.
Yeah, you ever watch the videos of that Russian meteor coming in?
They're gonna lie to us about
that broke all the windows. That was caught on all the people's dash cams.
They're gonna make up a hoax about meteors to put space-based weapons, but they're gonna be for us proletariat class.
So they're just gonna lie to us and let us get hit, right? And they're gonna go underground bunkers and stuff like that and be safe while we get hit and die.
Well, no, I mean, if a big meteor comes, we're kind of screwed, Willis.
Willis, what kind of telescope do you have?
I don't own the telescope. It's my dad's, and I really don't know.
And you took your dad's telescope from North Carolina to Grandmere State Park in Michigan?
No, it was like a family vacation. We have family up in Michigan, and they took us out there. I just had to ask my aunt that day that I had to tell you, and we did it. Like, we didn't take a photo. We just looked at it through the telescope, and it was there. Like, it was kind of, I didn't believe it at first, but like they are flat earthers. They the one that's getting me like to go to their side, but like I'm in the middle.
What did you say?
I'm in the middle. I'm just trying to get my information. They have a lot of information. Like, if they was on here, I'm pretty sure the information y'all put up, they would destroy that. I'm not trying to come at you any type of way, but like.
And what did you see?
They really wouldn't.
They were scientists. They were like astrologers or whatever you call them, and they quit their job because they noticed what the job they was doing. It was basically a whole type of hoax or something lie. That's what my aunt said.
And you saw what?
My aunt, uncle.
What did you see?
The Chicago skyline.
How much?
The whole skyline. If you go with a telescope, you can. If you go back and forth, you can see the whole skyline.
How many buildings approximately? 3 or 4?
I don't know how many buildings there were. I know you can see. Go on Google and look up the skyline. That same skyline you will see on the telescope. It's just you can't see. You can't really see the bottom because it's like atmosphere refraction. They said or something like that. But people say it's a mirage. People said it's a mirage, but it's not. It's not a mirage at all.
The horizon prevented you from seeing down lower. Trying to get you to repeat how much you claim you saw of the.
Well, what my aunt said that she worked there, like the math they use for the curvature of the earth, like 8 inches, like something per mile. I don't really know. She just said from the information they gave her, it should be lower than what it actually is, or we shouldn't see it at all.
Yeah, there's a calculator that we can use to show that that's not correct. You can see some of it from that far, especially where were you in Grandmere? How high above the water?
How
could you see the water? Could you see the lake?
Obviously, we were like on the shore. We was like not that far off the shore. Probably like I would say half a football field.
Half a football. You know, in the wiki goes like 150, 200 foot high up on dunes there when he takes these videos across, and you can see that it's a mirage and it shrinks and grows when the mirage occurs. Typically, you've only got a few buildings that are visible from that distance.
If it was seen all the time, why would it be on the news?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm confused about. Why did it just was on the news one time? Like,
well, why do you think that would be? Why do you think that would make the news, Willis? What things usually make the news?
Because they seen that somebody was posting a picture and it was getting famous out there, so they probably just said it was a mirage just to get people off of it.
Right. So you think they put it on main news because someone took a picture?
Hold on. First of all, let me just add real quick that Joshua Nowicki had like 147 views when that whole thing happened. You can go to his channel. He's got like 100 subs or something, so it's not because it was getting spread and then views.
Then why would they put it on the news then? That makes no sense.
Because it's a rare event.
He submitted it to the station, did he not?
Yeah, right. People do that. They do that. They send photos to our weather forecast and they stick them on.
What did he say?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Take a picture of a car.
And by the way, one of the things that's a misconception about that photo is he was pretty high up on a dune when he took that photo, and the newscaster assumed that he was on the coast. Even not taking into account the superior mirage, that there was some of that superior mirage going on, you would still see a substantial amount of that Chicago skyline because of how high up he was on that dune.
Well, you also see it being obstructed as well. There's buildings, part of the buildings being obstructed. Yeah.
A whole lot of obstruction.
How old are you, Willis, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 19. I'm just doing some thinking right now. I'm doing some thinking because what you guys are saying basically might be an explanation, but it seems like a far-fetched explanation. I'm not trying to put it out there.
There's a whole bunch of other explanations that you can go out and observe yourself that
I'm just
the flat
saying,
Earth cannot explain.
My aunt did work for like some high like intelligent stuff, and her and her husband like quit this shit because she said they was being lied to, and like I believe her information, and if she was deciding to quit her high paying job, I'm pretty sure she knew some shit was going down.
Well, I would not depend on other people's testimony. I would go out and make the observations yourself and prove it to yourself. We could tell you the observations that you can make.
My observations is really telling me the same thing too. That's why I came here for information. But
so what about the sun? What about the sun, Willis, going below the horizon? What does
I think I could say something that can help him. We, because of scale, we're not flat earthers. I think they think that we should see more curve than we do. Like you can see the curve, but it's hard to. You need like equipment to measure it, like because it's something you can't measure with your eyes. And when they say that when you go and increase in altitude, the horizon stays at eye level, that's not true either. It dips a few degrees, but again, it's not as drastic. And he dropped. So, anyways, the Earth is flat.
Fill the dead air, P. Mars.
Sun and okay, he's back. Anyway, yeah, basically, your cam's on again. But basically, my point is that the fact that the horizon is flat and we can't really see a curve or observe it isn't an anomaly because that's what we expect to see on the model that science has given us. So a lot of these anomalies flat earthers will point out, they're not real anomalies. Like they'll say that the maps are an anomaly because they don't fit, but that actually proves that we live on a globe because if it was flat, we can make a perfect map.
Right.
But there's actually like math out there about the curvature, like the curvature math. So there should be like some noticeable curvature. If you go over like 100 miles, you should see some curvature, like at least, because what's the math now? Every mile is what?
Chicago shows the curvature.
Yeah, we see it. It's just.
But you're not observing 100 miles in front of you. That's the problem. You can go 100 miles, but you're only experiencing several miles at a time.
Then you're saying that's contradicting yourself because you're saying that on the ocean I can see a boat go over the horizon. So you're saying
yes, because there's a difference between the Earth's curvature and seeing obstruction due to the Earth's curvature. There's a difference.
So how come when it goes over the horizon, unlike my eyes go out and I can't really see the boat anymore, and you say it goes over the curvature, how come when I use my phone and zoom in, I can bring up the boat back again? And it's not.
You don't.
Yes.
Yeah, because it hasn't gone over the horizon.
I live in North Carolina. I go to Myrtle Beach, and we have done this. It
hasn't gone over the horizon, Willis.
You don't know the boat's over the horizon, do you? It could be just too far away for you to see.
Exactly.
Your eye is not resolving it.
But if it's too far away for you to see, that's not the same as it being over the horizon.
But you can do
it with a large object. Cruise ship, a city skyline.
I thought that too, but I did it myself, and that kind of came me to start doing some research online. And when people did
But you
online,
didn't.
more powerful telescopes, and they have seen stuff way more out, like more, farther than
Willis,
what I've seen. And they, huh?
next time the moon sets, as soon as it's setting, almost completely set, I want you to go ahead, turn on your video, use your dad's telescope, bring the moon back into view with your telescope by zooming in on it. Case closed.
You can't do
Why
that.
not? Why not?
Because if we're on a flat Earth, it explains why you can't see it no more, because it goes out of view. It goes out of view.
What does that mean? It goes out of view. Why?
It goes out of view because it goes.
It doesn't even shrink.
Well,
Willis, so why wouldn't the telescope bring it back into view then?
Yeah, Willis, how can the bottom of the moon go out of view, but you can still see the top half of it? How does that work?
I'm trying to picture out what you're trying to explain right now.
Well,
if a moon was setting over the ocean, so the moon's going, or the sun, but probably don't point a telescope at the sun. Like in Curve's picture here, like on his icon. So you've got half of it, so it looks like it's sticking out of the water. If you were to zoom in on it then with your telescope, would the bottom of it reappear?
No.
Mark Sargent, please answer.
Yeah.
Tell him what to say, Mark.
So it's not setting because of perspective. It's being obstructed by something, and the obstruction is the curve as far as we can tell.
I'm not trying to.
You got Big Dread on Skype?
I'm not trying to use anybody. I'm not trying to depend on scientists and all their information. I'm just using my own personal things. And what I'm seeing right now really is the Earth is flat. Like if a person.
So when you see the sunset, Willis, where do you think it's going then? Like that picture at the end there with curved. Half of the sun disappeared. Why is it we can see the top half of the sun, but we can't see the bottom half?
Obviously, you never really try to examine the flat Earth model then, because if you
it's interesting, Lewis.
So you can't explain it then. You're just going to say that I'm the one that's in wrong.
Both models have some stuff that are alike, and that is one thing that is alike. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, it's
if
not.
You take a flashlight,
it's not.
If you take a flashlight and you put your camera in front of the flashlight on a flat desk, if you move the flashlight out, you will see.
What the hell?
The Earth is flat because
moon is their own light.
Fucking Google's terrorizing me tonight.
Yeah, it's everyone.
Moonlight is colder than the shadow.
The moon's just light.
Gravity's just the condition of the heart.
It's throwing off its own light.
Yeah, gravity's a condition of the heart. Yeah.
Tiffany used to say that, didn't she?
Tiffany, yeah. We've been at this.
It's just another thing that makes me look bad, and another reason for them to hate me.
Word.
I used to spend ice. I'd have a party, and I'd have to buy a couple of bags of ice to get the beer and everything cold for the day, next day. But now, if there's a full moon, I just put everything out in the full moon, and I got icy beverages in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
It works.
Yeah. I mean, imagine a moon-powered refrigerator. You'd sort of have like a big magnifying glass that sort of went through your wall, connected to your fridge.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I'd get a magnifying glass and put it on ants, and they would just freeze.
Yeah. Oh.
Don't know he's coming back.
Maybe he's given up on us this time. He did all right, didn't he? Just, when you hear him talk, he just sounds confused, really, doesn't he? And,
he's 19 years old. Give him a break.
Misled.
Yeah, he's kind of at that age where I feel like.
Yeah, but
maybe
not being funny.
I was nice. He's not like a.
when I was 19, I was going out fucking drinking and chatting girls and stuff like that. I wasn't worrying about the government.
Yeah, and look what you've become. Maybe this guy will do something with his life.
Yeah, maybe. But like, it don't make no sense to
be
me.
a professional poker player, online poker player.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm a hypocrite.
You can be fucking hillbilly's whipping boy.
Okay, let's all stop judging each other's profession. I deliver burgers.
Yeah, with unlawful charges.
But are they delicious, Jeremy? That's the better question.
No, they're not. No, they're cheap crap ones that I.
Oh, epistemology. Can I ask you a question? What scope have you got? And because I've just changed all my setup.
Oh, I have an Orion XT8. I also had a Meta Sen10 that I sold.
Do you use it? Do you use any?
I broke the mount and I got frustrated with it. Huh?
Do you use any of that guiding stuff like EQ mod or anything like that?
Well, on my SN10, I use the AutoStar that came with it. I never hooked that up to a PC to manually. I never hooked it up to a PC that I could just override the built-in software in the controller.
Right, no, I've changed all my setup and now, and I've just been trying. I went out tonight with it, trying to run it on that EQ mod, man. But it's been about 5 hours.
Which mount do you have?
HE Q5 Pro.
The EQ
Skywatcher. The German one. HEQ5 is.
Yeah, I see that now. Oh, that's a nice mount. That's nicer than any mount I've ever had.
Yeah. I've got a hand controller with it, but what it is.
But you're trying to control it with your PC, right?
Yeah, because I want to do. Well, there's a program that there's a couple of programs I've been using. I don't know if you know them, the Astra Torterra. Have you heard of that?
No, never used it.
It's for plate solving. Because for the imaging, what it does, it's got a star bank. You put all your information into the software, i.e. your field of view and things like that. And then, say for instance, you want to take a picture of, say, Andromeda Galaxy.
Okay.
When you do it with the hand controller, the chances are it's not going to be in center frame. But with this software, what you do is you connect the software up, and then you hit the button called it's called plate solving. You just hit the button and it solves it, and then recenters it, slews your mount, and recenters it so it's in the center of the.
Well, you can't really depend on the mount to be perfectly centered on the object either, though. Don't you want to double check it optically before you take the picture?
Yeah. But what I mean is the software it does the whole thing. It does the mount. It slews the mount.
Yeah.
It takes the picture. So
your field of view of your exposure and everything.
Yeah. So basically, what it is just you click it at the start of the run. So, for instance, you want to do Andromeda and then a couple of other galaxies. You can set it all up. Then you just click the run button, and you just come back to it. Say 3 or 4 hours later. And then
what's the what scope do you have mounted on there? What do you?
It's just at the moment I've only got just a 6-inch reflector.
Okay.
6-inch reflector.
Well, that's a nice mount. I'm looking to see how much weight it can hold. You can probably put something decent.
Yeah, I think it's about 11 key for imaging, and about
11 key.
15.
Yeah, so you're probably still going to be limited to doing some kind of a Cassegrain or something if you want some aperture.
Yeah, I'm getting the next one, the next telescope I want to get is just a Williams Optics refractor. Williams Optics 71. Can't remember the exact name.
Yeah, one of their apochromatic refractors.
Yeah, five lens it is. I'll tell you the name of it right now. I've got it on the.
Yeah, well, that's you get really nice pinpoint stars with the refractor. So.
Yeah, I mean I've been doing it. That image I've got there, I can post a few in the group chat, but I've took that with an azimuth mount, like with short exposures.
Yeah, short exposure.
Yeah, 30 seconds, and stacking them in deep slice stacker. But I just upgraded my mount and that, but I'm having trouble.
Yeah. Well, you have a proper equatorial now, so now you can do some long exposures.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Yeah, I've got a DSLR camera, and I've got Anatic Infinity as well, CCD.
Yeah, you've got plenty of stuff now to play with.
Yeah,
you
it's
probably
good.
get some beautiful shots.
Yeah, it's good fun, man. Well, here's
I
when it goes.
look at some of the M51 that people have shot on their on even pretty modest rigs, and it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, some of the pictures I've seen on, like, when I first started taking the pictures, when you like that M51, I think that's a brilliant one, that is, because you can see the two galaxies interacting with each other.
Yeah, and it's not edge on like a lot of galaxies. You get the full frontal.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's good fun for sure.
So, what crazy flat Earth shit have we seen this week?
There's not a lot happening. It's just that Dread channel, really, isn't it? I mean, they're all going.
Listening to that, you've been exposed, guy. I mean, it seems like a whole level worse than the usual flat Earth crowd.
Right, I agree. I think this sort of new wave, they seem to be even denser than the last lot.
They're just parroting these things that are one Google search away from explaining.
Right.
Well, if you want something really crazy, Flat Earth Alaska is in the chat running his mouth saying that my avatar shows flat water.
Yeah, and Helio Skeptic is there as well. Talking about he never sees any curvature.
What is it that these clowns don't get about my avatar? What makes them think it's flat? They obviously can't measure it. They should be able to take a look at it and determine by the sun that the water is not flat. It is curved, and unless they think that's the edge of the freaking Earth out there.
Mr. B's got a good one. So let's conspiracy theorize away. Brian Mullin deleted his channel and his Facebook.
Also, Denise, what is her name? Something Denise, Amy Denise. Her YouTube and Instagram and Twitter or Facebook or something like that. She's deleted stuff also.
Oh, who's she? I don't think I know. Is she a flat earther?
One of the 13.
13.
That should make flat earthers shit their pants that there's 13 people presenting at the conference.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's her name?
Amy Denise.
Oh, right.
We're theorizing that Brian Mullen got in trouble with one of his professional organizations over his flat Earth stuff. That's what we're theorizing. Everything that the research that we've done seems to indicate that Brian Mullen is indeed a licensed, credentialed engineer. He's even got the shots of his diplomas and things in the back wall of his office that we've seen in some of his videos. So the problem that he's making is he advertises his stuff as so-and-so engineer, which means that now he's commenting on a professional capacity. Whereas if he was just saying, these are my, religious opinions about the world or whatever, he could kind of side skirt it because he's not acting within the scope of a professional.
Right.
Field. But when he starts saying, you should believe me because I'm a professional engineer with a, PE license, with a PE certification, professional engineer certification, now you're basically commenting on something within the capacity of your professional accreditation. That puts you in trouble when what you're talking about doesn't comport to reality.
I wondered if you might be just applying for a job somewhere, and these days, people kind of assume that they're going to search
a future employer, a current employer. It could be one of these organizations like.
You wouldn't want all that
Society
stuff
for Professional Engineers. It could be one of these organizations. It's hard to say. We're just speculating. On the Patricia Steer hangout, they said basically that he's taking a break from the flat Earth or something.
Yeah. They said he was. Yeah, he needed a break.
But that he was coming back. The channel was coming back. That's what they were saying.
Bob on Globebusters was making all sorts of assertions about it, that it didn't sound like, kind of sounded like he was sort of, fluffing it up a bit. He's definitely
I don't know if they actually talked with him
and he'd definitely be at the conference. And I thought, well, you didn't speak to him. You spoke to somebody who had spoken to him. So I'm not sure if you actually know all these things to be true, but it's interesting, though, isn't it, that one of them should do that. Yet is a young Earth creationist, by the way. Someone just asked. Charlotte just asked in chat.
This guy Glenn in the chat, Flat Earth Alaska, mentioning that he's an undisclosed professional. He's not that screwball Glenn, the lawyer that makes videos with the model airplanes trying to claim they're upside down when they're flying in the southern hemisphere and shit like that.
No, I don't think it's him. No, it's not him. Yeah. Flat Earth Alaska, he looks like Santa.
Oh.
Which isn't unlike that guy, I know, but he looks more like Santa than that guy.
Let's see.
That's right, isn't it, Flat Earth Alaska? You look a bit like Santa.
I still want to know why he thinks the water is flat in my avatar. I'll probably never find out. I'll never get a good explanation from him.
Well, would you say that
it looks curved, isn't it?
Would you say that you've been exposed as a bit more, I don't know, crazier than normal? Or
I think
it just seems a bit fanatical to me, the people who get on that channel.
That's the thing I got with him. He's I don't know, he's sort of like a more laid back Black Dell. He's just sort of so committed. He just, anything that even begins to suggest to challenge his flat Earth idea, he finds a way not to even argue the point, but just to dismiss it instantly. Just to not even have to address it. And that's what Dell does.
Are you talking about Big Dread, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Well, he said today that he's only been doing this for like 4 months or something like that.
See, he's a gamer. He's another gamer, isn't he? That's come over from the game.
Pretty new to the whole thing.
Is he gaming? I thought he was more, conspiracy and sort of black activism.
Well, he said he's a gamer.
He seems very religious as well. So I think that's a big part of it too.
Oh,
I don't think he believes in God. I mean, he might believe in a creator, but I don't think he believes in the God of the Bible. Because I've heard him say a few times about he doesn't believe the God of the Bible. So
yeah.
Well,
I mean, but a lot of them say that, don't they? I mean, like Poncho now, he's like the vicar.
Well, I often wonder if
he's going around chat saying he's all religious.
Because it's part of the whole, sort of zeitgeist conspiracy theory thing that you've got to sort of reject religion as a sort of construct of the establishment. But I think that once you do that a lot of these people, they then need a religion, and Flat Earth fills that hole really quite nicely.
Yeah, but I don't understand. I still can't understand it, man. I mean, they say some really stupid things that just makes me think they're really stupid people.
As stupid as this, concerning my avatar, YouTube says that the waves are what ultimately blocks the sun.
No. Well, my conclusion with YouTube is he's dumb as fuck, man.
Waves. He's claiming waves are blocking the sun in my picture. The bottom half of the sun.
See, I don't understand it. He don't do nothing for the flat Earth. He doesn't partake in any experiments whatsoever. Not the sun tracking.
He's exposed me, Mark. I think that's his.
Oh yeah, he exposed you. What?
Exposing me.
And then he asked for a wrench.
Yeah.
And I see him comment in chat the other day. He said the wrenches have gone mad on that Jamie's chat, but he was a wrench on there and he banned me.
Yeah, if he's got a wrench in a chat, which he doesn't seem to have quite so many these days, but when he has, you can guarantee he'll ban me.
Yeah, I know.
He is a limping
He's like a
contradiction.
proper snake in the grass, isn't he? A proper snake in the grass.
He's really slimy. I mean,
It's
that
like
thing.
that, it's like that Watson. It's like that Watson.
He was
as
watching that hangout. He knows very well I deliberately shared those accounts, but he just didn't tell them that. He let them believe I'd done it accidentally, and he snatched it. You know, he'd managed to grab the screenshot, and then and the hangout's still here on this channel for anyone to go and see. Number 9, I think it is. So, but then he goes and passes it on to Bob, and it turns out he's got about 50 fucking accounts himself.
He's got more than that. He's got about 50 YouTube, and then he's got another 50 fucking sock accounts with stupid little names. Like Lionstein and all that kind of shit, you know.
So, he felt compelled to take this to Bob so he could tell the community about it. Oh, and Political Hillbilly and Antonio Subarats,
I know, he told everyone. He told everyone
the same
to
thing
listen.
Himself. It's just
He told everyone to listen how much of a fucking they cracked the case wide open.
Right. Yeah. I mean, what a slimy cunt, I mean.
It's like that Watson. I've seen him having a go at I think he was on Hillbilly's chat, but he was having a go at some flat earthers saying anyone who seemed to be in globe chat rooms all day and hanging about with globers are scum of the earth, not to be trusted.
Yeah.
And then that evening he's all night in P Mars's fucking channel. You know what I mean? I don't understand how these people can say things like that and then just completely fucking do the opposite thing.
Aren't you hearing this a lot though now? This sort of very sort of adversarial sort of talk, this us and them, and
apparently that Discord all fell to pieces, didn't it? That Discord they was all on that all went tits up, didn't it?
Oh, did it? I don't know. I thought that was still going on. I don't really know.
That guy that was running it. Well, not running it, but he was the one promoting it. That Gavin who used to go on Hillbillies. He's from England. I call him a Scouser, but he says from Southport.
Right.
But, I mean, it's fucking good as new as damn it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a Scouser.
Yeah, but he was apparently he's fallen out with. He was in Hillbillies chat calling them all cunts. So fuck knows.
Oh, why?
They called it the Flat Earth Ranch. I don't know. He was saying, I don't know why you're talking to all these people. You know what I mean? Why don't we just ban them? We shouldn't even be talking to them. We should all do our talking on this Discord. I think he just basically wanted to take it away, you know what I mean, to the dark corners of the recess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't mind if they do that. I don't care. Take it to fucking Discord where nobody goes.
But yeah, I mean, how long do you think that you could keep it up? I mean, that Ute says he's been at this for 2 years. I mean, when do you look in the mirror when you get up in the morning, when you're switching your computer on to come in these chat rooms, do you realise it's been 5 years and nothing's happened?
I know. And it's, it's odd, isn't it? Because a lot of this, an awful lot of it is based on Dubay. And almost everything Dubay put out there was based on Robotham's book from the whenever it was. So now back then, he could make some of these arguments sensibly because that was before, space travel and satellites and.
Well, he wouldn't look out of place, would he? I mean,
all the shit that we have in the modern world, and people back then thought he was a fucking nut job. So if you think about it, what we know, what we've learned about the world and what we've done in terms of space exploration since then, it's astounding that these people still attempt to make these, 200-year-old arguments. I mean, it beggars belief, really, doesn't it? I mean,
they do, they do seem to be getting a bit more crazier, I think. Well, that's my perception. I don't know, maybe it's me. I'm getting crazier, and I don't know.
I mean, it will be interesting, won't it, to see in 5 years what it's like. I don't know. Will it still be here in 5 years?
Well, I mean, the way they talk, some of them, they've been around that long already. So, yeah, maybe it will.
Yeah, they add years on, don't they, willy-nilly?
I mean, chemo.
I heard Poncho Pete claim he'd been doing it 3 years.
Oh, man, he can't stop lying.
When it's about, 18 months.
What happened to his job? What happened to his job in the nut now?
You know what's interesting, though, with these guys, though, that I'm finding universally is that, like, none of these guys have ever even looked through a telescope, yet they claim that they're doing research and looking for truth. But it's like, I'll tell them some of the things you can see through a telescope, and they'll claim, no, you can't see that. Like, you can't see Jupiter's moons. You can't see atmospheric banding on Jupiter. You can't see, no, you can't see that. You can't, all you see is a light.
Yeah. Yeah. There's hundreds of videos of it.
I mean, they say stupid things like, why can't we have a picture of someone walking upside down in Australia? I mean, what the fuck?
What yesterday in Pillbox's hangout, they said, oh, your NASA digital telescope. I'm like, no, I've taken it apart and cleaned it. It's just 2 mirrors in a tube. There's nothing digital about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I first heard that from that Arcane Logos. I heard him in a chat room.
Yeah, he famously said that, didn't he? That all telescopes they were like generating the image of the planet that you were looking at, and you didn't realize it.
I mean, like epistemology said, you can see Andromeda. I mean, if you had really good eyesight, you might be able to see it, but I don't think you would. I think you need binoculars to see it.
You know, if you believe that to be true, that what would you do? I mean, the first thing I would do is I would buy like a fucking telescope right away so I could see this in action, and then I would start dismantling it to find out how it was done. I mean, you would have to. I mean, this is what gets me like with Jaron, and there was him, Bob, and Morgile. As sitting in fucking Globebusters chat, claiming that these SpaceX rocket launches are fake. Not that they're launching them and they're dropping into the ocean, but they're faking the launch. But, these are 3 men who live in the country that launches more rockets than any other country in the world. They could get in their car. They could drive to Florida. There must be.
No, they don't have to. Vandenberg Air Force Base is where I go to watch the SpaceX launches because all polar orbit launches out of Vandenberg.
Right.
For Jaron, that's like 2.5 hours.
Right. I mean, they are without excuse. And if you actually believe that stuff was being faked, I mean, what Jaron says is, David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear. Well, if you actually think that the most amazing magic trick that anyone has ever seen is actually being played out live in your country, a dozen times a year or half a dozen or however many it is, you would go and see it. Surely you would go and, if you're a researcher, Morgile calls himself an investigative reporter of all things.
Was he fuck? But what's more funny is the irony of these people. Yeah, I mean, like Antonio with that sun tracking. I see him the other. I mean, it was about a week ago now, but he hasn't produced no map. In fact, he was on a globe Earth, plotting it out on a globe. So, like putting pins in a globe where the sun was going. You know what I mean? I just couldn't stop laughing. And they was all talking seriously.
On Antonio's map, I don't understand why the people on the north shore of Brazil haven't wondered why the sun is sun is rising on their north shore. Because he's got South America all tilted towards the north.
Yeah, but I mean,
towards the east, I mean.
This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. You could tell them, that the sun doesn't rise in the morning. It's in fact rising at night time. And they believe it. That's what I don't understand. You could tell them something that was patently fucking false, and they'd say, "Yeah, I'll see that. I'll see that." I mean, I just don't understand this stupidity.
It's like that stupid, that Flat Earth asshole video where he's 100% debunks the 1972 blue marble, and even there's other flat earthers that have debunk this, what he's trying to present, and they still just churn it out, this crap. I mean, it's unbelievable. And his video is almost identical to Antonio's video on it, which he did in like the end of 2015 or something like that. I mean, they're just literally just regurgitating each other's bollocks.
Yeah, Spurs is getting a bit fanatical as well. You notice that with Spurs. He's like saying, I mean, he's always said stupid things, but he's saying like, "Oh, there's thousands of us now. Like we're taking over," and that.
I think he might be he might be having us all on, mate.
Might be. Did you hear him on the Dreads the other day?
Something he does that makes me think he's just a fucking po.
Yeah. Did you hear him on Dreads the other day about like saying the nigger word?
Yeah.
Did you hear that Dread? What he said? He goes, I say nigger with an A, not with an ER.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck hell.
He's trying to get in-bomb privileges for being in the hangout. I got to repeat what YouTube said here a few minutes ago. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was actually Flat Earth Alaska." He said, "You guys are old. I'm watching a space movie now to get into your sick mentality. Later, peace."
I mean, I love the way they say that. When Flat Earthers say that, they go, I can't watch science fiction movies anymore because it's fucking science fiction. It was never real,
Because of you now, I get PTSD when I watch Gravity.
Yeah. Oh God.
You notice though with these flat earthers, like when we had Willis here today, he asked one question, we'll explain it, and it's just water like a duck's back.
Yeah.
It's just like as if nothing just happened. As if that question was never asked and an answer was never given.
So would you put that down to epistemology? Did you put that down to them just being stupid, them being dishonest?
I don't know. I kind of got the idea he might have been getting coaxed through that conversation.
Or by his aunt.
Like when we asked him, like, how high were you? When Curve asked him how high he was when he made that observation of Chicago, and he's like, and then he was quiet for a while. Then he goes, "Oh, I was. What did he say? He's like, I was at the sea level or whatever."
Yeah, football field away from the sea or something, whatever that means. He didn't say whether that was fucking high.
I've heard him in hangouts before, and I think that's kind of how he is. He's a bit sort of stunted, if you like, sometimes.
Well, I don't know if anybody noticed it, but
was that intelligence or height?
But he lets rip when he's doing the religious stuff. Because he's been in G-Man's hangout, I think.
He's in dreads. He's in dreads all the time, isn't he?
But I mean, if part of his belief is really because some family members indoctrinate with him, that's kind of sad. That's why I'm kind of motivated to try to help him more so than some of these old fucks here that are just unchangeable in their ways.
Yeah, because he does sound just confused, really, to me.
He's saying he sees the moon in the sky every morning when the sun rises.
Yeah, that's true. He did.
I thought you said that. I thought
he
meant that he sees the sun and the moon in exactly the same place every morning. That's what I thought.
I thought at first he was saying that the sun came up at exactly the same time every day.
Yeah, that's what I meant, in the same place. That's what I thought we meant. That's why I was asking him the difference between summer and winter.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing surprises me with these people now. You have to kind of like double check yourself to make sure that they're asking that question.
I haven't been asked yet. Why does the sun rise every day? Waiting for that one.
I mean, like Isa, he seems quite articulate the way he talks, but I don't know whether he's fucking doing it deliberately to have an argument with people on the net or.
I think he believes it. I'm not sure.
Do you? Well, do you really though, Joe? I mean, when he says stupid things like plane trigonometry, that's why they call it plane trigonometry, because we live on a plane.
Well, I think that the problem is when people when they buy into this, obviously a lot of people do find something compelling, believe it or not. And when they do, I think once you bought into it, it's quite a leap then to get back out of it, isn't it? Because you've got to sort of, you've got to admit that you were really taken in by all this shit. So I think with him, I think he's at that, that's maybe where he is. I think.
Yeah, I mean, he got a bit of
probably
flat
knows it isn't for real, but
I mean, he's done better than the average flat earther. He got a bit of flat earth pussy out of it, didn't he? You know what I mean?
yeah, he did. Yeah, he did all right, didn't he?
I mean, he's doing better than you. I mean, all you's got is fucking Watson. So, like, yeah, I mean, ISIS, you could put ISIS in the Premier League of flat earthers.
He's got you, Mark.
What, you?
Yeah.
Apparently, I'll follow him around in every chat.
Yeah, you are like a couple, a sort of bickering couple, you know.
he's, you know, we were talking about self-importance earlier. That's what you've got. He's got that self-importance. The thing that I'm going to be fucking following him about in every chat.
Who was that? It was some comedian, like sketch show. Was it Catherine Tate or someone like that, where they were like always arguing? I can't remember who it was, but it'd say like really. Oh no, it's Harry Enfield, and it, you know, they'd have like this couple, like this sort of middle class couple, and he'd go, "I hate you." They said these really awful things to each other. They were just like always arguing, you know.
What sketch show was the Three Scousers on? That was Harry Enfield, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Hey, you're fucking starting. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the old comedies of the 80s, you can't beat it.
Holy shit. Hey, Jem, did you know that the sun gets to 3.1 miles away and the horizon blocks anything beyond 3.1 miles? Is that what you're saying, you? He says it gets to 3.1 miles away and blocks anything beyond 3.1 miles. You thinks that the horizon is like a static, a fixed line that just sits there and just blocks things way up high in the sky. You can't see past this invisible magnifying blocker wall. It's bizarre.
Have you heard his velocity change one? Have you heard that one?
Oh yeah,
the velocity change. He's trying to say that because we're traveling around the sun in an orbit, and because the Earth's spinning, like in one part of the 12 hours of the day we're going with the orbit, and the other 12 we're going against the orbit, and that would cause a velocity change. And he done the maths, and he come back with a speed of 1 mile an hour in 22 minutes or something. Know what I mean? I said to him, "Do you think 1 mile an hour you're going to feel?" "Oh yeah, you're going to feel that." He reckons, you know, hammocks and things like that. Anything that's hanging, you'd notice that in there. You'd see them moving. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Just don't matter.
He's retarded. I don't know what else to say. He's retarded.
There's no other conclusion, is there? There's no other conclusion.
I thought I saw the dumbest thing ever until I saw on You Being Exposed today when the guy was saying, "Explain this." And it was a video in an airplane where they're flying over a cloud layer. And the sun is setting, and so the cloud layer is illuminated underneath. The airplane is flying over the illuminated cloud layer. And they were asking, how is it possible to fly over the sun if the sun is 93 million miles away?
Busted.
I kid you not. So now the sun went from, 3,000 miles to 4. And then I asked in the chat, how come no flat earthers has chartered, a general aviation aircraft and flown over the sun to take some detailed close-up pictures?
Yeah, they let you back on their epistemology. I've heard you in that exposed a couple of times, but
I don't think I'm welcome there anymore. Vindra doesn't like me. Well, I asked him how celestial navigation works on a flat plane, and he kind of closed out the hangout. So
yeah, I've heard you a couple of times, and when he gets young, he blacks the screen out, doesn't he? So no fucker on YouTube can see you. And then I don't know what he does behind the
ended the hangout just as I.
Well, one of the things I did is they were claiming that they were going over those goddamn blue marble picture again that they were saying it's composite. Right. It's fake, just like when you go to a composite artist too. We were making the joke because they were saying it's the same as like a composite artist, you know, like if you get mugged and you're trying to give out a description of the guy.
Oh right, yeah.
Well, I shouldn't laugh, but it was.
No, he had a different continent than that. No, his ocean was a little wider.
I shouldn't laugh really, but it was funny when Jem went in there and gave him that picture of the 3 globes.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing,
triggered
though.
him.
So they immediately said that it's 3 different globes.
Yeah.
I know.
And so then I got on there with my daughter's little princess ball and with my webcam and was showing the same effect on the webcam.
Yeah, I'll see that.
Right.
See that.
Oh, I didn't see that. What did they say to that then?
Just ignored it, didn't I?
They basically said it's not the same effect, even though it actually worked. But it worked better on the webcam than it looked in those other pictures.
Right. I mean, that's just a ridiculous thing, isn't it? That's what I thought, that they would sit in that hangout and argue about the validity of that photo of the 3 globes, and rather than just pick up a fucking ball. And
What's really funny though, they had Pissy Pete in there telling them about 60-mile fucking trees, and they didn't say fuck all to him. Like they think fucking a 60-mile tree is more credible than something they can see with their own fucking eyes. I mean, these people are unbelievable. He's got that super chat and all that, Dread, hasn't he?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But think about the idea here. So this guy had this perfect replica globe made with 3 different versions of it, each having different sized continents on it. I mean,
it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, but that don't come into it, does it? It's just a get out, isn't it? That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just
a get out clause.
All they've got to do, and I've heard, I heard that Candy talking about how they come up with something and you debunk that, and it's like all you've got to do is come up with some sort of reason to not accept it. You know what I mean? That's debunking.
There was some guy on there today, and he was saying something. I can't remember what his argument was, but he sounded like a glober. I didn't really get to hear all of it, but he was saying something about, I can't remember exactly. And that Candy, that Candy bird, she turned around and said, "Have you read the Book of Enoch?" And like it was something about fucking gravity or something, sciencey. And she said, "Have you read the Book of Enoch? It gives you the answer in there." And like the guy had his camera on, and his face was just a picture. You know what I mean? His face was just like, what the fuck are you going on about? I mean, she's just fucking. Oh man, she's thicker than 2 planks of wood. That fucker, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't heard her talk that much. Yeah, she's pretty religious, I think, isn't she? And
the other thing that drives me nuts about that You've Been Exposed hangout is they constantly will criticize you for interrupting them, but they won't give you fucking 3 seconds to get your point out before someone cuts you off, and then they talk over you for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the minute you try to get back in the game with them, they're no, you're interrupting me. Why are you gonna be coming in here and interrupting me and not letting me finish my point and being rude and shit?
And when you let them in, when you give way and you let them speak, they speak for like fucking 10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And they say the same point.
Same shit, just fucking repeat it over and over again.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, it ain't even anything to do with what you're talking about.
Right.
It's fucking, they go off on some mad tangent about God knows what.
Yeah, that fucking, what's his name? That Bro Sanchez. He was.
Oh, he's a loon, that kind of thing.
Fucking nuts, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't sound like someone that's fucking sane, does he? I mean,
did you hear his story today about his indoctrination into the, I can't remember what sect. What's that sect where you have to speak in tongues and all that?
Oh, the
Christianity.
Yeah, I think some of the Southern Baptists do that, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it weren't some, but I'm not saying they don't do that, but it weren't the one he. Yeah, that's it.
Pentecostals, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he was telling like he kept. Well, what was funny? He was telling the story, and he kept saying like, "Oh, I'll cut a long story short," but it weren't fucking short. It went on for about half an hour. About like him fucking, he got took into this church and. Everyone was doing all this touching him, and he was doing these voices, just acting it out and all that. And that Rand Campbell was on there.
Yeah, Rand. Yeah.
Oh man, he's in the Dominican Republic apparently. He's a fucking.
Yeah. He's from the atheist. You know him from the atheist Christian debate, Mark. Have you?
Yeah, I've seen him lose it in rooms before, man. He gets fucking ran the rant.
Yeah, he's a pretty obnoxious character. He likes to have this sort of war between atheists and Christians. And he's trying to create exactly the same thing here. He's trying to, he's going around saying, oh, the flat earthers are all nice, reasonable people, and the globers are all, horrible. And
what I don't understand is, in what kind of world do they think these people think they're good Christians?
I know. That's the thing. I noticed
in England, a good Christian, they come round and give you your last fucking, last bit of food.
Yesterday he said he was training to be a preacher. Today he said, I am a preacher.
Yeah. He's saying something about he helps people with drug problems or something.
Yeah.
He most likely sells them the fucking drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, Dominican Republic. You know what?
He spent most of his life in jail, actually, that guy has. He's done a lot of time by his own admission, I think that's true. All those, he talks about he saw his mother killed in front of him and all this sort of thing. I think that is probably true.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of fucking liberal license there to
possibly
fucking spice
he says
up
it
a bit.
Lot. He says I don't like to talk about it, but
apparently the wife that his mum killed the second husband as well, or tried to. That's what he said tonight.
Right? Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, well, I think that's true. I mean, I've heard him say that before, but he says he doesn't like to talk about it, but I've heard him talk about it dozens of times.
I always say that, don't I? He prefix it. Well, to cut a long story short, and the cunt goes on for half an hour. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. I mean, long story short is, I tried to get in that Pentecostal shit and it didn't work. And fucking half an hour later, still saying the same shit you was doing fucking at the beginning. Yeah, but
I guess the real tragedy with all these guys, you hear about their backgrounds, and obviously none of these guys have really gotten what they call the highest level of education for the most part, and I don't think these guys are the highest up the executive ladder either. What you really see is just a huge deficiency in critical thinking.
Right.
But they do sound. I mean, I'm judging this from what I've heard people talk about in Hangouts, but they do seem quite articulate. I mean, not all of them, obviously, but some of them do anyway. No, they seem to articulate.
Well, being verbally articulate is different than being able to do critical thinking.
Yeah. I'm not trying to put the two together. It's just that I don't know what I'm expecting someone.
I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, you have some phenomenal celebrities that preach some pretty kooky ideas, like anti-vaxxers and things like that. These are people that are very well spoken, very eloquent, and talented in their particular field.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, the fucking president of the United States.
I mean, but I don't know anyone. I don't know about anyone else. I can't speak for anyone else. But I've never met a flat earther in real life. I mean, maybe this is just some kind of Twilight Zone.
Come true to meet one in real life. If I could,
how many go outside?
Especially if it was one like Dell, that was actually evangelizing. I would shut the business down for the day just so I could argue with him.
Well, there's one good thing that's come out of it anyway with this you've been exposed. It's taking the dairy off the fucking British, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because all the ones that are going in there are mostly American.
Yeah.
So it's took the dairy right off the British. Thank fuck for that. That's all I can say.
You still have Anthony Riley.
Yeah, that's another fucking idiot.
Yeah, fucking. Yeah.
I stumbled on a couple of his hangouts. He's had, what's that guy's name? I can't remember his name now. I think the fucking guy's channel is just dedicated to questioning Anthony Riley. It's got about fucking 30 videos up. Talking about everything under the sun, from evolution. Who did he have a conversation? Spurs had a conversation with him. I can't remember the guy's name.
GeoStreamer.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah. No, Geo something.
GeoShifter.
No, GeoStreamer. Streber.
Yeah, that might have been him. Yeah, Spurs had a little ding ding with him and Andy Riley. Like they was arguing about the Foucault's pendulum. But like, it's really funny. The guys really giving it some heavy physics, and you can just fucking if they put a camera on and that Andy Riley, there'd be smoke coming out of his ears. Like he didn't have a fucking clue. You could hear it. It's really funny when people do that kind of stuff, isn't it? And the physics and that, and it just goes over people's heads.
Riley can handle a purple dildo, though.
Yeah, I'll bet.
He's the one with the all runways are flat, isn't he? That one.
Runways are flat.
Runway Tony.
Yeah,
you haven't seen the video?
You get out of a cracker, isn't it? Not fucking out of someone's mouth.
Mark, you haven't seen the video where he's actually holding a purple dildo, talking to it like a microphone? That's right, Riley. It's on video, man. I didn't make that up.
Fuck, or you just made that up. You're just trying to get me to search fucking purple dildo, aren't you?
Oh no, it's for real. Here, I'll link it to you in a second.
I don't even know if I want to watch that.
Oh, I think we should play it in the Hangout.
Yeah, cool, fuck it, play it in the Hangout. At least it won't be in my search history. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, I need to get 1,000 subscribers so I can have a super chat.
You can buy them. Big Elf bought his. There's no way 1,000 people like that cunt. So he must have bought them. Did you see he put up the chat from about fucking 8 months ago in that Hangout, trying to cause trouble between Chemo and that?
Yeah,
like you're saying, Chemo, you're going to explain what you said earlier and all that. I thought he was on about half an hour earlier. And then he sent the fucking thing to that you've been exposed. And I was sitting there and I was thinking, what's going on here? And all I kept hearing was Pissy Pete saying, Mark Taylor's a cunt, Mark Taylor's a cunt. I thought, what the fuck? I'm not even in the Hangout. Why did you mention my name?
Mark.
Yuda's in the side chat here complaining about the money making aspect, milking flat earth, and especially new people latching onto this instead of what did he say here? Oh, instead of the original people. So he's an OG flat earther, so he gets some street cred, I guess.
Yeah, you say that here, and then tomorrow he'll be in that Publix exposed licking his fucking arse.
Yeah, stitching me up. I managed to get I got a wrench, in IPS's Hangout.
Fuck off.
I did. He said, they banned me. I went in there and asked him something, and he banned me straight away.
What he did, or the mods did?
No, well, he asked his mods to ban me straight away.
Oh, right.
So, and then he's ranting away. He's doing his thing. He goes, "Oh yeah, if anyone wants a wrench, just ask for it." So I flicked onto this account, because it's got the channel art and everything. And I went, "Can I have a wrench, please, IPS? I love your channel." And he fucking gave it to me straight away.
He's seen Flat Earth in his name, isn't it? He's fucking sucking him in.
And then, of course, as soon as I got the wrench, fucking, who was it? Bob and Snack to the Future. Like, they were going mental in the chat. That's Chub Panda, that's Chub Panda. You've given him a wrench.
Did he take it off you?
Yeah, he took it off me, yeah.
Oh, I'd have been banning people left, right and centre.
Oh, no, I should have been.
Yeah, it makes me laugh, right, Jem, because like I've said to you before, like, you're one of the first people I've ever heard in these kind of hangouts. And you seem so reasonable, but now you're fucking hated.
Yeah.
Before, like, people would invite you into chat rooms and they'd enjoy having a chat with you. Now, like, proper fucking hated.
Yeah. I'm like a demon, aren't I? Which is great. I love that now. I like that. It's much cooler than being nice.
It's funny though, man. It's fucking hilarious. They get the right arm, don't they?
Yeah.
I just put the link to the video you don't want to see right there.
Oh yeah, cool. Let's do it. Reacting to sliced by Kane, spouting more utter nonsense. That's I say utter nonsense. Hold up. I need to do a screenshot. Are you seeing this, you guys? Oh, hold on. Where's it go?
I'm hearing it. There it is.
Hang on, let me go back to the beginning. Are you able to hear this? Probably not.
Yeah, the sound's not brilliant on it.
I haven't watched.
What is this challenge? You're not
I'm
lying.
not even sure.
Has decided that he was going to take up a challenge. This is what he presented.
Oh, it stopped. Did it stop?
Yeah, it stopped. It's
Anyway,
it's
we're
like
dealing with
buffer.
the
Hey, Jeremy, can you click this link for me? This is that video that they were talking about today in the in that other chat.
Sure. Let's
asking to explain how the sun could be, 90 million miles away on.
What kind of reality does someone think that they look good talking to a purple dildo?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
go ahead and mute the audio on that, by the way.
Sorry?
Go ahead and mute the music out of there. It's got some music in there. There we go. So this is them thinking that they're flying over the sun right now. I kid you not. This is what they were saying in the hangout, that they're flying over the sun right here.
Yeah.
Like they're like, what other explanation is there? They're flying over the sun.
Who else was it? This might have come from Jeran or someone. Someone else has done this. I think this was on
Aaron Dover. Aaron Dover had something similar to this with the airplane, sun below the clouds
look,
and everything.
There's the sun. Look, the plane's flying higher than the sun. The sun's like 3 miles up.
Maybe YouTube has an explanation for this. Is it the waves, YouTube? Is it the waves that are causing
Look
this?
at that. They're flying over the sun. You can see the molten clouds under there. It's like looking over
that does look really cool, though, doesn't it?
It's actually a super sweet shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they're smelting iron in there or something.
Right. Yeah. It's just so beautifully yellow and gold and just everything.
Well, I mean, when you're only a couple of miles from the sun, that's what it looks like.
Now you would think that aircraft would be melting, wouldn't you? At that proximity.
Not, because the airplane, as you could see in the next video that was coming up, they have an airplane flying through the sun. So yeah, it's not as hot as they tell us. It's science and shit. Liars are all fucking liars. How in the hell is the sun below the airplane? Below the clouds. It's 3,000 miles up, except when it's 30. And yeah.
Well, in this case, Kurt, it's like less than 5.
I mean, it's truly amazing, isn't it? That if you could plot human intelligence on a graph, I mean, going from these people that say stupid things like that to the likes of Einstein, Newton, or other people that are about today that are doing marvelous and truly fucking wonderful things. But I just fucking don't understand it. The fuck can the sun be like 3 miles away or whatever? You know what I mean?
You've really got to just want to believe all this stuff, I think, haven't you?
I mean, all them years ago, yeah. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, before we knew all this kind of stuff. I mean, they believed it was a globe then, but I mean, intelligent people, they must have looked at them like gods.
Yeah,
they mustn't they? All them thousands of years ago. When the first caveman lit a fire or something, they must have thought, fucking hell, man. He should sort that one.
It's one thing to be dumb enough to fall for this stuff, but it's a totally different ballgame for the people that know what the fuck they're pushing.
Yeah, I think so. And
that's what I don't understand. Why anyone would want to? I mean, obviously there's people that.
And there's been this sort of sudden monetization of it now, hasn't there? And all these people preaching that it's okay to be monetized. And
and what is it with the donations? Like $3. I mean, what the fuck are you gonna buy with $3? I mean, like you watch that fucking You've Been Exposed channel. Yeah, it's an 8-hour hangout, and someone donates $3.
I mean, I watched it Globebusters the other night. They took about $50 in about an hour.
Did they?
Yeah, they fucking did, man.
It gives you the right to say something as well, doesn't it? And your name's highlighted. I noticed that some people have been saying really stupid. Well, I mean,
and when it's a big show like that, people want to feel like that they know the owners and they're being noticed by them. You know what I mean? So they.
I know they moan all day about NASA taking the money, and they go and give fucking some nuts on the internet fucking money.
I know.
What the fuck is up with that?
I know. Far more than they give to fucking NASA as well.
I know, especially the people in England. That's what annoys me more than anything.
I know when you
got people in England bitching about NASA.
I know, Dell. It's a bit concerning. $50 billion a day. And you're like, what the fuck is it? You're not fucking paying any of it. Fuck off.
Did you see? I don't know whether it was the actual shed, but did you see that Germanicus Keith? He fucking he had his shed, didn't he? I don't know whether it was actually his shed. I mean, we'll have to clarify that with Germanicus Keith. Did you see that curve?
No, I haven't seen that.
Did you see it?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. He fucking I see him posting it everywhere. Like, I don't know how he got it, but he reckon he got the coordinates to his shed, and then he posted the fucking shed. Oh fucking, like Google Street View and all that. Like, he fucking shot a Google down on his shed, like in fucking Scotland.
One thing that did stand out to me is when I saw the picture of the neighborhood, it instantly reminded me of back when I first saw Dell, like standing out. I didn't even know who the hell he was back then.
Right.
But it took me back to when I've seen him outside talking, like in his neighborhood on video. And I knew that it was like the right neighborhood or something like that, or at least it looked like it was.
Right.
I mean, I know Christmas is a long way off, but I was kind of hoping with all the agents on board that someone could have slipped the coordinates to fucking the RAF or the USFA and fucking carpet bombed them or something.
Yeah, just send a drone around with a hellfire.
Yeah. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Calculate the collateral damage, and away we go.
That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? They're on cam, great big explosion, and no shed left with him just sitting in a chair with all black hair and smoke pouring off. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Well, Jim, I don't know if this is coincidence or not, but Ute hasn't posted since about the time he started playing that airplane sun video.
Got no explanation for that.
He's done a runner, has he?
You might want to keep that one handy.
Yeah.
It's very useful. Ute repellent is an extremely valuable substance.
I mean, he says really funny things. His last post says, people far more intelligent than me. I mean, a fucking shit sin's more intelligent than you. A 7.5 mile frozen lake. 7.5 mile? I thought it got blocked out after 3.1 miles of Ute. So what happens there then?
Yeah, you can't see
it's frozen lake thing.
3.1 miles. Ute. That's it. That's the wall. Retard. It's Rock Lake in Canada. I forget the province, but it is Rock Lake. It's a pretty sloppy experiment. Nothing's documented. Nothing's really done.
Who done the experiment? Do we know who done it?
Some guy who Jesus healed his wife's knee after she prayed.
Jesus healed his wife's knee.
Yeah, well, it was hurting. She fell on the ice one day, and she was having problems with her knee for years. And then finally, she got the bright idea to pray about it, and the pain went away. So
Jesus come down. He didn't fix all the hunger and that in the world. He fixed the missus's knee.
You would have thought he would have made her a bit more stable on the ice and saved everyone all the trouble. You know,
and flattened the lake.
Just fixed it so she didn't fall over in the first place. That would seem to be the most efficient way around this.
Well, you know what I mean? You'd have thought he would have made it possible that she could walk on ice.
Well, hindsight is divine.
Well, he's atemporal. I mean, he would have known that she was going to ask him for help with the knee.
Oh no, it's back.
What happened with George's experiment? I heard rumours and that it come back that it was a globe.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I haven't seen the final results that he posted. I saw enough of when he was doing it, what he measured, how it acted, and everything like that. But I kind of lost interest in it. But
yeah, it's kind of boring for
us,
us. We know what the result will be. They'll lynch me if they hear me say that. But
I'd like to see him do a proper experiment. I mean, I know that's never going to happen, but it would have been nice to actually see a result to say that sun tracking, apart from seeing a fucking globe on the screen for 3 hours. I mean, what do you think's happened to that? Do you think they've realised behind the scenes that it is a globe and they, just give up with it, or what?
I mean, they did plot the things on a globe, didn't they? That Chris creeping up every hangout's arse, truth seeker.
Yeah, Chris, I'm having a breakdown.
Yeah, he plotted them all.
He's shocking.
They went through them, and they'd got some little anomaly somewhere, hadn't they? Where
the Isle of Wight and fucking someone in South Africa at the same latitude, sun or
something like that.
Fucking rubbish.
Mm.
Yeah, that if there's one that's slimy, that Chris guy, he's fucking. Oh, he's pathetic.
He really is, isn't he?
He's a truth seeker.
Mm. Yeah, Chris. I call him Chris. I'm having a breakdown because he's always having a breakdown, isn't he?
I've never liked him. I don't trust him at all.
No, I mean, these people are incredibly fucking flawed, aren't they? I mean, you can be stupid, but
yeah, that's a good word.
I mean, fucking hell. I mean, if there is a God, he's handed them a bad hand, hasn't he? Personality of a rock.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of got himself in that position where. Oh shit! That thing's running again. Yeah, he's got that self. He's in a position where he's kind of in a lot of hangouts, but doesn't really contribute to them.
Yeah, I'll call him the Flat Earth Secretary. That's all he does.
Flat Earth what?
Flat Earth secretary. That's all he does. He's in every fucking hangout, but he don't contribute nothing. All he does is admin.
Yeah.
That's all he does. He's in fucking chat saying like, "Oh, there's 250 people watching. Like, give it 10 minutes, then thumbs up, yeah, people," and shit like that.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot, man. The fucking hell do we get so many idiots in England? We're only a small country. I thought we was an intelligent race. I mean, I thought we'd given the world loads. I mean, with the music and the culture and all that. And what we're giving them is fucking retards. That's what we're giving the world. I mean, you can tie the Americans back to us and all, can't you, really? Because they're all come from England.
Well, not all of them.
No, not all of them, apart from the Native Americans. But I haven't heard no Native Indians on fucking YouTube saying the
Well,
Earth's
no, I
flat.
mean, there was a big migration from all over Europe in like the early 1900s, and you know.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, I suppose it's diluted and that, but I'll just take.
I mean, there's a lot of Germans went, a lot of Irish. And,
yeah, true. I mean, do you think there is a high lot of? Do you think it's just because the English are more vocal?
Well, I think
the
it gets
Americans,
worse.
or?
In a way, it gets worse, mate, because look at the Scots. I mean, Dell does that hangout, and fucking everyone on it's fucking Scottish. I mean,
Did you see them ones that done the app? Did you see the ones that done the app? That Flat Earth app.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether I don't know whether it actually got through Apple or whatever, but it was so funny, like listening to saying, "Oh yes, you can use it to tell what part of the place you live on. It's all done with globe Earth maths, and I have to tell you that they work. You know what I mean? What? You said the globe's a fantasy. I mean, how can it work if it's a fantasy? I don't think it would have gone through, because what they were doing was they was using everything that Apple, like, it was using all the data. Are they allowed to do that? Use the data that Apple providing for
you
GPS?
can. Yeah, probably.
What,
yeah.
and charge money for it?
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd be allowed to do that. I mean, I don't
Well,
know.
a lot
whether...
of this stuff now, that's how it's made. You know what I mean? It's just sort of kind of modular. You just sort of copy a bit from here.
But they're using all the data from Apple, though, like the GPS data, and that's what you know. It wasn't a program that they built.
Right. Well, probably what you like with Google. You can do that with Google, and it allows you so many free searches per day. But if you try and do too many, it blocks. You know, or if you try and do too many in a certain time as well, it does.
I didn't know. Maybe they can. I wouldn't have thought Apple would have swallowed that. I mean, it can't be a very good business.
Yeah, it probably allows a small number so that you can have something like that where, you know, if you're not like with us, you see, if a customer goes to my website, they have to put their postcode in straight away. Well, that's immediately one Google search. As soon as they put their postcode in, it goes to Google Maps.
Yeah, but McDonald's wouldn't let you fucking have a burger, and then the minute you come out of the fucking restaurant, slap another name on it and sell it as your own. Surely. I mean, what I mean is they were using all the data that you get from an iPhone, the Apple iPhone, then rebranding it and selling it. That's all they've done. So that's what I meant. I didn't think Apple would let you do that, but maybe they would.
They probably do have quite a lot of apps that are, you know, where you can just rebrand them yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. Because all they're using was GPS.
Have a lot of templates, and you know that's how you do a website nowadays. It's only the same thing, isn't it? You can go and buy a template or get a free one. Just change a bit of artwork, alter a few settings, and you're away.
I suppose you can get GPS data from anywhere, but
that's what they'd have done, and you do have to pay for GPS, but like I say, usually they let you have so many free ones a day, you know. But we have to pay for ours because we use so many. Because each job is about 4 GPS searches. You know, by the time the app's got it, then the driver's got it, and you know, it adds up. And when you stick that over like 100 branches, we're doing like thousands of searches a day.
What do you think these people are doing in the UK, Jim? Do you think they're on the dole?
Antonio, isn't he? He said.
Is he?
Yeah. Martin
can't be on a normal rock and roll though, can he? I mean, he wouldn't be on just a normal dole though, would he? I mean, he spends fucking all the time on here. I mean, is that a job search? Would they class that as a job search?
I mean, I don't know if he's still here. Still is. He said when he was doing that whole, you know, Patricia is a psychopath thing. He said then he was on the dole. But he's an artist, isn't he? So he probably is.
Yeah, have you seen... I fucking Googled his name, man. Have you seen the fucking shocking haircuts he had?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Yeah, but I mean,
I've seen his art, though. It's quite nice. I thought he did some... No, it's all right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he should have stuck to his art. Because he's not that fucking good at anything else, is he? Maybe that's why. I don't know. I mean, fuck knows. I mean, whether, I don't know how much they get on the dole each week, but it can't be fucking the greatest life, can it? I should ask you, how much you get on the dole, you?
You get about 70 quid, don't you?
What, a fortnight, a week? Or
wait, a week.
What was it?
It's 72.
70 quid a week, is it?
75 now.
I mean, if you don't ever go out, I suppose that's quite rich, isn't it? I mean, Ute never goes out anywhere. So.
Well, you usually get, if you're renting, you get your rent paid and all, and your council tax. Free dental.
Has Martin had his new teeth fitted yet? He got, did you hear he got beat up apparently for doing the street interviews? Like,
yeah, somebody said that.
What happened?
He got beat up.
Who did?
You know that Martin Leakey? He tried to do the Welsh. He tried to do the Welsh equivalent of Scottish Dell with the street interviews, and someone beat him up.
That's terrible.
I think it was more to do that he was Welsh that he got beat up.
I think it might have been more to do with him being Martin.
Yeah. You shouldn't laugh really, but I fucking can't help it.
It's awful.
You really should. You have to laugh, really. I mean,
oh man, these people. I mean, they don't give nothing else to society, but they sure do give us some laughs, and they fucking hell.
I'm laughing to hold back the tears. Is he basically okay? I mean, he's not like in the hospital or anything.
No, he was. I don't think he got beat up severely.
He was on Jeds earlier and he was fine. He was happy.
Yeah, I don't think he got beat up, like hospitalised or anything like that. He must have just got a few slaps or something.
So the old lady he was challenging hit him with her purse.
That's like you fucking the brownies or something.
He probably had a camera out, something like that. People get very wound up when you point a camera at them nowadays.
Especially a guy with no teeth turning near the earth flat. Fucking
hell. Oh, that's awesome.
It's fucking mad, isn't it? Wait, Curve, do you reckon we could fucking make a program of that? I reckon we could fucking sell one of these TV production companies this flat earth nonsense. Because I don't know if you've got it added in the America now, but we had a program here called Big Brother. I reckon if we fucking fucked a load of them in a house.
Yeah. Well, they keep on about that, don't they? There's often this talk about some sort of reality show.
I can't call it a reality show. I mean, it goes against the grain straight away, doesn't it?
Well, they are doing a TV show, aren't they? Globebusters are doing this thing.
Yeah, but they said that. I mean, they've done a balloon launch with a tracking data. It seemed awfully like it was like in a car.
Well, no, this time they've got they've got this. There's this production company that's approached them, and this guy from the production company, who, they say, oh, he's got no, you know, he's got no dog in this fight. He's independent.
Oh my God.
Well, he's not. He's a like thoroughly committed flat earther, fundy Christian flat earther. But anyway, it's him and his dad, and they've got this money from someone else, $14,000 they've got to do experiments to prove whether the earth is flat or not. And he's actually getting like independent experts in to sort of verify the validity of each experiment. And they did their first one, which was cold moonlight. And of course, he got a null result. He was on Globebusters going, oh, it's really, you know, I was really disappointed. I really thought we were going to, you know, I was going to get this one, you know. So, you know, how are these people? What gets me with these people is how are they so arrogant to believe that you know, this whole cold moonlight thing has remained hidden for, you know, since the dawn of time. No one's noticed it apart from them now. You know, I think you've got to be really arrogant to think like that.
But do you honestly believe that a production company would throw money like that away, though, Jim?
Well, I mean, the guy sounded credible. He was on the show. You know, they were talking about it. I mean,
what do you mean by credible, though?
But from what I can gather, I think, you know, they're religious folks. He is, and his dad is, and I think, you know, their stance is really one, you know, like a religious one, but sort of provoked by all this internet crap. And I think that this other person is probably also religious, but doesn't accept it, but is obviously, you know, very wealthy, and has stumped up the cash to shut them up and sort them out. That's kind of what I'm getting, reading between the lines a bit, but you know, I could be wrong, but that's kind of how it seems.
So what other experiments they got in line then?
Yeah, I don't know what else they were going to do. He did talk about the other ones.
What about his balloon launch, the second balloon launch?
Well, they are going to do another. They are doing another balloon launch. Well, I think he might be doing. Yeah, he's doing a balloon launch, and what he's trying to do is the record. He's trying to do the highest one possible. So they're spending quite a lot on this balloon.
By the way, we did the math on that. We looked at the record of the highest, the highest altitude balloon, and we calculated that at present costs, it's about $250,000 in helium for that balloon.
Wow!
Not the balloon, just the helium.
Wow!
Why is that so much? Because it's such a rare gas, helium.
It's so much.
It's a huge volume of gas, and yeah, helium is not cheap.
What kind of size balloon then would that be if that's going to take that much gas? I mean, that's got to be huge, then, isn't it?
Yeah, and we don't even know how much that balloon itself would cost to go for the record.
I mean, I'd be willing to fucking fuck a few grand in if they can tie some of these cunts to it. You know what I mean? I'll be willing to do that.
Yeah. Well, we knew you wouldn't accept photos, so we've decided to send you.
Maybe you could operate the balloon.
Sit down in the lawn chair.
Well, did they say that the last one got shot down? Didn't they? Last one they sent a couple of fucking
got shot down, yeah.
A couple of fucking MiGs to shoot it down or something. Fuck, you know.
So they got to keep the next one secret so that it, you know.
It's funny though, they're not even sending it up to see any curve or whatever. They're sending it up to see if the stars go out. I mean,
I know.
Fucking hell.
Incidentally, YouTube is full of videos showing nighttime balloons and stars in a sky.
Right.
So it's not redundant. Not in my opinion. No, not a bit. What is he looking for?
I mean, the people that they're spending. I mean, Imagine someone ringing you up, like if you're in charge of a camera shop or something, saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to do an experiment. We need some cameras to see if the stars go out." I mean, you'd be fucking rubbing your hands together, wouldn't you? You would say, "Oh yeah, you need this special camera for that one, mate. That's $15,000 for that one." Oh, go on then. I mean, fucking hell. That's what I mean. I've never come across anyone like this in my life. The world must be huge not to be bumping into any of these people.
Well, like I said, they don't leave. You have to go to their basements to find them.
You must do. Not a lot. I mean, I still think that the fucking lot of them are mental patients with Wi-Fi. They've got to be. I'm surprised Poncho went online. I mean, maybe he is. I think he's in a halfway house because he was online the other night and he was talking like he was in a church. Whispering.
Right.
So I don't know where the fuck he is now. And where's all his gear gone? You know, like all these computers and that he had from before, because he's not on them no more. He's on a phone.
Right.
So like, where's all his stuff gone?
I don't know, mate.
Do you reckon it was his mate that rang him? Because I know that in the UK, the police can bypass the Mental Health Act. Well, not bypass it, but they've got a way to section you without the normal procedure.
Have they?
Yeah.
You have to do it with a doctor, don't you?
Yeah, but usually it takes I think it's a couple of doctors, but on this, I think the police have got I can't remember what part of the Mental Health Act, but they only need one doctor, and I think it's a high-ranking officer, an inspector or something.
Right.
They can section you if they think you're a danger to society or a danger to the yourself.
Right.
And apparently, when the police turned up and that, trying to ask his name, he was saying, "I'm not giving you my name, flat Earth." So, you know,
sky's blue because of water.
The sun's only 3 miles up.
Show me the curve, you cunt.
But he was full of it, wasn't he? He was saying, "Oh, that they were, you know, I got the, they were looking all depressed because they were, you know, I got the doctors thinking about it, and you know."
Yeah, you reckon that the fucking nurses had to get called away because he was making so much sense. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So they made them stop talking about it with him because
they most likely couldn't wait to get rid of the cunt. You know what I mean? Fucking locked up with him 7 days. That'd be enough for any fucker, wouldn't it? I wouldn't be too surprised if they ain't on sabbatical.
Shouting his mouth off. Fucking hell, it'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it?
Imagine that, man. I mean, like, your life's fucking come to a crashing end, like, not an end, but like, you know, you're in a right mess, you've been sectioned, you're in a fucking hospital ward, you're getting stuck with a needle in your ass every day. You know what I mean? Then some nutter comes next to you in your bed and tells you the earth's flat. I mean,
well, the staff probably needed therapy after he was gone.
That's what I mean. I mean, hey, Mark, can you imagine the meetings? You know, the meetings in that, you know, when they say, like, you know, patient A, you know, do we think, when do you think we can release him? And do you think, you know, he's safe to go back in society? I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Doctor say, when can we get rid of this cunt?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, like, and another thing, he tells everyone that he got offered a job. I mean, and they swallowed it.
So they gave me a job. He said he was going to be. At first, he said he was going to be a nurse. Then he said a staff nurse. I was like, yeah, you know, when you've done the fucking 3 years at university and another 5 years, you know, training, on the job training, you know, then you might be a staff nurse.
Yeah, he's mistaken his fucking 3 weekly appointments for a job offer, ain't he?
Yeah.
Fucking done. Because they've asked him to come back 3 times in a week. He's thinking they're offering him a job or something.
Yeah.
I mean, who the fucking believes? I mean, that's what I don't understand. Why? You know what I mean? If we say something, we're called liars, we're called fucking paid agents. But when they say something really stupid and something that's clearly false, they don't. No one says anything to them.
No, I know, like you get sectioned into a fucking, you know, a mental ward, and they offer you a job. Oh yeah, come work for us. You're just the material.
Yeah, they realised
just
they
the sort
weren't
of person
mental.
we've been looking for.
Yeah, they realised I weren't mental. They realised I held so much truth. They want me to work there.
We don't have a clown on the payroll at the moment.
he couldn't. His fucking job title couldn't fit better, could it? A fucking clown.
Let me see. We've got here psychiatrist, psychologist, radiographer. Auxiliary nurse. Oh no, we don't have a clown.
Really?
We must get one.
The clown got laid off in the 80s and we haven't employed one since, so we've got to get a new one. Oh, get up. He was making, like, Antonio went to visit him and he made some woman a fucking, I can't remember what he said, a dolphin or something. Fucking, oh man, it must have been some fucking wicked mental hospital.
He does make good balloon stuff, though, I have to say. He is good at that.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe he's good at it. I don't know. I'll rip the piss out of him.
He should be out there doing it, though, shouldn't he? That is what he should be doing. He's got a good talent, and it's
no, he can't do that because money's evil.
Couch, bitching about you and me.
Yeah, money's evil, though, Jim. You got to remember that.
Yeah. Everything's
money's evil because he ain't got none. If he had it, he wouldn't be evil.
Yeah. It's all going to be
Mark,
free, though, isn't it? In Poncho World.
Are you taking questions from the Peanut Gallery?
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
YouTube would like to know, Mark, who said the sun is 3 miles up?
I've got no idea, mate. You retards all sound the same off the fucking.
I think it was a logical deduction from the fact that we're looking at this aeroplane video.
Well, no. I mean, no. It's a logical deduction from the fact that earlier today in that other hangout, they were showing this video and asking the guy, the baller in there, to explain how the airplane is able to fly over the sun. And given that we know that these jets fly around about 5 miles up,
right?
The sun was significantly lower than that, so you can sort of ascertain that it's somewhere between 0 and 5 miles is the location of the sun.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that's just fucking ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, fuck it.
The ball's in your court, Ute.
Yeah, you. Why don't you stop being a pussy and come in here?
Yeah, he's been in a hang before, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's only been in a few. The first one he ever went in, it took him 3 hours to say hi.
Yeah, well, I guess that's it. He knows he's a bit docile.
Hey, if you've got a couple hours to kill, you can come in and show you how to get a video playing.
Yeah, he's been playing old fucking Fed ones on his channel.
How long did that take, Ute? I think I watched for about an hour before you got that thing working.
Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it? Did you see that one where he couldn't get it working?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Oh, man.
It's hilarious.
He wants to know why there's no velocity change at the surface, but you can't get a fucking hangout to work. You know what I mean? The irony's just lost on him, isn't it? He's fucking lost on him.
Oh, it's the same thing as most of these guys are using their fucking smartphone with all the technology in there that they don't know jack shit about. They couldn't tell you how one piece of that cell phone's technology works in any kind of useful way. Yet they've already mastered the universe.
Yeah, that's what's so infuriating, isn't it? It just makes you want to strangle the fuckers, you know, they say. Like science lies, none of it works, it's all been a lie. And they're using fucking science to talk to us.
And I'm talking about any aspect of the phone. Anything from how does the battery work, how does the screen work, how does the software work? You know, can you write one line of code of the software?
And
I doubt it. I can barely write their own fucking name.
What's interesting, YouTube says that he would call someone saying that a retard himself. So I would like to hear from YouTube. Why does the fucking sun appear below the airplane, YouTube?
Who out of the experiences and the interactions you've had with these people, what would be your Dumbest of all.
Oh gosh, that is tough. I mean, that Dread guy and those guys. I mean, they are really. They just. I mean, I think they are a step below, really, that everyone else.
Well,
Do you think it's the education system that's failed them there, or do you think that some people are just too stupid? I mean,
They're just desperate to believe. They just really, really want it to be true. I think.
There's a lack of education for sure too, though.
well, have you gotten your teraflops, Jim?
Yeah, big fucking teraflops.
got me flip flops. What about me teraflops?
Fucking hell, cunts.
What was that about, Joe?
Because he was doing you know what they always do. Who was it? Somebody did it earlier to you.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You said in here a plane 15 miles away would be lower than one 3 miles away. Only on a curved Earth, there, you. Not on a flat Earth.
What do you mean 15 miles? What, it means 15 miles like away?
Well, yeah, like this, like horizontally away.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah.
You know, I am superstitious. And if she pulls the tear.
No, no, because oh god, I can't believe I'm going to try to explain geometry to YouTube. It's a lost cause.
No, I mean, one of his classic statements is, "If gravity is real, how can fish swim?"
Well, there you go. See, you.
I mean, why would you think fish couldn't swim? That's what I don't understand. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, it's something to do with it. It's had some sort of density thing. He asked me this one.
All right, you. Fuck you then. The airplane 15 miles away is going to be lower in terms of angle of elevation. Okay, if you measure the angle, yeah, it's going to appear to be lower in that regard. However, when you factor in the distance away that airplane is, the point to the distance away, it is not lower on a flat Earth. They would both be at the same altitude, if that's what you're claiming, both at the same altitude. Of course, one further away is going to appear lower than you from Earth. Just in terms of the angle, but it would still measure out to be at the same height above the flat Earth. Now, okay, but in the airplane video, the goddamn sun is literally below the fucking airplane, you dumb cunt. No, I digress.
The use of the word dumb cunt there was a classic curved.
And it is 25-7 here.
I mean, is it? I know.
So it might be time to knock it on the head. I don't know.
I've watched it get light. Yeah, I've got a delivery in a little while, so I've got to wait for that.
Oh shit! Yeah, I have as well. Actually, forgot about that. Oh well, hopefully it won't be early.
Oh, Jim, have you thought about hiring Shroomy to drive for you? Could you imagine Shroomy showing up at a customer's, handing him their food, what he would say?
Here you go. 666666666.
He's lucky if he goes around mooing everywhere. He's lucky he ain't got fucking sections.
Yelling, "Wee!" Walking up to the door. Here's your food, N-word.
Yeah, have you heard him on Hangouts?
Yes, I've heard him
Scottish. He is. He's from Glasgow.
Yeah.
Freak me out.
Can someone with a wrench post this over to you so that he can comment on that photo and explain it for us, or that drawing that I made, and have him explain that for us?
Oh.
Yeah, Jim can, I imagine.
I think I'm trying to get the bloody copy it. Won't let me copy it. No, I've got it.
Oh, I did it.
Oh,
Click that link. You explain. Now I'm taking a look at it. It hasn't loaded yet. Yeah, see. He can't deal with that. I can't imagine the derp that's about to be forthcoming. He won't even look at it.
One of the things I kept hearing, by the way, and You've Been Exposed Hangout, they repeat this thing over and over again amongst them, is if the gravity is strong enough to make all that water stick on a ball, billions and billions of gallons, then how can a butterfly
that's just fucking utterly ridiculous, isn't it? I mean,
that seems to be a fan favorite in there.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
How can someone's brain let your mouth say things like that?
Yeah.
Fucking stupid, isn't it?
They got no control. Now he's bringing topography into account.
I was going to ask them, I was going to say to them, if I kill the butterfly, will it still defy gravity, as they put it?
Yeah, I know. They say what they say, isn't it? It's defying gravity. Why is it defying gravity? Not allowed to do that.
If it's a case of density and buoyancy, then the butterfly should still float in the air, even if it's dead. Shouldn't it? Because its density isn't changing when it's flapping its wings.
Well, how much does its soul weigh?
Yeah. Fucking hell, you got me there.
6 grams,
that's
isn't it?
Killer blow, that one.
6 grams, its soul weighs more than the fucking butterfly. Another one they say, isn't it, is how the clouds stay up. How the clouds beat gravity.
Helium.
Oh, another dumb one today was the submarine. Oh, I think you tried to answer that one, Jeremy.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, I didn't really get very far, but
that's actually just another version of the airplane one. Why doesn't the airplane fly into space? Yeah, it's the same exact thing.
What was the one about the submarine? How far you can see with a periscope or something?
Well, they think that it should fly off into space. They think that the submarine should eventually surface as it's going around the,
Don't they realise that it's all to do with the fucking staying?
Yeah, I said, well, how does a submarine determine its depth? It's measuring.
By the way,
from the surface.
Never mind the fact that submarines had huge problems navigating in the water because of the fact that they're in this huge steel tube. The compasses didn't really work, so they developed gyro compasses in order to navigate in the waters. I mean, you go into that aspect of it, then they'll go into full spin mode then to explain, how the gyro compasses work on the subs.
Yeah, I've heard him say that. How can World War II submarines periscopes can see something like 60 miles. You know what I mean? Say stupid stuff like that.
I mean, some of those sort of things. Well, that one probably wouldn't be, but a lot of them sort of things I think are from Dubai, and they're just lies. All that Robotham stuff. Oh, you could see this from here and that from there. It's just you can pull a ship back into view from over the horizon.
Do you think they'll get phone calls?
Don't go in a circle.
Do you think there's some guy somewhere sitting in a basement somewhere with all their phone numbers, ringing them up, saying, "No, I've just thought of another stupid thing to say. This is the one for today. Why the butterflies? Because they all seem as soon as one said it, they all seem to be saying it.
Yeah.
And when you ask them, like, why do you think that? They can't answer. They say, well, show me where in our model that it says, the sun does this or the sun doesn't do this, and they're just stumped. It's fucking ridiculous.
Guys, I'm going to hit the sack. I don't mind leaving it open if you guys want to keep going.
No, I'm going to shoot off anyway. It's 20 to 7.
I can give out some mods if you guys want to keep going.
I got to go myself. It's late, too.
Yeah, me too.
What time is it with you then, Kev?
It's going on 2 o'clock.
Yeah. There's another fanatic just turned up in the chat. Validation boy.
Yeah, shout out back to VB.
he's already admitted he's a dogmatist and that, and he won't change his mind whether there's evidence or not. So I mean, I don't even know why he bothers coming on it. I mean, it's just a waste of life, isn't it? If you're not going to change your mind with the evidence.
Shout out to Chemtrail.
And I mean, he's been really horrible to Barbie as well the other day, calling her an alcoholic drunk and all that. Don't know why you want to say that about someone.
Anyway, everyone, thanks for watching. I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, and me, right, I'll catch everyone later. See you later, Curve, the Epistemology, Jim.
Later.
Tim.
See you, everyone. Bye.
Night all.